Yo, get in here. Happy Mother's Day. I hope everyone is enjoying their Mother's Day. Celebrate the mothers that's in your family and in your lives. I totally support that. So happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers. Hold on, I'm setting the show up, y'all. Give me a second, come in here. Yeah, Bivol put them hands on Canelo last night. Handlebars. He kept his hands in Canelo's face all night. Hit that like button. Happy Mother's Day. It's a Sunday special. Unc said, man, spark the show up. I want to do a quick show and talk. So I'm about to send out the link to the pseudo killers. To Unc and them. But I got a lot of old computer maintenance I need to do. I should have did this before what's up, Doug? Hey Tuck, you don't know that Baltimore lingo like that. It's chill. Yeah, that's that Baltimore lingo. Nick. Something wrong. All right, I'm almost there. Y'all give me a second. I'm going to speak to everybody in a minute. Let me send out this link. Chill out, bro. Send out this link. Boom, 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 boom. All right, yeah, y'all get in here, hit that like button. We're going to do a quick show. You know what I mean? All the pseudo killers is in the building. You feel me? I rocks with y'all. Y'all the best. Let's get it.
Heat Rock 410. What it is though? Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious. Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish and you don't speak a lick of it. The game will make you trip a bit. Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Man, let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta say you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, you can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. When I was coke dealing, the rules was no squealing, no stealing from your mans and no feelings. For these hoes, that's just gonna mess up the guap. 10 toes down whenever you on your block, or even when you ain't. Don't know them from a can of paint. Just be loyal and trustworthy. You ain't gotta be a saint. A lot of y'all be geeking, backstabbing and sneaking. Nose clean during the week, but they dabble on weekends. Oh nigga, I be peeping. Your niggas might be sleeping, but I was trained to tread water in the deep end. Jellyfish sting, but them sharks will bite your head off. Run up on you while you park, get the dumping, then they slid off. The hood know who did it. Now let's see if your homies with it, or your name die in vain cause one of your homies did it. Ain't no reason to kill your man over a kilogram. How you thinking y'all fam, then spin you like a ceiling fan. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you see him, you ain't give him no rap. But let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gon' be right right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. And once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. While I'm still rapping at 40, well, let's chat about it. First of all, my life's amazing. Let's get that about it. Wife is blazing, and her kids get the life savings. Follow the drip, nigga, my ice glazing. Yo, FSO, in the best that flow. Bars, storytelling, visuals, cadence and concepts, content, impact. Yeah, the boxes is all checked. I just need that one song. Yeah, that one song. And I could clutch the earth with just one palm. Never anxious, look in my eyes, I'm dumb calm. They either gon' walk with you or you gon' run for them. Either way, you gon' have to let your heater spray. Lose yourself, might even have to put that weed away. Now that's a lotto, that's my medication. Gotta stay high, yo, till a nigga die, yo. Album out now, hit the link in my bio. Go ahead, talk to him, you ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Now let's keep it a...
Yeah, y'all. What's going on? I'm waiting for Unc and them to click the link. I don't know what he doing. He told me to throw the show up. You know, he wanted to do a quick Mother's Day special. So, I put the show up. I'm waiting for him. I know he was out of town this weekend, so he's probably trying to get somewhere to get set up. So in the meantime, let's do some maintenance. Let's speak to all of the pseudo killers. What is going on with y'all? Who is in the building? All right, we got my man Tuck. What it do? Flavor the plug. What up? Late show, definitely. Bivol put them paws on my man Canelo last night. Teddy used to my outrise and Neferu. What it do? Yeah, that's right, bro. Happy Mother's Day. Tuck, what up, Doug? Brooklyn D, peace, fam. Let's see. The truth set you free. What's up? Daquan, what it do, bro? Hey, Mitch, what's up? What's up? Peace to you too, bro. Yeah. Brooklyn D said, I celebrate Mother's Day every day. I don't narrow it down to one day. I appreciate that. You dig what I'm saying? But for one day where you don't work and you just take specific time out to show the mothers in your family and in the world, right? Because everywhere that I know I go today, to all of the women, you know, I definitely, whether I'm in the supermarket, grocery store, whether I go to a Walmart or anywhere, all today, you know, when I see women, I definitely say Happy Mother's Day. You don't do that every day of the year. So today specifically, you know, we set aside to give Mother's Day credit because everyone had some type of mother in their life, whether it was their mother, their biological mother or not. They had some type of motherly influence in their life, you know, in some sort of way, even if it was a teacher, right? Because I know you can get people with extreme cases. No, my grandmother wasn't around, my mother wasn't around. It was some motherly figure that imparted something on your life in a positive way. Whether it was a teacher, it could have been a lunch lady in your elementary school. Some female imparted some motherly love onto you in some type of way. So in that spirit, we say Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers in the motherly spirit that has helped develop us. So, you know, Happy Mother's Day. Stu Peas, what up? I'm going to drop that link. I'm going to wait for Unc and them to get in here and do their spill. Marlon, what it do? TNBN said white numbers are lower and they need the anti-abortions. Okay. Decent Tavo, what it do? Teddy, that's right, Doug. Keep that Baltimore lingo alive. But we gotta stop talking like that, because even in the schools we talk like that. We pronounce it's not slang anymore. It's actually a broken down speech pattern at this point. We read D-O-G as Doug instead of dog. It's crazy. We read it Doug. Nuts. But we understand all of the phonograms and phonetics of it, right? If you take a list of words with OG at the end, and we'll pronounce all of them correctly. But then when we get to dog, we're gonna say Doug. So it's just a broken down speech pattern at this point. Yeah, because we'd be like log, you know what I mean? Jog, you know what I mean? All of that we'll pronounce correctly, but when we get to D-O-G, we're going to say Doug. It's crazy. Who else we got in here? All right. Metro Customer, what's up, what's up? Larry Williams, what's up? DeMar Milton, what it do? Fire Knowledge, what's up? Yeah, we in here. Per Black about to be in here on some wild shit. Oh, definitely we can throw your song on. I gotta throw it back on my board. But it's definitely in my music catalog, Daquan. All right. Yo said play some Kenny G. Nice. What's up? Sprinkle. What's your name? Tusama. Sprinkle. What it do? Peace to the chat. Tusama, you a 5%er or something. You got the whole 5%er logo up in that joint. All right, come on, Unc and them guys, get in here. Larry said, I ain't met my mom till I was, Per Black said, I ain't met my mom till I was 11. Wow. Wow, that's a story right there, bro. Larry Williams said, in an advanced society should will be able to control reproduction via abortions. That question too deep for me. Who else we got in here? Thirsty Uno. What up? All right. Conduct Yusef. Yusef, you're in Norway? That is awesome. Larry Williams, where do I stand on, what's up, Mongo? Where do I stand on abortion? Being as though I participated in a few abortions, I think it's as hard as it for me to say this. I do think it's a woman's choice overall at the end of the day. And that's hard for me to say that. But knowing that what type of life-altering decision it is to carry a baby, and to deliver a baby, I feel as though it is not my right as a man to tell a woman what to do with her body in that sense. You know, a person a female can die from from pregnancy or birth or delivering, right? So to know that that complication is there, right? Yeah, I can't, in my right, state of mind, take that right away from a person's body and tell them what they can and cannot do. So I advocate, only procreating with a female that y'all are on the same accord, right? So I feel as though men should, to mitigate that issue with women having control over that situation, you need to be in a good relationship and have a good understanding of the intentions. That you and the female should have the same intentions when going into sex. That's for a man. That's our only way to have some type of control over that type of situation, right? Other than that, we shouldn't have none. That's crazy. Only thing we gotta do is bust a law. Nothing is over for us. You know what I mean? Women gotta carry a baby for 9 months and then deliver that motherfucker out of that little hole. That's a lot, man. Or get their whole body cut open. My daughter, my baby mother had my daughter with a C-section, and I watched that. That's major surgery. They split her whole shit. They split her whole situation open and pulled it back and pulled some stuff out of her stomach and set it on the side on a table on the side. Then pulled the baby out and put the stuff back in her body. And man, hell no. I can't tell nobody that they got to go through that. Nah, buddy. Nah, buddy. Nah, that's too much. That's too much. I think the ultimate say-so should be with the woman. I'll say that. Because she bears the most, she takes on more the burden of he funny. She takes on more the burden of pregnancy than and the complications along with it than the male. All right, y'all. Yeah, y'all come in here. Let me send this link back out the to man. I don't know what he doing, man. This man playing. This man ain't got me up, man. I'm supposed to be getting ready for Mother's Day dinner, cleaning the house for the ladies and, doing all of the stuff for them today. And this guy ain't even here, man. This man crazy. Here it is. I done promised the women I was going to get up and go to the market and clean and cook and do everything. Hey, what's up, buddy? You got to go outside? Give me a second, y'all. Let me take my Doug outside. I'm going to let him out the back door. Hold on.
Rock 410. What it is though. Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious. Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish and you don't speak a lick of it. The game will make you trip a bit. Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that.
Oh shit, I'm coming in here hitting all kind of shit. My bad. All right, I'm back, y'all. All right, let me see if anybody pulled up yet. Nope. Oh, here goes my man, Uncle Cat is in the building. Boom. Unc, what it do?
What's going on, man?
Ain't nothing. I've been live for a few minutes waiting for you to get in here. So I was talking to everybody, speaking to everybody, getting the show ready. So, all right, let me see who we got in here.
What?
Yeah, it's filling up.
I ain't know you was that way, man.
You said what?
Let me see. I said I ain't know you started up that quick.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
I wasn't doing nothing. So I said, as soon as you said it, I went in there and set it up.
Yeah, we get to hit the hurry up, the quick one real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The happy Mother's Day to all the mothers that support us.
That's a fact.
Yeah, great. Everybody great get with the mothers, man. Great get with the grandmothers, man. And say hi to them. You know they're gonna drag me out the house. Eyes starting to roll. We early, it's 12 something. People, the mothers shouldn't be rolling their eyes at you yet.
You feel me? You feel me?
Not yet. Should be rolling them eyes at us.
Yeah, they gotta realize it's our day off too. So, you know, we might be slow to get it going, but we gonna get it going for y'all. Chill out.
Yeah, we get it going, man. Because everybody know they gotta get ready to take their mothers out in a little bit. In a second, in a few, in a minute. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna get it rolling for them, man.
No. Truth said, the truth set you free said, hey, chef, I bet you the talk will end up in ancient Egypt and how the Egyptians dealt with it. Laughing my ass. Hey, look, I said to myself yesterday, right? We ain't do a show. And I sat there and I said, man, I'm going to let my brothers have their Egypt. I said, I feel like I'm being mean-spirited at this point, right? It's like when I became atheist at first, I used to always attack all of the religious people in my family, right? And then I matured and I said, man, I got to let them have that, man. They ain't going to move off there. It's religious at this point. So for me, I feel like Egypt is religious at this point for some black people. So I'm being mean-spirited and I got to let y'all have y'all Egypt. The same way I let my granny and them have their Jesus. So I'm going to lay off of Egypt. They can have it. I'm not speaking on it no more. That's my word. That's my word. Y'all heard it from me today.
We heard it from you today.
I'm never speaking on Egypt again. I done said everything that I ever wanted to say about Egypt. I'm cool.
So why don't you just leave a closing statement?
No, that's my closing statement. I don't want to add
No.
I don't want to add nothing else to the
Nope,
Niggas
I ain't
can
gonna let you
heard me
off there,
for
E.
months. Go ahead.
Because the way you framed it,
Uh-huh.
like with religious people, yo, we let them have it because they can't see the reality,
Facts.
right? Okay, right. So you got people in the community that can't see the reality of Egypt because they don't understand, they don't know it. But you do have people that are qualified and clearly understand the whole dynamics of biological diversity with DNA, the limitations toward history, documentation, archaeology, all that. You have people amongst you to understand that, right? And can define Egypt in terms of its biological organisms, cultural context, right? Where they come, where the culture comes from, right? Where the religious ideology come. You have people that can explain that and recognize the whole situation. So you don't have to let us off the hook, bro. Let the people off the hook that really think that Egypt is a place full of jet black people. Get them, right? Don't get the people to understand that one is in Africa, two, the population, the biodiversity in African people is very diverse. Three, that watch this, I'm gonna hit you with that. That the hair, right? Now I'm gonna hold back on that. I'm gonna stop. I won't get too deep. But what I will say is, yo, you have people amongst you can have a conversation that recognizes the difference between Egyptian culture and Nubian culture. That can
Awesome.
recognize that too.
Awesome.
Got people
Hey,
amongst you. Yeah,
that's and that's good. I
yeah.
hope y'all continue y'all research, and y'all gonna continue to do good work. And I'll sit here and I'll listen, but I'm done. You know.
Yeah. You gotta stop listening to Chief X. That's what killed yourself at. Because he's so far on the other side. He's a racist, black supremacist, white supremacist. And it's horrible. And that's how far he is.
Well, I'm sitting here now, and I'm out of it. Y'all can go back
And
and forth.
every chance I
I
get
will
to
be
bang on Chief
totally
X, you know
listen.
I'm there for him.
I will be totally unbiased. I'll just sit back and listen. I'll never speak on it. You
Like
niggas
that.
can have it. Another thing
You
I'll
said them
never
niggas can have.
y'all can have it. Another thing I'll never speak on is
Shit,
Queen and
that's funny.
Zinga. Y'all done zapped out on me about that lady too many times. I'll never speak on her again. Y'all niggas is winning against me. I'm gonna tell y'all some bad mofos. Y'all. So I'm never speaking on Egypt no more. I'm never speaking
That's
on
funny
Queen
as
and
hell.
Zinga. Slavery. I gotta find a whole new set of topics, and I'm for that, right? So I go in a different realm of my reading
That
and my
is so
studying
funny, yo.
because I'm done with slavery. I'm done with Africa. I'm done with Egypt. You niggas can
That
have
is
it.
so funny. That is funny,
You
yo.
niggas can have it. And that's word to my mother on Mother's Day.
Something is wrong with Chef. That shit is hilarious.
Hey, and that's
This
word
nigga
to my
here
mother.
on Mother's Day.
You niggas can have it,
Hell
yo.
no, this nigga. Something is wrong with this nigga, yo. I've been telling y'all for years. There's definitely something wrong with this nigga.
All right, but
I've been
what's going
trying to
on?
say it.
Did you speak to the chat? Who had?
I ain't speak to the chat. I do got something though for now, niggas, man.
Hey,
It ain't right.
Jamil, I'm definitely about to be an abo. I'm definitely about. I told Uncle them months ago they running me towards Dan Calloway. I said, yo, one more crazy argument. I'm fucking with Dan Calloway. I mean,
Mm.
y'all making Dan Calloway sound real smart at this point, yo. So, but yeah, that's funny though. Go ahead,
So yeah, man. Tell you what I did want to do before we jump into the Mother's Day and abortion thing. And I think that's an important conversation to have on this day, right? Because for your ass to be a mother, you got to have children. How ironic. There's no escaping that. So um I wanted to real fast here. I wanted to show y'all something real quick, like this like research shit real quick. I'm trying to find this thing right here. Hold on. Man, why is it here? Why is it here? Damn, man, this is not right. There was an article that the number one researcher in the community, the clown researcher, put forth in his last video mentioning my name. I don't know why he did that, but he does that. Okay. And this is what I want to do. I want to show you how quickly you can get the clowns out of there. It takes a moment. You can actually get the clowns out of there in a moment's notice. It takes no real study. Okay. Real quick. I just want to put this together. I thought I had it on my phone like I was supposed to. Supposed to have it on my phone real quick. All right, that's the article we had right there. So we'll come right here. We'll do this. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, okay, y'all. So this is where we at right here. All right. Okay, let's see here. Let me show you how this works right here. Okay, there's a article, all right, that the clown used. All right, put this in a thing for y'all real fast, right? Show y'all how we really supposed to get down around here. There's a way to get down. There's a way not to get down. Okay.
Hey, look, say his name, dismantle him the right way.
Huh?
Say his name and dismantle his argument the right way.
You talking about Chief X?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So here it go right here. You'll see this on this video, which he had the squad's name in it. DNA analysis proves that the Egyptians are not Arabs. And he was howling, he was loud with that cringing voice of his, right? He was acting like he had something, right? And he showed this article right here. Y'all can see the screen, am I correct?
Mm-hmm. All
right, so that's it, right? He probably read it to y'all. This is it. First of all, this is a blog, right? Egypt Independent. Okay. We're not using this ever to present anything to the community. This is a quick brief over, right? Where they had a title for you, the clickbait to get you into it and all that, right? Then I'm not even sure if he showed the actual, but this is the article he used, right? So the question is, what is this written off of? This is what we want to know. We want to know what this is written off of. What is this written? What did they use to come up with this data? Because this ain't it. You know what I'm saying? How we do, yo. We like to go to the source, right? We like to go to the actual PhDs to wrote the article. We don't want to read something that a blogger wrote or a newspaper wrote, right? We don't, because then we need to figure out how credible is the newspaper and all that. Even if we was using New York Times, I wouldn't use the New York Times article because the New York Times, they never consult the scientists and ask them what title should they use. No, they don't. They never do that. What they do is they make a title that would bring you into the article, okay? Having nothing to do with the science that they're actually presenting. But at least the New York Times and that and the Baltimore Sun are credible news agencies, right? But for what we're doing here, that's not what we do. We want to know, what was they writing it off of? Okay, so let's switch it up a little bit. Let me show you what they was writing it off of. All right, this is essential here. Let me bring you to the homework. Right? Homework is important. All right. So y'all seen that? Y'all should have that measured down, right? Now this is what it was actually written from. Okay. But not necessarily. So really what we really wanted to get to was the National Geographic Genographic Project on the Egyptian genetic makeup, part 1, Egyptian reaction. This is really where it came from here, right? And you'll see if you was to click this on the DNA analysis that the Egyptians are not Arabs, right? Let me see that. See how it goes right to that? All right. So they back and forth with it, right? First of all, the other one was a blog, right? So they said piggybacking off of each other, right? Yes, they are. Y'all seen that. Okay, so but we don't want to piggyback. Watch this. So they piggybacking off each other back and forth, right? All right, so if I click these links right here, they're going to get that, right? Okay, so really where it's coming from, and the Cairo scene wrote, this is the Cairo scene. This is the second. Here you go. If I start up here, the Egyptian papers, digital media, inundated with the news about the Egyptian genomic makeup discovered by an American-based National Geographic Genomic Project. Egypt's Independent, for example, came out with its headings. See, DNA analysis proves the Egyptians are Arabs, and the Cairo scene wrote National Geographic DNA analysis concludes that the Egyptians are only 17% Arab, and the digital magazine Identity announces DNA analysis shows that the Egyptians are not Arabs. Now, I actually want y'all to read that, right? It goes on to say the Muslims' responses to this were mixed. Those who always saw themselves as Arab, even if they were not racially Arab, were not happy with being proven less than Arab. Okay, so ancient Egyptians wouldn't be going through all that, right? But let's get to, we got the charts right here. You got North Africans, 68%, right? Arabs, 17%. Then you got Jewish, Eastern Africa, 3%. Asia Minor, 3%, right? You see all that on the chart, right? All right. Now, let me move right here real quick. All right. Because we really want to get to what it was written to. Where is that source at? Let's see. Independent, we got the Cairo. The National. Hold on a second. You can't even get to, hold on, let me redo this. Let me see. Okay. You actually can't even get to the National Geographic article itself. This is what you really want to get to. It's the National Geographical article where the data was actually put together with. All this is cool. Hold on. Let me see if I can get to it. Nah, nope. See? Identity. Nope. We want to get to the National Geographic Project. Hold on. One sec. Let me see real quick. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. No, hold on. Wait a minute. Independent Kairos. Can you still see that, Chef?
I don't want to call it taste and see.
Hold on, you turned your screen off. And I turned my mic off because I don't want to say nothing about Egypt ever again. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're not. You promise you aren't gonna say nothing else. You're done. Now I can really get you. All right, so here you go. All right.
It's called.
No, it ain't coming up on the damn screen. I'm done. Hold on. All right, why ain't coming up on the screen? I cannot believe that this ain't gonna come up on the screen. Let me see, copy. All right. So we saying I can't get this up on the screen? Let me get this out of here. All right. Let me see. The URL was not showing. Oh, that can't. Hey, Chef, can you share this? It say an SL's error has occurred. secure connection to server cannot be made. So you saying I can't even, oh, it's like one of them overseas things. They won't even let the source out there. Man, that's really shouldn't be using this crazy ass shit. Here, I'm gonna send it to you. Let me see if you could at least share that. Hold on. It's titled National Geographic DNA Analysis Concludes that the Egyptians are only 17% Arab, right? This is from I thought I kind of hold on.
No, it's not.
Okay, so watch this. Hold on, y'all. Watch this. I'm gonna go to the WordPress. We don't even use WordPresses for real. Watch this. I'm gonna go to the WordPress. See if I can get through it this way. Hold on. All right. All right, y'all see the WordPress, right? All right, this is what Chief X article he uses written off of, right? And so if you're going right here, let's see. I'm trying to go this way. The Cairo scene wrote. I'm gonna click that. The National Geographic DNA. Nope. Won't let you click it on. Yeah, here, Chef. I'm gonna send this to you. See if you can get to it. See if it's gonna allow you to get to it. This is going way longer than I wanted to do. But the point is, you got to get to the actual scientific papers, y'all. You're not actually getting to the scientific papers, and you're not actually getting to the homework. That's my key point. Get to the homework. We can see how it really is. All right, and once you get to the Cairo scene, here you go, Chef. See if you can. Here. All right, see if you can screen share that. You there? Got it?
It say the connection is not private.
All right, click it again, though.
Show details.
Don't worry about it. Click it again.
Safari warns you when a website has a certificate that is not valid. This may happen if the website is misconfigured or misconfigured or an attacker has compromised your connection. It sounds like a virus, yo.
It ain't though. It ain't on your. I ain't gonna be no virus on your iPhone.
No, I'm on my computer. Let me see again.
Oh,
it's not gonna be a virus on my computer either. But
trying.
You don't know, cause I would.
Yeah, because if you go at the bottom of that, I cannot believe I cannot share that. Can you share it?
No.
Did you get to it at least?
Nope.
Really?
I don't know what y'all doing. I'm clicking my mic back off before I say something.
So you can't get to it?
Nope.
It won't let it get through?
Nope.
Okay, so I guess what I'm gonna have to do is let me screenshot it though, right? That's horrible, man. That's horrible, man. All right, so y'all see me show the thing, right? Let me show you. It says right here, if you go to the bottom of the article, it won't allow us to share, right? It's in the y'all can go to it. It's the Cairo scene. CAIROSCENE.com. Right? Type in National Geographic DNA Analysis, conclude that the Egyptians are only 17% Arabs, right? Okay. When you go here, what you're trying to do is get to the actual article, and at the bottom, it'll tell you. And it talks about you can view the full study here. This is what you always want to get you the full study. But when you try to click the full study, right, and it takes you to the National Geographic page, right? It's a broken link. It's not there. The study is not up. So we trying to find the study itself, right? Studies become invalid right? When they become invalidated or not what it need to be, right? Where they no longer show these on a homepage. All right. So let me see if I can try one more time. But that's crazy. We can't even get your daggone thing. Right. We don't have these problems when we go to ask for scientific papers. You can get right to the information here. But now, National Geographic, it must have been, they're not even promoting that article no more. You can't even get it. All right. I went to the National Geographic website. We can't even get the data no more. Right. Which is crazy. All right. All right. But since we can't nobody pull it up, links did, all that, it shouldn't be that much to get to real information. It's only that when you just getting the stuff that ain't what it really need to be. All right, so let's get to the point of hand. That should have held y'all until we got to the real issue here, what we really wanted to talk about right here. You can unmute your mic, Chef, because you can't hold yourself.
I'm here.
All right. So let's get to this thing on Mother's Day abortion, man. I'm going to give you my stance on it first. All right. Here's my stance. First of all, shout out to all the mothers that support us. All right. That's first of all. Second point, you got to have children to be a mother. Second point. Third point, should they take away mothers' rights? Or should they take away women's rights, whether they want to become a mother or not? Should that occur? Are there circumstances in it? My stance is, right, I understand biological human evolution, and I know what a Homo sapiens sapien is. And at certain points of the development of the fetus in the womb, you would not consider that a Homo sapiens sapien. That's not complex. That's part of biology, right? So my point is, I would like to say that women should always have the right to make decisions on a body. And I've heard a whole lot of pseudo information about it. The man carries the life in this thing, and you know what you're talking about, right? It's the difference between life and a Homo sapiens sapien, right? It just is, right? Life develops into a Homo sapiens sapien. So my stance is that I don't want to hear the conscious community rhetoric about the nonsense, but women, Black women in general, should be able to make the right to choose over their body. Now, a lot of times abortions occur because they call it like unplanned. Okay, it'd be unplanned and they can't handle it. A lot of times it'd be your social economic status, where you feel as though you couldn't raise the kid properly or you wasn't ready for that with that particular individual. One thing that's not going to ever stop happening is men and women having sex. That's just not going to happen. No matter how you act, like that's a mechanism that's in place that keeps us from going extinct. So if you thinking they're going to stop that, then you lost your mind. That's not what's going down. But this new thing that's on the horizon, my question I would like to ask the ladies in the audience, right? Do you think men should be able to make the decision on what y'all should do with y'all body? But that's my stance. So what's your stance, Chef? Because you might go none on this. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I gave my stance before you came on, but it's pretty much in line with what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
I talked about the difficulty it is, and the strain that that's put on the female body with pregnancy and delivering the baby. The complications that can go wrong. Since men don't have to go through none of that, it shouldn't be our choice. Pregnant mothers still die from pregnancy and from birth complications to this day. So with that being in mind, like, it's all kind of reasons why it's up to the individual to make that choice. All we do is bust a simple nut and then it's over for us.
Fertilizer.
For the woman, it's not over for them. There is a life changing situation, their body, everything forever. So that's not our choice. I'm saying I don't like to say it, but it's not our choice.
Yeah, it's actually when a woman makes a choice whether to have a baby or not, it's really a life and death situation
Yep.
on both hands. So are you willing to risk your life to bring in another life? Some women choose yes, some women choose no. But we definitely ain't got our life at risk
Exactly.
in that process. You know what I'm saying? So those rates, that the mortality rates, the women dying in childbirth, that has been happening since the beginning of dawn of time. Modern medicine has helped, right? But specifically black women, they run the risk of losing their life. So that's all part of it. And we never think about that. So no man with a gavel should be able to hit the daggone desk and say, no, do it no more. Because this, y'all forgot where we live at, right? We live in America. And we know how it go in America. Anything you make illegal, we're gonna find a way to do it anyway. So you're not gonna stop abortions. Let's get that clear. That does not stop abortions, making it illegal. What it does is it puts more women at risk, right? When they try to do these procedures, you know what I'm saying, on the black market. There's no, remember we always talk about regulations. So you never want to push humans in a space where there's no regulations, where you're depending on the unregulated industry. That's more dangerous than anything. That's going to cause more harm to the unborn fetus, right? And cause harm to the mother not wanting to give birth. It's just a whole bad situation. So, no. You know what I mean? That makes no sense to me, bro. Maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe we can get some of these cowboy Hebrew Israelite dudes on here to swear the man carries the seed and they got and all the nonsense rhetoric and just forget about completely about motherhood and what it means. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a fact. I'm about to put the link in the chat because they in there talking mad crap. So let's see how they actually
Oh, the
feel.
dudes is talking crap. It ain't the women talking
Nah,
crap, I
nah.
bet you.
Yeah, it's dudes.
Right. The dudes who don't got no right, who ain't got to transform their whole body, who ain't got to risk their life. Yeah, of course. That's easy. It's mine. What's yours? Yeah, it ain't yours till it make it to earth, bro. Trust me, it's not yours into that fully formed, transforming from a fetus to a Homo sapien sapien. Yeah, I'm saying, come out the womb. Then it's your responsibility, my nigga. But before that point, yo, your only responsibility you got is to that damn woman to make sure she's safe and make sure she can give birth. But it ain't your body, bro. Yeah, they lost their mind. Put that link in there. Let me hear the chatty pat.
Andre Smith said black mothers are the number one killers in the hood across America. Facts. It's not cancer, it's abortion. Crazy as fuck. Hit the link, Andre.
Hit the link, Andre. And they not killing nobody. You don't know what you talking about. So don't walk across no ants and shit, no lobby while you at it, nigga. Trip.
No, Jamal, I agree. You're talking about child support. Yeah, it's yours. Jamal say, I disagree, Chef. I'm paying child support for a child. I don't see. It ain't just bust a nut. I agree, but we're talking biological. We're talking about the toll that it takes on the human body. You don't go through that. You know what I mean?
What do you say?
He
What do you
said,
say about the child support?
no, because I said, for us, it's just busting the nut and then it's over. He saying, I
Yeah, that's pretty
disagree
much.
because he paying child support, so it ain't just busting the nut. No, you're talking about the financial. I was talking about the physical complications. Like the only physical thing you're doing is busting the nut. The physical thing that the woman is going through, she's going through 9 months of pregnancy, and then probably 10 hours or more of labor, and then probably surgery, and then the complications that can go along with that. So that's what I was
And
saying.
lose your life.
Yeah.
And a life on the line. People lose their life all the time in childbirth.
Mm-hmm.
That's a decision to make. Do I want to risk my life? Yeah, we forget about that. Yeah. Yeah, but then after the baby comes, and then it's And then it's the male responsibility, and he still gets wiggles out of that shit and gotta have a court and all that. Still wiggle room. We got the wiggle room where the mother don't got the wiggle room. There's no wiggle room, dog.
Mm-hmm.
No wiggle room.
Nope. She either gonna have
No
that
wiggle in the room.
Look, she either gonna have that motherfucker or she not.
Right. we got all kind of wiggle room. Niggas jettison from child support all day long. You gotta go to court and fine them, serving papers, all that shit. A woman can't do that. She even gotta take care of that baby or run the risk to be called all kind of names, the worst mother on earth. Yeah, come on, man. So you cannot do women's rights like that. Yo, they've been big, man. That's like some that's a marginalized community in North America, yo. Let alone the black women is super marginalized. Like, get out of here with that. Nigga, shut up. That shit funny. But we all got our opinions, right? And but one thing about a damn opinion, we all got it. And would the rubber meet the damn road, though, bro? Where does the rubber meet the road? When you're on that table and you die trying to have a baby, that's where the rubber meet the damn road. Yeah, whenever you talking some life and death shit, boom.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I wouldn't even want to push women into another scenario, which would even the illegal abortions. Y'all look at the history of illegal abortions. Y'all see they act like, legalize marijuana.
A rusty hanger in the basement.
Right.
Oh my God.
Come on, yo. Damn. You feel me, yo?
Mm-hmm.
Like, at what point, bro? Like at what point, bro? Like, you can, if you push your shit underground, yo, that's unregulated foolery now. Think about that, yo. Like, marijuana was legalized, but shit, niggas never stopped buying weed. Alcohol was legalized, niggas never stopped buying alcohol. This is America, yo. Where there's a demand, yo, that's going to be, when there's a demand of something, yo, that's going to be production of such things.
Yeah, somebody going to feel it.
It's America. We are like we're in China, yo, where they shut the whole shit down. It's America. Somebody gonna get paid. Shit. Nah, bro. I'm saying you can't stop it. That's my point. Yeah, we must have made a good argument. You know, they quiet on the settlement, huh, Shaq?
Yeah, they said them regulating women's bodies with federal laws will open up the floodgates for them to do things like forced vaccinations.
What? Man, I don't respect that. No such thing as forced vaccination. They don't force you to get vaccinations in the United States.
No, he's saying the legal precedents. Could that open up, you know what I mean? Because all they need is precedents.
Nah, they don't need to force you to get a vaccine. They just say, nigga, you can't work here. That's enough. Yeah, I don't want to run all around the damn, all around the mountain for it, but okay. Point duly noted, man, but I can't believe. And what got leaked, Chef? It got leaked that they was going to overturn it? Is that what actually got leaked or something like that?
I don't even follow that shit.
Oh man, yeah, that's something we can't stray away from, yo. Where the hell the women at? It's Mother's Day and you ain't going out yet till you hit about 2:00. Shoot, 2:00. Unless you got to be in church, yeah, but some people go to church.
Yeah, they definitely. American Dream was trying to get in here. He was going to derail your whole argument.
Who?
American Dream. He clicked off though.
He probably was going to agree to that. Shit, I'm just trying to go. What man is standing in the way of a person making a life and death? This shit is on both ways. You know what I'm saying? Like bringing a life into the world and risking your own life to bring a life into the world. So I ask you, Chef, can you make a person risk their life for anything?
Nope.
Can you make a person do that, bro? Get my point here.
I'm with you.
Right. You cannot make a person make a choice, force them into a choice of their own life. Though you can't make a person do that. You can't make a person risk their life for nothing at no time. Because that's the only thing you got is your life.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you're gonna tell a woman, yeah, you gotta have that baby. We ain't even get into the other factors, the nonsense of it all, that the parents of a person that raped a woman could actually sue the woman. Like, what the fuck is that? We ain't get into all that. How ridiculous shit is. Now, you feel me?
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, like it's like they ain't even caring about women. Like, get out of here with that. And this is Mother's Day, yo. Right? I always felt like every day was Mother's Day because you ain't got no breaks off. And every day is Father's Day because you ain't got no breaks off. But fucking Father's Day don't start until a guy going, quote unquote, Homo sapien enters the world. Yeah, you're looking at about 7 months where you really get a Homo sapien in the womb. And at that point, you know what I'm saying? It's a fully grown baby in that stomach. That's why they don't even allow that to occur. They don't allow you to do that. American dream. What say you?
The dude Megatron said, "Have fun in hell,
That's the problem. Men made hell too.
He said, "Have fun in hell."
Yeah, that's the problem. Men made hell too. It's the problem.
Definitely going to hell. You go bust hell wide.
Yeah, it's a man-made what? Man-made place.
American Dream, what it do? Speak on it, bro.
And in here.
What's up, y'all? Peace.
Peace, peace.
It's interesting that y'all would have a conversation about abortion on Mother's Day. That's interesting. And I'm not surprised that I'm not surprised that y'all are pro-choice, because I think only pro-choice people would choose to do that. And you know, I'm not sure. It's like it seems kind of disrespectful to the idea of being a mother and to mothers because women choose to go through that because in some aspect being a mother is kind of seen as the epitome of being a woman. And I don't think, me personally, I don't think there's I don't necessarily think there's anything more I don't want to say, virtuous in terms of something that women strive to be, in terms of, I don't think there's anything more virtuous for a woman than being a mother. And just to have the conversation on Mother's Day, when the Supreme Court made a judgment, or the leak that went out. So there was so many opportunities to have the conversation, but to choose to do it on Mother's Day, I think it's a little bit kind of, we could do better than that, I think.
Well, let me ask you this. You said you don't think that there is anything more virtuous that a woman can do versus the choice of being a mother. So that's the most virtuous thing that you feel a female can choose to do, right? So on the flip side,
I did say, I was looking for a better word than virtuous, because I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for, but
well, whatever, find the word. I'm gonna give you a couple seconds to jump.
I mean, I would go with virtuous. I would say the main thing that separates a man from a woman, and if womanhood means anything, it's the ability to if women can say there's one thing women can do that men cannot do, the one thing that separates men and women is the ability to have a baby. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, it's the epitome. I think maybe that's a better word. It's the epitome of what womanhood is the ability to bring forth life. Okay,
so you just defined the epitome of femininity to a woman.
Yeah.
All right, so
if you don't have no babies, you ain't a woman.
No, he said it's the epitome. They're still women. So let me ask you. So what is the epitome of being a man then?
You gotta have a child, huh, bro?
Well, the epitome, I think, of being a man is being able to provide for his child and the woman as well. But I think the epitome of manhood is that of provider, more so than anything else.
All right, so let me ask you this. What if a woman can't physically have children, right? Do you think that, she could be a woman who can't have children can still in turn be a good mother. Can you agree?
Hold on. Freeze that,
Hold
Chef.
on. Hold on.
Freeze that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, freeze that. Don't ask him that. Then ask him. Let me make this point. Being a man and being a woman actually has nothing to do with motherhood. A man and a woman, when they choose to have children, then that's part of the whole scenario. So a woman can be great without children. That's nonsense. Like a man can be great without children. That's nonsense. So you being a man or you being a whole woman and a whole man doesn't depend on you having kids. Now, if a man and a woman have kids, right? For you to be a good man and a good woman, you must take care of your kids. No self-respecting man and a woman denies taking care of their children, right? And so the point is, like, the epitome of a woman ain't the fact that she had a baby. It's the fact that when she does choose to have a baby, that she takes care of it. That epitomizes motherhood.
And if that's true, and if that's true, why is it that on Mother's Day you would choose to talk about abortion, which is the absolute other extreme of women taking care of their babies? It's just women choosing not to take care of a baby. They're like, I don't want to take care of a baby, and so that has nothing to do with motherhood. So I'm just like, I'm just wondering why you would have a conversation about
you don't gotta be long.
And women choosing not to be mothers on Mother's Day. Like there may be something more appropriate.
No, you actually brought it up. You ain't had to go long with the question because you said it 5 times. So I hate the newsflash. Mothers to make the choice whether they want to continue to have babies and have abortions. So mothers do that too. Mothers not only have babies, first time mothers have babies, right? And mothers that have babies make choices to have abortions based off they feel their ability to take care of the baby. And based off of circumstances, that women should have the right to make that choice. So the question of Mother's Day is the celebrating the mother in all her choices. Whether that choice be I decide not to have this baby, or whether that choice be I decided to. So we don't have to hide that conversation. I think it's a beautiful day to celebrate motherhood. And see, motherhood is making the good hard choices, brother. That's my point.
Yeah, but it sounds as if you want to make it more. When you have a conversation about abortion on Mother's Day, it's as if you want to more celebrate the women who chose not to be mothers, and that's all I'm saying. It's like it's just weird that you would do it on Mother's Day. It's just really weird that it's as if and the only reason you would have the opinion that you have is if you just feel like.
Did you say celebrate? Did you just say celebrate? What? It's not my job to celebrate mothers making a choice to abort a child. Like, who does that? Like, obviously, you've never been around a woman that had to go through those things. Obviously.
That's what you're doing if you're talking about abortion on Mother's Day and you're supporting abortions on Mother's Day.
I'm not. So now you're saying am I supporting abortions, or am I supporting the woman to make a choice on her body, her health, her mental health, her well-being as a person? Which one am I supporting, bro?
You're supporting abortion. You're supporting a woman's choice to kill a baby. And the way you're doing it is by saying it's not a baby.
They're not killing the baby,
exactly.
bro.
You say it's not a baby,
bro. They're not killing the baby.
What is it?
It's not a baby. It's not a baby.
What is it?
It's not a baby.
At what point does it become a baby, Ankh? At what point does it become a baby?
When science says it.
When does science say so?
You should know.
No, you should know because you're the one making the
statement. No, I should know.
Stop making
because
statements
it's not my
that you know are not
true. Well, let's answer it. Hold on. Let's get the answer.
You just said it's not a baby.
We understand the first trimester. We understand the first trimester. Hold on, we understand trimesters, brother. We understand. I'm saying is
when does science say it becomes a baby?
I'm saying, but it don't
not a baby. When does science say it becomes a baby?
I am telling you.
Hold on.
Let
me get the answer.
My discussion is. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
You just said it out your mouth.
Hey, brother,
you just said it's not a baby, so they can kill it. But you can't say when it becomes a baby.
Let him get it. Hey, Unc, let him get it out. You got more time to talk than him anyway. Let him get it out. Go ahead.
You can get it.
Right. Unc wants to be able to speak out of both sides of his face. Right. He wants to say it's not a baby, right? And he wants to. He's the science defender, and he came in saying science, according to science, it's not a baby. So I'm asking him, according to science, when is it a baby, Mr. Science Guy? And he's here refusing to answer that question. That's how you know he's talking out of both sides of his face, and he wants to just simply disrespect the idea
this
of
we're gonna
motherhood.
do. This we're gonna do. This we're gonna do. You want to turn the conversation into a scientific conversation of a wisdom. I wouldn't give a fuck when it was. It's the woman's choice, my nigga. That is my point. Whenever she
So with
chooses to
9
do
months,
so,
what about
science
9
will
months
Hold
in the
on, he let
belly?
systematic
you.
and
Hey,
figure out
hey,
when it
hey,
was and
hold
when it
on.
wasn't. It's
American
still her
Dream, he
choice.
let you
It's
talk,
not.
so
See,
let him get
American
it out.
Dream. You one of them dudes, right? You one of them dudes, right? That think you got the choice in. And ain't nothing happened to your body. You ain't making the choice to live or die, because to have a baby is a life and death situation on the behalf of a woman. But you want to make that decision. You want to take an already marginalized community, right? Black women, right? And take more rights away from them because
Now all of a
you the
sudden
guy.
having a baby
You the guy. No,
is
you the guy that think
self-defense.
it's disrespectful to
Unc,
talk about the
now,
reality of that. So that my point
Unc,
being is
are
a
you saying
woman,
having
I
a
am
baby,
saying, listen, I'm
are you
saying
saying
that a
abortion is
woman has a
self-defense?
choice to make a choice in what she wants to do. And we should listen to what the woman says, not you. Because you don't
Are
have
you
no
saying
baby.
having a
You don't
baby
carry
can
no
be,
damn
are
baby.
you
That's
saying,
the point. So you
Unc,
don't, I'm
Unc,
saying that you don't have that choice.
Unc,
And I'm done.
Unc, are you saying that having an abortion can be seen as self-defense?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying
You
the
said
women
women can
have a
die
choice.
you said women can die giving birth, and that's why some of them choose to have an abortion. So I'm
I didn't
asking you,
say that.
are you
I never
saying you can
said that.
look at
I
an
said
abortion as if it's
that's a
self-defense?
possibility. I said
It's
that dying
possible
is
that it could
part of.
be
I
self-defense.
said that dying is
So
part of
women can look
childbirth.
at
Is what I
so
said.
are you saying so you're saying women can look at having an abortion as self-defense?
You're saying that. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how
That's
you
what you just
characterize it.
said, bro.
I've made my statement. You ain't gonna throw me into a
Right.
trick question. That's self-defense. No, I'm saying whatever the choice may be, it's not our choice. That's the
It's not
point.
whose
Is it
choice.
It's
self-defense
not
though?
men's choice. It's a
Right. It's
self-defense.
her
Yeah,
choice. It's the
it's
woman's
self-defense.
choice.
Yeah. That
It's the
sounds crazy.
woman's
It's
choice whether
self-defense.
or not to kill a baby.
Yo, this nigga
It's a
said,
woman's
is
choice
Kill
it
a
whether or not
baby.
to kill a
Oh,
baby
self-defense?
shit, man.
because
And no
the
one
baby could kill
characterized,
the woman. So
man,
you're
I'll
saying
kill a
it's
baby. Oh, you
self-defense.
bananas, man. You made that up, man.
So
That's
you're saying,
crazy. You just made that up.
no, Unc, what you're saying is crazy. You don't even think about what you're saying half of the time. Half of the time you just say, this is what science says, and half of the time you really aren't really clear on what science says. That's why I'm asking you, when does science say becomes a baby, Unc? If you can answer that question, then you can really support your idea that you're not killing a baby. Hello, Unc?
Where you at? I just need to, hey, you just asked a killer question. And I need Unc to answer that. Unc, he asked you, is abortion self-defense? I need an answer.
Right.
What you say is
In
abortion
Ank's view,
self-defense.
hey,
I just
Ankh, let
got,
me ask
man.
you this question, Ankh, let me ask
I'm
you this
done with you.
question.
I'm done with you, bro.
Have
Why
you
don't you
seen a
ask the woman
fetus?
that? Nope. Nope.
Let me
I've
ask
made my
Seth this
point. Hold
question then.
on.
Seth,
Listen.
let me ask you a
Listen, I've
question,
made my
Seth.
point. Let Sheffrin answer the question. Yeah, I've
I'm not
made my
talking, I'm
point.
speaking,
We
let
need
me
to get
ask
some
Seth a
women on
question
here
then.
and let you tell them what they
I'm in
need to do with their
tears.
body, what they do with their
You need
vagina,
to get,
what they
you
do with
need
what
to
they
get
gotta do.
women,
You need to
women
talk to them
on your
about that, bro.
panel. You need to get women on your panel on Mother's Day to talk about why abortion is good. Shame on you, Ankh. You should be ashamed of yourself for that. Well, I'm telling you as a man, I can call in as a man on Mother's Day, and this makes me more of a man than
So
you,
what? So
because
then,
I'm calling in
why would you?
as a man on Mother's Day to defend
Let me
motherhood.
get this straight. Let me get this straight.
You can cut
So
me off
now,
all you
so
want,
let me
Ankh.
get
You
this
can cut
straight.
me
So
off all
since
you
we
want,
throwing
but
the
the
check
point
this
is
out, since
made
we throwing the
well.
shots, right? Hold on. Since we throwing the shots, I didn't characterize what kind of man you was. But at this point, I think you're a bullshit ass man, right? To try to tell another woman
You
what she
just
do with
made
her
it
body.
clear
That's
what
the
type of man
bullshit.
you
See,
are.
that's the bullshit
You just
factor.
made it clear what
See,
type
you're
of
not
man
even a
you are.
man. See, a man
You're the
wouldn't do
type of
that.
man
See,
who
a
on
man
Mother's
wouldn't do
Day
that. A
want
man would
women to
support a woman
call
in
in
any
and say why
situation, no
abortion
matter
is
what
good.
day it is. See, it ain't got nothing. See, every day is
On
Mother Day,
Mother's
my
Day.
good nigga. This is the point
On
of it. Every
Mother's
day
See,
is Mother Day,
now
my good
every day
nigga.
is
Just
Mother's Day.
because we
You got to
decided
say
to
that
celebrate
nonsense to
Mother's
make
Day on
sense
a
to
damn
yourself.
Sunday don't mean that's necessarily Mother's Day. Every day you raise
Now
your
all of a
kid
sudden every
is
day
the
is
day of
Mother's
a
Day.
mother. So you're not getting me
See
with
how
that.
you make excuses for yourself,
The
Unc?
crux
Now
of the
all of a sudden every
conversation
day is
is
Mother's Day. Now all of a sudden now in order to really make an excuse for the nonsense you're doing, you're going to say every day is Mother's Day.
You ain't give me them
This
controls
is
so I can mute
funny.
this idiot out. Yo, get them control. I'm black holding real quick. Give me them controls. Let me show you how real men do. I'm gonna keep arguing with you.
Yeah, that's how a real
I'm
man
keep
do.
arguing with you.
Mute people that
I
you
ain't got
don't
arguing with
agree
you.
with.
I didn't say first of
You're too
all.
simple. This is
I
easy,
said
Unc.
I'm
You
saying
should be
your
ashamed of yourself.
characterization of the conversation. One, that abortion is self-defense. I don't know where the hell your crazy ass got that from. Two, that on Mother's Day you can't talk about it. Get out of it. You can talk about it anytime we feel like talking about it. And it's not disrespectful because it's a woman's choice. That's never disrespectful. I'm disrespecting women. Shut up. I'm not disrespecting mothers. Only a man would think that abortion would be disrespectful. Come on, man. Not a man, but a half man.
And that
Who think
means
he
you're
can
not
decide
only
when
a man
and where a
thinks
woman
it's
should do what they need to
disrespectful,
do.
you're not a man.
Get out of here with that nonsense. I'm gonna tell a woman I think it's disrespectful.
Well,
Now
hold
it's
on.
disrespectful to talk about.
Hold on, both of y'all, hold on.
Let's
Both of y'all
continue
go to
having the
timeout.
conversation. I dare you.
Hey, American Dream. Both of y'all go to timeout.
No. Yo, give me the co-host though.
You've been had the co-host. Relax. Listen.
Oh yeah.
So what I'm
Good.
saying is we are at a point where we all can learn something, right? So he asked the question. I'm joking about his abortion self-defense. That shit that caught me off guard. That was fucking
right.
hilarious.
Like what?
That was brilliant, American Dream. I ain't gonna lie. You fucked both our heads up.
Like what? I couldn't believe you said self-defense. That's some bullshit. That's some old
Ankh still doesn't seem to
white
get it,
bag
right, Chef?
office veteran.
Ankh still doesn't seem to get it, so you may have to explain it to him
I'm
along with the other stuff you have to explain to him.
No, we at a point where we can learn something. You asked, when does it become a baby, right?
After the first trimester, somewhere in there.
Okay, so now we can learn something.
In there.
Now y'all can frame y'all arguments around, that's other than the emotionalism, y'all could actually frame y'all arguments around something that's tangible. Clicked off.
Well, you can know that what he says is not a scientific response because he says in the first trimester, somewhere in there. He has no idea what he's talking about. Somewhere in there is not a scientific response, Chef, and you know it.
Somewhere first trimester. We can look it up.
There is no way that people are going to tell you
when it becomes a baby.
A fetus becomes a baby.
Yeah,
There's no, you can't tell. Here, Chef, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Can you tell exactly when an infant becomes a toddler?
When an infant, I think it's a gradual stage far as wise when they start to do certain things, they become toddlers. Like when they're able to roll over on their stomach.
Can you pinpoint the very point?
No, it's certain things that they're able to do at the toddler stage that classifies them as a toddler and not an infant anymore.
Right. So listen to me. What I'm saying is a baby is not an infant, right? An infant is not a toddler. A toddler is not a teenager. A fetus is not a baby. A fetus is not a baby, but they're all humans. All of it is human life. Right, Chef? There's no way. I don't know about you, Chef, but I have never seen a fetus develop into a table. So anyone who's here saying it's not a baby, it's as if they think it could be something else, like magically that fetus could develop and become a chair. Every fetus, it's a baby. It's in a particular stage. That's like saying a baby is not a human being. A baby is a human. A fetus is a human. They're all human beings, and you're taking a human life, whether you want to admit it or not. And all I'm saying is, why are you having this conversation on Mother's Day? Why on Mother's Day y'all choose to have this conversation? And why can that not be found to be disrespectful to mothers?
Brendan in the chat said that it is an actual argument that is abortion self-defense. He's saying you can look it up.
You just made it clear that it is. If you're saying women could die giving birth, and so in order to prevent from dying, they'd rather have an abortion, you're saying it's self-defense. I don't understand why that's difficult. They're killing that baby so before the baby kills them. That's what they think. The baby trying to kill them. And then when you look at it, right, Chef, in honesty, what percent of women die in childbirth? A very, very, very small percent, right? And even if, let me say this, even if people were to say, okay, we're only going to do abortions, but only for people who are at risk of dying, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm absolutely sure Ankh would say, nope, you got to do it for everybody, even the ones that aren't at risk of dying. So that's how I know this argument y'all keep throwing about, oh, a woman could die. It's just an excuse. It's just an excuse. If less than 1% of women die given childbirth, how can that be the reason you okay for the other 99% to do it? You just have no valid reason why a woman should have it. So you go to the one where hardly anybody ever they die. I don't know nobody ever died in childbirth. I don't know about you, but the percentage is too small for that to be the rationale.
Nah, I don't know nobody personally that died in
Hardly anybody does, Chef. So all I'm saying is you cannot make that the reason why it's okay for everybody. That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but hold on. But they do have statistics to show that African American women die at a higher rate at childbirth than other groups in America. So it actually happens. I just
Okay,
don't know
so
nobody who
right,
died
instead
from
of them dying at a rate of less than 1%, they're dying at a rate of 1%, but it's still an insignificant amount. The conversation that we should more be having is why is it that Black women are 7% of the population, but they have 40% of abortions. That's more because if we were really responsible people and really wanted to be talking about Black mothers and Black motherhood, and we're all about Black African power, why aren't we talking about why most of our women are killing our babies? Right. And if because of abortion, the Black population in America is half of what it should be. But nobody don't care about. All we care about is a woman's choice to kill their babies. That's all we care about.
So let me ask you. It's a good point. It's a good conversation. I don't know why the chat having a problem with this. It's actually a good conversation. Like, it's crazy. Y'all don't like good conversations, but y'all like the retarded shit.
That's why I don't pay attention to the chat.
So
That's why I don't pay attention to anybody in the chat. Like, I more respect people who rather come in and talk.
All right, so check it out. So the when does the fetus become a baby? Your argument is since it's a gradual change.
My argument is we have no idea. We will never know. And so to be on the safe side, we got to say conception.
Okay, where you at? You the biology evolution guy.
No, Unc just be fronting sometimes, yo. Unc be defending science when it's convenient to him. When science is inconvenient, he doesn't want to talk about it. He just want to overtalk you. The same way, it's the same deal with, him being an atheist and him being a scientist. Like, atheism is not a scientific position, but he plays it off as if it is. It's not. You know what I mean? You can't be an atheist and also a scientist, and you cannot be defending abortion and also be saying you're doing it on the grounds of science, that it's not a baby. That's not scientific.
So you you on one on Unc today. You on all his arguments. Let me see.
I'm saying, man, this one. My main beef, to be honest, Chef, is like on Mother's Day. Like, it's not like I'm not open to the conversation of abortion. Like I'm saying, when the Supreme Court had this thing, right, I was like, I'm sure pseudo killer's gonna be on the abortion talk. And I'm like, and then on Mother's Day? Come on, man, on Mother's Day. And Ankh only wants to hear from, only people Ankh wants to call in and come on the panel are women who are pro-abortion. On Mother's Day. Fuck out of here.
Why did you choose this topic on Mother's Day and then you jump off? Get back in here, Unc. You got answer. You got some answering, because I can't answer these questions for you, bro. You feel me? I can't answer these questions for you. He got American Dream got me in the corner. You feel me?
But I'm saying, Chef, I'm sure you the one that typed up the title. I'm sure he ran it by you first. Was like, yo,
Yeah.
Chef, Mother's Day, let's go on abortion. What you say?
Right.
And you was like, all right, let's do it. I'm like, at some level, y'all got to be like, come on, man. On Mother's Day, come on. Mother's Day, abortion on Mother's Day? That's disrespectful to every black child that was ever aborted.
How you figure that when I guarantee you there are women who have children, right, and are good mothers that had abortions also.
Yeah, and
so they are part of the conversation.
For a vast
are they
majority,
not good mothers? Should they not be celebrated on Mother's Day because they had abortions? Then it ties back into your argument.
Celebrate the fact that they're mothers, not the fact that they're having abortions.
No.
Like, why are you bringing up their abortions on Mother's Day? They don't want to talk about that shit. They hardly ever want to talk about the fact that they had an abortion. No woman is openly talking about, y'all have an abortion, unless it's some woman that's just sick in her head or something. Women don't necessarily want to talk about the abortions they've had. They don't even want to think about it. It's like a source of hurt and guilt for them. And for you to talk about it on Mother's Day and want them to talk about it on Mother's Day is like, come on, man. Give them a break or something.
Give the women who have abortions a break?
In terms of having, like, you want them to call in on Mother's Day, like you want that to be, you're talking about women who do have babies and also have had abortions. And on Mother's Day, you want them to not talk about the children they've had. You want them to talk about the abortions they had.
Yeah, it's definitely
on Mother's Day, dog. Save another day for that. Like, create like an abortion day or some shit.
You have a point, but at certain times, certain conversations are definitely need now. Whether it's tactful to have a conversation, right? On Mother's Day, I think that. But since we here, you feel me? It's already out here. So we having it. You dig what I'm saying? So the issues got to get brought out. Like, we can't put the title back under the table now. It's out there. You already feel how you feel. So let's discuss it like we doing. You feel me? Yeah, I agree. Sure. You feel like you feel like it was bad taste to do this this video. I mean, to do this subject on Mother's Day, but
only pro-choice people, only pro-abortion people would do something like this on Mother's Day because they don't necessarily have a respect for motherhood. And I'm gonna say it again. Only people that are okay with killing babies. Only people that are okay with killing babies would want to talk about killing babies on Mother's Day.
So you think you're doubling down that abortion is killing babies?
Yes, killing a human life. You're taking a human life.
Where is you at? He said that abortion is killing babies. I know you disagree with that.
He's probably somewhere Googling first trimester, where life begins, and he can't find it. He's not going to find it. So, I don't know if you're going to see him again. Unless he just comes in to curse me out. Unless he just comes in and just wants to curse me out. But he's not going to come in and address the issue.
Is there any women that want to come on the panel and speak on it? Miss Tiffany?
Why would any woman want to come on your panel on Mother's Day to defend abortions? Wow. On Mother's Day? So why would any woman who calls themselves a woman do that? other than a woman who has no respect for motherhood, who thinks women, being a woman has nothing to do with being a mother, and that they are two mutually exclusive things, and you can be fully woman without respecting the idea of motherhood.
CK, where you at, CK?
Oh no, not CK. Come on,
CK,
man.
where
This
you
can't be
at?
about CK.
I know you have. So let's see where. Okay, here come Brendan. Let's see where Mr. Let's see where
Listen,
childhood
I gotta go
starts at.
finish mowing my lawn, brother.
All right,
So
yo, I appreciate you coming on. Keep listening. So if Unc jump back on, cut off that lawnmower and jump back on it and keep giving them that business.
yeah,
Hey,
absolutely.
American
I,
Dream,
I, I will
before
do
you
that.
jump off,
Hold
I
on,
just had a
Brendan.
quick
Hold on,
question.
Brendan. I'm gonna hear you out, Brendan. But let me just say this to Chef. Chef, like I'm still, since you brought up CK, I'm still blocked in the chat, bro. Sometimes I'll be wanting to ask you to drop a link and I just can't do it. So I don't know what's going on. I don't
I'm
know
gonna
if
unblock
you
you.
know
I'm
what I
gonna
mean, but I'm
unblock
just
you.
still blocked in the chat.
Yeah, I ain't know I'm gonna unblock you. Go ahead, Brendan.
No, I just wanted to ask the brother in terms of his pro-life stance. A lot of people, they lean pro-life, out of, I guess you would say, a religious stance or religious obligation, as opposed to, I guess just strictly protecting the life of the child or the fetus. I would just ask in terms of, the brother American Dream, where does he stand? Is it partially a religious, I guess you would say, conviction that you're pro-life as well, or is it just for the protection of the baby or the unborn?
No, I don't find myself to be very religious. So no, it's just the latter thing that you said. It's just on a moral, from just a moral perspective.
Mm.
I don't think we necessarily need to be religious in order to be moral and to know right from wrong. So no, it's just not from a religious perspective at all.
Okay, cool. That's all I had. I was just curious.
Okay, so that's a good question though. So it stems because most people who would take that line would be, most of the time it would be some type of religious base to it. He's
Yeah,
saying
for
yeah.
sure. And it's not
Sure,
just
because
about.
most people, but I think the reason that is because most people get their morals from
From
their
religion.
religion, and most people tie morals to their religion. And so, even though they're expressing it through their religion, it's also, tied to their morals as well. And if you take away religion, they're still going to have a problem with abortion, I believe, if they just think about it long enough. I don't necessarily think you need religion to have moral values.
Right. And another reason why I asked, because from a religious perspective, it even goes farther or further than abortion, right? It even goes to the I guess the question of, is it moral to use contraception as well, right? As well as, is it moral, right, at the end of a person's life, right? How do you do end of life care for people that are dying, right? When is it acceptable or moral to terminate a life, right? So on both sides of, at the very beginning of the life and the very end of life, right, there's these religious sort of arguments and connotations that are sort of governing these conversations on both sides.
Wow.
Indeed. I mean, you can see it like that, but again, I think outside of religion, you would still have people feeling just as strongly about, and trying to defend the life of the unborn. I think that goes beyond religion.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sure.
Yeah, that's. Hey Cedric, click the link. Maybe you could give a educated answer on the term for when it's a baby, or you know what I mean, when does life begin? I think that's the correct term for the argument, Brendan, is they was having an argument of where does life begin. That's the correct, you know what I mean, if you look it up. So they've been arguing, where does life begin? Does it, is it with the when the sperm hit the egg, or when is it? You know what I mean? So what part of that stage do we consider? Because I think here in Maryland, right, and I know everybody is in different places, but I think it's the same way around the country. I think is 4 months is the cutoff time now for abortion. Right? I don't know if it's the same in y'all part of the country, but I think here is 4 months. So you can't have an abortion. And I think at 4 months, they literally got to have the baby, right? And then they kill it. It's crazy if you wait
They're
that long.
they're actually pushing for 9 months now, Chef.
Wow.
People want to be able to have abortions when the baby is actually, like, just like you just said, like the woman can deliver the baby after 9 months and then make a decision whether or not to keep it alive.
Oh man. Nah, I think that's too far.
Yeah, and keep in mind,
Right,
these,
and that's
like,
what-
we're
and
talking
that's-
about very rare circumstances, things like that. We're talking about places where you have like a birth defect where the child more than likely won't live a productive or won't live a life, you know, more than a couple months anyway, right? These are those. It's very rare that a mother would have a viable, you know, child and then just choose to terminate at, you know, 9 months or anything like that. So
Sure, that may be true, Brendan, but what I'm noticing is that people use the stuff that's very rare to make it okay to do the stuff that's not so, you know what I mean? That's really, that happens frequently. Like Ankh was saying earlier today. 1 second, Denise. Like Ankh was saying earlier today, you know, they ask about the fact of women dying during childbirth. Like, they use that, as rare as that is, that's what they use to say that every woman should have an abortion, whether she's dying in childbirth or not. So the rarity of it doesn't excuse people from just wanting it to be across the board where everybody can get it. You know what I mean? And that's just weird. It's just weird to me. That doesn't make sense to me. You know, it's one thing to make concessions for those rare instances, but to say because that rare instance can happen, then everybody should be able to do it. That's not logical thinking to me. It doesn't make sense.
So the question that you bring up is a moral issue anyway. I'm glad you said that. So whether abortion is right, you're just having a moral argument, and different people can choose what their morals going to be, and you're not the moral police. So I'm glad you said that. You know what I mean? So if a woman chooses to have an abortion, right? I think the main thing that we were arguing is that shouldn't nobody be able to make that decision for them. Now, if a person chooses to be immoral, right, according to your standards, it should be their fucking right. You don't have to agree with it.
Choice. No, they're not making a choice for the woman. They're making a choice for the unborn child. They're saying that child deserves they're saying that woman doesn't have the right to kill that child.
It's not a
so
child yet. It's not a child yet.
Okay, let's say the human being. Is it a human being, Chef? Is it human?
I don't
even. Or could it develop and become a chair?
Listen. I'm trying to work through this with you, right? I'm trying to work through this with you.
So is it human? Is it human?
It's a human fetus.
The same way a baby is a human baby, and a teenager is a human teenager. It's a human fetus.
Yes, it's a human fetus.
Human.
Let's look that up. Like you blanketing all of those things together. Like you're doing a good job with your argument, but at that point you're blanketing too much. Go ahead.
Chef, can a human fetus develop into a tadpole or become a frog?
No, we just called it a human fetus.
No, it's a human. Even at the fetus stage, it's a human. It's not going to develop into anything but a human. The same way a baby doesn't grow up and become an elephant. A baby grows up and becomes a teenager. Like every single time.
I agree. But we're still talking about your morals. It's still a moral.
The morals are we have a moral responsibility to unborn humans. And
Yeah,
because the
yeah.
fetus is a human, it has certain rights as a human being. And we're
No.
defending the rights. We are defending pro-life people, defend the rights of the unborn child. The woman says she should have a right to kill the unborn child. And the woman says we're taking away her choice to kill the child. But what we're doing is we're giving the child the choice of being alive. We're defending the child's right.
Man, if you ain't carrying that baby, yo, you doing too much. For me, that's just doing too much. You feel me? That's
What
just.
about if you're suckling? What about if a woman has to breastfeed? You know, women complain about breastfeeding too. They bite their nipples. Like, do women? If a woman doesn't want to breastfeed, right? If a woman
Right.
says, "Yo, breastfeeding makes my titties hang,"
Right.
I don't want to
I heard that
deal with it.
argument
I want to
before.
kill the baby.
Yes,
Does a woman have a right to kill a baby because it makes her titties hang from sucking on its titty?
Morally, no, that would be completely. For me, that would be. But like again, that's their choice.
Then why does a woman have a choice of killing the baby that's in her stomach because she thinks the baby is going to make her have stretch marks, or because she thinks the baby is going to prevent her from getting a job later on? Why does she have a choice of doing that? It's a human life. You don't get to kill a human being because you want a better chance of keeping a job or getting a job or not having sagging titties or stretch marks. Oh, God forbid I have stretch marks. Let me kill this baby. Is that really what you're saying?
So a man can choose to not show up for the baby, right? Not show up in the baby life. So what's his? So the only thing we have, the only.
Have you know about child support?
Hold on. The
Men
only
can't just
thing
choose
we
not
have
to be there. They get child support. They have to pay child support.
Listen. The only thing we have is a moral argument. That's it. It's a moral argument. Whether a man shows up for his child or not, it's a moral argument. Whether a woman chooses to keep the baby or have the baby, it's a moral argument.
So let me ask you this question, Chef. Chef, you're saying the argument that a fetus is a human, you're saying that's not a scientific fact. You're saying that's a moral statement?
It's a human fetus. I agree.
That's that's a scientific fact. Now, if a fetus is a human being, if you kill a fetus, you're killing a human being. That's a scientific fact. That's not a moral standing. It's a scientific fact. It's not just a moral standing. You're killing a human life.
Oh, that's a deep argument.
Sorry, brother. I disengaged for a bit.
Let me tell you, man. Like, that must be like the non-deepest thing I've said today.
No.
It's a human.
Hey, hold on, American Dream. You're acting like that's not an argument. And hold on, you're acting like that's not an argument that goddamn scientists are putting forth in the Supreme Court.
But it's not. I know I'm arguing that it's not deep. It's very simple.
So what? Then why are they arguing it then?
Because people want the right to not have sagging. Women want the right to not have to have sagging titties. Women want the right to not have to lose a job. They want to have the right to not have a kid because they want to have that job. That's why we're having this conversation, because some people want the right to not have to raise that kid. They want to have the choice of laying up with some dude and getting pregnant, and then after they get pregnant, they want to have the choice of killing that baby. That's why we're having the conversation. It's a really simple thing, but people make it real difficult, and that's why we're having the conversation. But some people want the right to kill a human life.
So let me ask you, do you think abortion should be illegal?
Do I think abortion should be illegal?
Yes. Simple. That was the simplest question, because I didn't heard a lot of lip. So let's get down to it. Should abortion be illegal? I already know your moral stance on it. So should it be illegal?
It shouldn't be legal.
You ain't shit, man.
Don't be dilly-dallying, as Corey would say. Don't be dilly-dallying in pussy.
Well, I'll say this. What the Supreme Court said was that there's nothing in the Constitution that gives a woman a right to have an abortion. And I agree with that. I agree that there's nothing in the Constitution that says that gives a woman a right to kill a baby, and that's simply what what this ruling is about. It's really not about whether it's immoral or moral in terms of in terms of the law. The question is it constitutional? Does the Constitution allow for abortions? And some people have said that yes, it does through some privacy clause, some right to privacy or something like that. But other people that are looking at it are saying no, that has nothing to do with abortion. So that really is the fundamental issue. So my position is that I agree that the Constitution does not provide for a woman to have the right to abort babies.
So now you are interpreting the Constitution. So
no, what I'm saying is that's the interpretation. No, it's not me interpreting it. What I'm saying is that's the interpretation that was just leaked.
So with that said, do you think it should be the rights of the states at that point, right? Since it's not covered under the Constitution, I guess correct. It has no bearing at the Supreme Court level, so everything should be done statewide. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. So the morality only falls on the individual and not the state then. So if the state somehow came up with parameters that they would justify as legitimate to have abortion, how much would you disagree with that? Or is you just disagreeing because you feel like women or an individual shouldn't have that much power? Go ahead.
Well, I do agree that it should be more of a state issue. And I even think it should be broken down into becoming more local issues, because that's when, the people more where everyday people really get to decide on that issue.
So the government can tell you what to do with your body, and not the individual can't make that decision. That in lies all of the argument, but it's a good conversation. Go ahead, keep going.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Brendan.
No, I was, he just went on mute. And again, I always go back to, the old argument used to be, in college, what they tell you. It's like, if you think something sounds odd or off, flip it, right, and see if it sounds, and do the logic that way. So, in terms of like early stage human life, right, if that's going to be illegal and up to the states, right, is it a moral, I guess you would say, a moral issue for terminating an end of life, right? Like, for instance, I'll use myself for an example. Mm-hmm. God forbid I get cancer, right? I basically have terminal cancer. I know for sure, I've got 6 months to live, right? Mm-hmm. During that 6 months, my quality of life deteriorates, and I know, I'm at that latter stage, right? Is it lawful, right, at some point to say, okay, well, I'm willing to terminate my own life medically? From a medical perspective, euthanasia. Right? Is that's the same moral imperative sort of lies with my decision? Well, it's very similar. Those are similar circumstances, I would say.
Yeah, some people would say you don't have a right to end your own life or determine the quality of your life. That's crazy to me. Yeah. I had
sorry about that, Steph.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if I answered your question before, but I just had to say something to somebody real quick. But I just don't know if I answered the question you asked me to your satisfaction.
If it was to your satisfaction, it's cool with me. I can't determine what you know what I mean. But
I mean, I'm just saying I can me personally, I can have a moral position on abortion, outside of whether it's constitutional or not. Like, if my wife wants to have an abortion, then it's gonna be an issue, and it's something like for example, Chef, if your wife gets pregnant and wants to have an abortion and you don't want her to have an abortion, do you think you have a say in whether that child gets to be born or not?
With my wife, yeah, I think, man, I think I would have more sway over the argument, but at the end of the day, the ultimate decision lies with her.
Because she's the one
Yes.
carrying the baby for 9 months.
Yes. Yes, the ultimate decision lies with my wife. As a man, I gotta be able to handle that. Like that. What else could you do? So you telling me?
As a man, I would say to her, "You don't want to raise the baby. You have my baby. Bring the baby. Have the baby. Leave the baby with me, and go and leave."
She can say, "I don't even want to have the motherfucker." See, I don't even want to put myself through that. So you got to deal with that, bro.
Right. I get that. I understand that. But what I'm saying to you is, like, that's how you know that it's something else. Like, it's just, they just don't want the hassle of having a baby. Like, you know, even after they give birth, right? Even after a woman gives birth, personally, I believe that's where the hard work begins. I believe it's harder work on, I don't know what you think about it, but I think it's harder work to raise a child, especially right after giving birth. I think that's really where the hard work starts. So it's as if you're saying, if a woman doesn't want to do the hard work after the child is born, she should still have the right to kill it. Because it's not as if it's not going to be hard work. It's not as if it's not going to take a toll on her body taking care of a newborn baby or a toddler or a teenager. It's not as if it's not going to take a toll on her mentally for the rest of this kid's life, right? So should she, to prevent all of this, why doesn't she have the right to kill this human being that's making her so stressful again?
Wow. That's deep, but you got to look at it from the other. You know,
it's not deep, brother. It's not. Deep. It's very simple.
That's not simple. You
do not have the right to kill someone to prevent prevent a life that you don't want.
You just made light of pregnancy and child delivery. Like it was. You said for you. Chef, see, that's a man speaking.
Chef, you said you feel. I said, Chef. Here's what I said, Chef.
You said I feel like raising a child after birth is harder. You said that.
I said I said that. Right. Taking care of a child is harder than the 9 months you've carried that child and the hours that it took you to give birth to that child. After the stuff that comes after that is way more difficult. And if you want to kill your child to prevent the pain of childbirth and of being pregnant, then what should prevent you from wanting to kill your child to prevent yourself from the pain that comes when the child is the newborn and a toddler? That's painful too and frustrating as well.
All right, so CK, speak on it. Hey, and CK and American Dream, is a new show. Y'all can be civil and have this conversation. What's going on, CK? Happy Mother's Day.
I find this, I would say peace because I do not come in peace. I come in all matter of hostility.
Okay.
I find this very interesting.
Since that's the case, Chef, since that's the case, I'm going to leave in peace.
Don't run, American Dream.
No, don't go nowhere. We still going to have the conversation.
Because I'm coming for you,
I'm not here to have a fight with somebody who comes here
it's a
just
debate.
to have a
That's
fight.
very interesting that you have a lot to say about women and their bodies, but you don't want to be challenged on that, sir.
I didn't say I didn't want to be challenged. You said you didn't come in peace. There's one thing to be challenged and one thing not to come in peace. Then I don't really. I got things to do. I don't really have time.
Yeah, that's okay. Run. Just go ahead and run. Be scared.
American Dream is in
You're such a big, tough, strong man that got a lot to say about what a woman can and can't do with her body. But as soon as a woman steps up to you, now you got to run.
And you're such a big, tough woman.
Like I said, I'm going to try to keep my volume as low as possible because I really want to cut some people out. But I'm going to bring my volume down as low as possible.
You're such a big, tough woman. All you want to do is have the right to kill a baby. You're a tough woman. You're such a woman.
Yes, I am.
And I will say
So,
this as well, CK. You know, I heard your interview. You had an interview with Kofi Paesi, and what you said to him
wow, you
was that
remember that
since
from a
you
whole
were a
2 months
kid,
ago?
yeah, I remember that conversation. I'll never forget this conversation because it made so much sense to me, and it just made everything kind of like it just explained who you are. Like what you said was that since you were a little baby, you've always wanted to be like your father. You've talked like your father, acted like your father, and that explains everything. Like you've always wanted to be a man. I don't necessarily want to have a conversation about
Ooh,
women, about
What the
abortion
hell?
on Mother's Day. I don't want to have a conversation about abortion on Mother's
CK the
Day with a
poet, do
woman who
not
wishes
raise your
she was a
voice.
man.
Ooh,
So
CK the
again,
poet,
peace. I'm
do
out. I'm
not
gonna go mow my lawn.
raise
I'm
your
gonna go
voice.
mow my lawn.
Do not
Chef, thanks for
yell.
having me.
Do not cuss. Do not do it.
Yo, this guy
Breathe
crazy.
in. You know what? I am proud of myself. Anusha would be proud of me. Kent would be proud of me. I shall
Peace,
remain calm.
Why did he
peace.
I
run
shall
though?
remain calm.
Yeah,
Oh man. Soon as a
I
female
shall
get on the panel,
remain
you run.
calm. I shall not raise my voice. I shall not curse. I shall breathe in and out. I shall hit a woo-saw, and I shall hit a what was the one chick did in Ike Turner? Nam
Num
yo
yo
ho re
reggae kill.
go, nam ho yo re ko. I shall hit a meditation vibe. I shall spew all Buddhist rhetoric, and I shall remain calm. Whew, that was hard. I ain't gonna lie, that was hard.
interesting that it would say, "Oh man, this is a very disrespectful conversation to have on Mother's Day." Then commence to have the conversation for over an hour with us.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Remain calm. Whew.
Go ahead, CK. Give us some
I feel
facts.
better about myself though. I really do. I feel good about myself. Aunt would have been like, "Nah, you should have cussed him out, CK. You should have cussed him out." Nah, but I just wanted to. Well, I do have peace from my good brother Sheffrin. Thank you, good brother Sheffrin, for starting a very interesting show with our followers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always good to have good brother
Brendan.
Brendan here as well. I do think there's a bit suspect to do this conversation on Mother's Day, but hey, fuck how it turned out. I did miss a part of the conversation. I was washing my hair, feminine day.
Okay.
Ooh, Lord, I don't even know where to start. Like this dude, like literally just tried to psychoanalyze me live on air. What is this bullshit, son? Just because I admire and love my father does not mean I want to be a man. Like he was a very important figure in my life. That doesn't mean that my mother was not. That doesn't mean that I don't want to be a woman all of a sudden. But shit, if you really want to talk shit, I can see why some women want to be men because shit, if I could pretend to be a man for a day, I can, make decisions for women about their bodies and tell them, fuck your feelings, fuck how you feel. I could walk into a room and everybody just automatically respects me and does what I say just because I'm a man and I got a deep voice and I got big muscles. So shit, why not? Why not? Since he wants to take it to that level. But to get back to the lovely topic at hand of abortion and Roe v. Wade, I first of all think it's very questionable that we are really using, I'm gonna just call it like it is. American Dream was definitely spitting white supremacy talking points, specifically talking points from the Republican Party. That is something that they say. These people, they want to go back to the old way. They want to go back to when they were in charge, they were running shit, things were operating under their jurisdiction and how the way they want things to be done. These people are hyper religious. They are evangelical. They are fanatical. They want to inject their religious beliefs into law. And these people are in political positions all throughout the US, and they have already started implementing these laws that they want to put in place that is based on, yes, their religion. And the problem that a lot of people don't realize is that they don't see where this is going. Yes, today it'll be abortion, but tomorrow, what's going to be next? And then people try to reassure you, good brother Sheffrin, that, oh, Sheffrin, they're not going to go after other Supreme Court cases. They're only focusing on abortion. They think abortion is bad because you're killing a human being. They want to get rid of the right for gay people to marry because they don't think that that's godly. They're not going to stop there. These people, yo, I'm telling you, they are going to go after all those Supreme Court cases that they do not like. There are Supreme Court cases that are not codified into law that directly affect Black people. Directly. So you see what these white supremacists are doing in these different states. They are already putting bans on critical race theory, some shit that's not even being taught in schools because they do not want Black history taught in schools. Really, they don't even want your ass in the schools with their kids. I got a video I can drop in the chat right now. People in the chat, all you got to do is ask, because I already threw it in a server, where a Texas governor says that we should, after we are done with Roe v. Wade, he said that we should remove the Supreme Court case that says that every child has a right to public fucking education. These crazy ass, pseudo ass, racist, fascist motherfuckers are not going to stop with just Roe v. Wade. They are white supremacists. They want to have their supremacy back. They want their privilege back. And they see it slipping away. They see the Black people coming up in power, the Black people getting money, they getting jobs, they becoming CEOs, presidents. We are doing better now than what we were doing in the past. They see all these damn people coming into the country that ain't white. These motherflowers are scared and they are not voting Republican. The younger white generation, they are not down with that white supremacy shit. They are not comfortable with it. They are not down with it. They are not supporting it. They are more supporting of Black rights. A lot of them, shockingly, yes, or even in support of Black people getting reparations. You wouldn't be shocked. You would be shocked. And they feel their privilege and power slipping away. So this is the response that y'all see going around you. So I know I've been talking for a minute, so I'm going to end with this, yo. There are no laws.
Can I ask you a question, CJ?
On, no, the fuck you can't. There are laws. There are no laws on the book that are controlling. There are no laws on the book that control a man's
the
body.
sister finish up.
I'm almost done. And really, no, I got a beef with you.
From the question,
but you are like I was saying,
from my question. I have a question for you.
No, I'm not answering no questions from you. I'm still finishing up my little monologue.
I thought you would run, Chef. Now who's running, Chef? You see
really? Anyways. Now, like I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted, and I'm still being interrupted and cut off.
Go ahead, keep talking. But
in regards to abortion, in regards to mother flipping abortion, there are no laws or rules on the books that controls a man's body or reproduction. None of that. There are none. But you have white men that are trying to control women's bodies and what they do. And that is not okay. And you have coon-ass Black people supporting these people because they are Christian and they want to uphold their religious belief of pro-life. But I put real fucking money on it. I put $1,000 on it. If we get to asking these same pro-life people about the death penalty, they are okay with that shit. We get to talking to these same people about our military literally funding weapons and training and starting coups in Africa where people are being killed, women are being killed, men are being killed Children are being killed. They don't give a fuck about that going on over there. Our government is funding weapons and training to Israel to commit apartheid against Palestinians. People are dying over there. No one fucking cares. Our government is also supporting Saudi fucking Arabia. They are committing genocide, literal fucking genocide against the Yemenis. No one fucking cares. When it comes to America, you want to force all these people to have all these kids, but you want to take away the welfare. You want to take away the food stamps. You don't want to make child care affordable. You can ban abortion all you want. People will still have them. It just won't be safe. And if we get to pulling up statistics on how many women died during childbirth, you will be fucking shocked. If we get to pulling up the statistics on how many women are hurt or die using contraceptives, you will be fucking shocked. Women have everything to lose in this situation. Men have nothing to lose in this situation, yo. Women should have a right to decide if they want to have a child or not. You don't get to control that. And guess what? If you try to, she's going to take that fucking control and go do it any fucking ways. Stop supporting white supremacy.
So I can ask the question now? 1 second, dear. I can ask the question.
You can ask the question. I'm not sure if the sister is prepared to answer it, but go ahead. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, I mentioned earlier that Black women are 7% of the population, but they have 40% of abortions, right? So I'm wondering why CK thinks that white supremacists want Black people to have more abortion, more children instead of less. What's wrong with these white supremacists? Why don't they want Black people to kill more of their babies? CK? And actually, and the interesting part, right, is that these people that are against abortion, right, they actually say abortion was brought about by white supremacists. These people in charge of eugenics, the Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, a known racist and white supremacist, and a part of their plan was to put abortion clinics in Black neighborhoods. And look what's happening. Black women are having more abortions than anybody else. But somehow, the people that have you having all these abortions are your friends and have your best interest at heart. But the ones who are saying, no, it's not right that y'all are killing your babies, they're the ones that are against you and want the worst for you. CK, can you make that make sense to me?
Yo, there are other ways to kill people besides abortions. You know what I mean?
Does that mean you can't make it make sense, CK?
Wait a minute, like, did you not want me to respond to your question after you came off extremely rude and disrespectful to me earlier?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, CK. Make it make sense.
Make it make sense. Yo, no one's forcing anyone to have abortions. Well, actually, you know what? Let me take it back. The men are the one that are forcing the women to have abortions, because I guarantee you, I probably can find it if I take some time, step away from the panel and go pull it up.
I'm asking you about white supremacy, CK. I'm asking you, how is it, why do white supremacists want us to have more babies? Why do these white supremacists, why are these white supremacists against Black women having abortions? Why do white supremacists want us to have less, I don't understand what you're saying. That's
it's a work in progress. Stand by.
Supremacists.
Stand by.
White supremacists. Why do white supremacists have a problem with CK and her friends killing Black babies? Why aren't white supremacists rooting you on? Like making more clinics in your neighborhood?
Like I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted after being asked a question that apparently I'm not allowed to respond.
You got to answer the question I'm asking you. It's like a really simple
question. Okay, I could just not answer your question
if
you prefer.
Go ahead.
Because I shall remain peaceful despite the fact I am hostile today. These same Republicans that want to ban abortion, their states have a higher fucking abortion rate than these other states that allow abortion. Let's get that straight. These same hypocritical ass men, by the way, are forcing these women that they are sleeping with, having kids with, having unwanted kids with, their mistresses, their daughters. Oh, you had a kid by a black dude? Nah, you getting an abortion. We ain't gonna tell nobody about this. We finna jump over to this liberal state and you getting this abortion. Now, in regards to why, I think that is just the way that question is framing is just stupid, yo. There
I'm
are other
sorry,
ways to
CK.
kill people.
I don't know what the point was that you just made. Can you be clearer on what the point you're making just now? Because I don't understand what you just said, or what how it apply. I just didn't get what you just
Okay,
said.
the whole point of what I just said is that they're fucking hypocrites. They are hypocrites. They are hypocrites. They don't follow their own laws. They don't follow their own laws. They are hypocrites. They want to pretend they want to control women's bodies and then turn around and have the women get an abortion when they want to anyways. So it's like it defeats the purpose.
Saying they're against
now,
abortion.
in regards to black women, yo, there's other ways to kill women, yo. Look at, for example, the water condition in Flint, Michigan, the water condition in Mississippi. A lot of people have gotten sick and died off of the contaminated water there. We have extreme gun violence in our communities. That is another way to kill black people. Guess what? They dump drugs in our fucking communities, and we also sell it. You said how can I make it make sense, right? So that's my response. You don't have to agree with it.
Less sense to me. Like, are you trying to make it not make sense? Like, I'm so confused now.
I mean,
you're talking about
to someone of your level of intelligence,
I'm asking you about women killing babies, and you're talking to me about the government killing women. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, CK.
The point of the matter is it doesn't matter.
Since the government is killing women,
it doesn't
women
matter.
Should have a right to kill their babies.
A woman can get an abortion. Yo, American dream. Women are getting abortions right now as we're on this fucking panel, and you have no fucking idea that they're doing it. The fact that they're getting an abortion has nothing to do with your life. It doesn't affect your paycheck. It doesn't affect your house. It doesn't affect your children. It doesn't affect you having a job or not, you making the money or not. It doesn't affect you at all. And guess what? If the woman wants to have a baby in the future, she can do that. She can do that.
Hold on. Are you
and guess what? The world won't stop.
If I stand up,
there are children dying right now. Our government killing people right now. Police officers are killing unarmed civilians in this country right fucking now, and we don't even blink our eye.
People die every day, so women should kill their babies. Since people die every day, women should have a right. Yo, that is
I just want you to have the same level of vigor for those situations than you do this, yo.
I'm saying, like, if
it seems like you care so much about an unborn life, but when the life is born, you don't give a fuck. That's my point. That you're a hypocrite.
Car crashes, so women should be allowed to kill their babies. Let's welcome the other two people on the panel. Let's welcome. Hey, hold on. Let's welcome our two other people on the panel right quick. Let's welcome.
Yes, American Dream.
Yep.
I'm just gonna say this last thing, Brendan.
In this suit, we just welcomed two additional people on the panel. Peace, Miss Tiffany.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this last thing, and then I'm gonna go on mute so the other people can speak. Brendan, I'm just gonna say this, my dude. It doesn't fucking matter. A woman can have an abortion today and you will never know. And guess what? 10 years from now, she can get pregnant again and decide to keep the kid. Life still goes on. The world will still go on. People are still having a bazillion fucking kids today that they cannot take care of. So that means I can't think it's immoral? So that makes it moral. I don't give a fuck what you think. You just don't have a right to tell me what I can or can't fucking do.
I can't tell you.
Christians right fucking now want to kill gay people. Christians right fucking now want to stone women for having sex outside of fucking abortion. You can think and believe whatever the fuck you want to do, but you're not finna put no laws in place telling me what I can and can't do based on your religious belief. Your father again,
CK, you're talking like your father.
My father.
CK, at some point
you don't even know my fucking father, and I'm dead fucking serious, yo. You bring my fucking dad up one more fucking time, I'm gonna cuss your bitch ass out, and I'm gonna tell Sheffrin to kick your ass off. I already don't like your ass. I already don't like you on our fucking platform because you full of shit, and I am trying to make sure that I do not raise my voice.
Yeah, for sure.
I am trying to make sure that I am not being mean. But I'm dead serious. I don't like you. I don't know why the fuck you come around here. You are a black fucking white supremacist, and I do not care for you, yo.
Yeah,
Leave my fucking family out this
take a
shit.
woosah moment, CK. Please.
I don't even
That was a
normally
great.
talk about my personal life or my family. I just did it in that one fucking interview, and you're hyper fucking focusing on my personal fucking life. This is why I don't talk about my personal life. I don't talk about it because I get people like you that hyper focus on shit and try to make something out of nothing, that try to use it as a way to bring me the fuck down. You are not for your people. You are against your people, because all you've done since you've been on this fucking panel is try to put me down, is to try to put me in a negative light. Fuck you, my dude.
All right. So we got two additional guests, Miss Tiffany and Nasut. What do you guys think about the conversation, right? I know you got a bit heated there, but this is one of those polarizing conversations. That's why they always called it abortion is a wedge issue. It puts a direct wedge politically in between the two political sides of the spectrums. So, I think me and you, Miss Tiffany, we had a conversation about this same topic over on Unbiased channel a few months ago, right? About abortion and the rights of the father, rights of the mother, and all this stuff. But welcome to the panel and happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. I just wanted to say to my sister CK, I just really wish I could reach out now and just, offer you some comfort, because I empathize with you in this moment. And I'm on my way to spend the day with my mothers. I don't really have time to banter with someone who is clear.
You empathize with unborn children.
Where is Sheffrin? Is Sheffrin here?
Yeah, he's here.
Because I got
him on mute.
Thank you.
I got him on mute.
Yeah, so I empathize with you, sis. So I just wanted to offer this. I was actually speaking about this on Bias's panel the other night as well, Brendan. Mm-hmm. And I think the notion of why our quote unquote enemy, quote unquote white supremacists would benefit from us having more babies. I mean, to me, it's simple. It's, you have to have an underclass that's going to be available to do certain type of labor, right?
Right.
So if you see your class that's been privileged for so many years, dying out, so to speak, I mean, it would seem that you would go to whatever measure to have more of your people be born over the course of the next 50 or 100 years. And also on the other side of that, it would seem logical that you would want another class of people to continue having children so that class can continue to be the labor force. Right? It's because you got to have different, in terms of socioeconomic, everybody can't be on the same level. So for anyone who is wondering how, it may benefit white supremacy for more poor people to have children that they can't take care of, I was thinking about it, and perhaps, I don't know all the data. I haven't done the research. I'm just using common sense. Maybe at the bottom line, how when you're in a business, you have a budget line. So maybe the bottom line of welfare and whatever social services that have to go to take care of these children that are born into these poorer classes, maybe at the end of the day, it's worth it to them, because those that particular privileged group can continue to be privileged.
So, I'm sorry, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, just a second.
What do you think of that, Brendan? Because I'm not going back.
And what I'm trying to do, American Dream. If I put you on mute, please respect that. Don't come off mute, because let's give a couple of the other panels an opportunity to speak. Okay. Just out of respect for the panel, sir. Thank you.
Because Brendan, you deal in finance,
right?
In money. So what do you think of that notion?
In terms of in terms of abortion being a lever of population control there, This is a way to increase population. If you feel like your privileged group, less of you are being born. Yeah, I really think it's more of a religious thing. I'll give my point of view, and then I'll let you give your point of view, American Dream, and then we'll move on to Nasut. But in terms of, for me, I think it's more of a religious thing. I think people are steeped in their morality, whether they want to call it religion, they want to call it morality. That's what I think the whole the crux of the pro-life piece is, right? Anytime you really talk, people that are generally pro-life, they're generally, I guess you would say, more conservative, right? They will be generally more religious. I'm not throwing a blanket term, but I'm just saying, in general, right? That's in my perspective, that's what I think it is. I think it's all religion based.
And you don't think money has anything to do with it? You don't think a privileged class continuing to be privileged has anything to do with it at all? It's just all religion?
I would say this in terms of, like the privileged class being able to, are you saying that they would like to have control over the less privileged people's, I
No,
guess,
we're
ability
saying, I
to?
think CK had alluded to
Mhm,
that there's less of them because when you're educated, you tend to have less
mhm.
children.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. Yep,
so
that's.
if
Mhm,
white folks that got money are having less kids, and then they're making immigration laws a little bit more open, right?
mhm.
You don't think there may be a fear that there may be less of them 100 years from now, and we need
I
to do
think
something
I,
to
I
know
think
that?
the privileged and the people who are powerful, they're going to be powerful no matter what the numbers are, right? At this point,
Okay.
right? I think in terms of, if, and you can look at it at how everything is today, right? You have, there's a very small 1% of the population that controls the overwhelming majority of the wealth and political power, right? So, I don't necessarily think they're as concerned about, population. It and
The share of the
yeah,
wealth.
right. They're more concerned about power and their influence as opposed to that. And the people, and I would add this as well, Tiffany, the people who are concerned with either pro-life or, all that stuff, they aren't the same people as the wealthy minority or the super privileged. I would say they aren't consumed with this issue.
Okay, so then how does it benefit them to have more children born in poor classes? It doesn't benefit them, or it does?
I don't I say I don't
Can
necessarily
I
think
respond
it's.
to that?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Thanks. Because she says that the reason they want Black people to not have abortions is so that they can bring up the Black population and so they can have more people to kind of oppress. And so, I just wanted to ask her if she feels that the fact that 77% of Black women are having 40% of abortions, or is she saying that we can look at that as Black women's way of fighting against white supremacy? Is a Black woman having so many abortions, is that the Black woman's contribution to fighting white supremacy?
Well, actually, I'd never say anything about Black people. I said poor classes of people. And no, to answer your question, no.
No, and it wouldn't make it, like, because it sounds as if so are you okay with the fact that 40% of all abortions come from the Black community? Are you okay with that? Or in your head, do you say, no, 40% is not enough because there's still too many Black kids being born, and we're just having these Black kids being born into white supremacy, and we should kill more of our babies? Because it sounds as if that's what you're saying, that we
No,
shouldn't
I'm
have so
really,
many babies because it's feeding white supremacy.
well, I'm really clear in my speech. So if I wanted to say what you said, trust me, I would have said it verbatim. So I'm not
But what I'm
saying it
telling
at
you, it
all.
sounds as if that's what you're saying.
Well, I'm
And
sorry.
for you to
If
say,
that's what you get from it. Definitely not what I'm
for
saying.
you to say, we can look at white supremacy allowing, wanting Black babies to be born,
I
right?
never
For you
said
to say
that.
the reason, that's what you said. You said they wanted more. You said the reason they
Please
want
mute
more Black
him.
Yeah.
babies to be born.
If the
I
the
never
the
said that,
sister
Brent.
the
I
sister
said
said she
poor
didn't say it.
class
She didn't
of
say
people.
it. Let's
I'm
not do
not
that.
going back and forth with that
So
man.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're trying to have some
Don't
constructive
mute me for that,
dialogue as
bro. You
well.
know I was
Hey,
right.
hey,
You shouldn't mute me for that. I
hold
was
on just a
right.
second. Yo, let's see, because what I would like to get Nasuit's input. I would like to, because they've been sitting patiently. Nasuit, you got something to add, sister, brother? I don't think they're on here. I don't know if your mic is working. Maybe not. All right, go ahead. Oh, let's bring him off mute. You can come off mute, brother, if you want to add something.
I did want to apologize to Sister Tiffany. Because when you came in, I didn't say, hey or peace to you. I'm sorry, I was hot and
You was in the
focused.
middle of battle,
So,
but sis,
It's
you
fine,
was
sis.
yeah,
heated.
so I want to
You
say
fine.
peace to you, my good sister.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Good. I just want to come and offer you some support.
I would say this, right? In terms of just, I guess you would say, just purely talking about the abortion piece, right? I would like to have a transition in terms of, we like I say, we talked about this over on Bias channel, Miss Tiff, and we were talking about, hey, is there any condition, or should there be a condition where the men in the relationship could say that, hey, where is the men's rights in the whole, I guess, situation in terms of bringing a new life into the world, right? I just I can give an anecdotal, I guess, situation where, you have a man and a woman in a relationship, both of them agree. They say, hey, we're not ready for children right now, right? The man and the woman, they agree at some point, right? If, the woman's stance may change, right? And the man, stance stays the same. Hey, I don't want children. It's, loud and clear inside of a relationship. Boom, something happens and a child is there. Is there any, I guess you would say, a legal, I guess you would argument to say, hey, where's a man's right within that relationship to say, hey, I don't want to be held legally responsible for bringing a child into the world?
Men don't have that right, and women
Today
don't
we
want
don't.
men to have that right.
Today men don't have that right.
And
But
then
my question,
the reason men don't have that right is because women don't want them to have that right. Women do not want men to have the right to say they don't want to take care of a child. But women want the right to say, not only do they not want to take care of a child, they want the right to kill the child. Like, it is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. And this is like, if this isn't women's privilege, I don't know what is.
all right, we
So
just
you're
got
mad?
brother Unks back in
You're
the
mad that you
building.
got to pay child support?
Can I post something?
Let me know when I
For
can
sure.
get it.
Two things.
For sure.
I think there have been
So
some documented information about, I think, Japan, like they have such a low birth rate that they may be trying to figure out ways for more children to be born because, societies need people. So that's just to kind of piggyback on what I had said before, because societies need people to make their society run. And then as far as men's right, I don't know, maybe we'll come to a point where consent has to happen. Like if you are going to, I don't know, I guess that's something that men would have to fight for, that if you're going to lay down with a woman, then you sign some paperwork. I don't know if that sounds crazy to y'all, but I don't think that should be completely off the table. That if you lay down with a woman and she gets pregnant, if you sign a consent form and she signs it, then I guess
it comes down to a legal obligation, right? There's a
right.
legal
That's why you
obligation.
have to have a legal paperwork that says that maybe, if it happens and you are agreeing that I don't necessarily want to have a child, so I don't want to be held legally responsible if you decide to carry this baby to term. What do you think about that?
Let me know when I can get in.
Nasut,
Man.
I know you want to get in here. Nasut, you said you wanted to get in just a minute and for a bit.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, you said hold on or go in?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Peace.
Oh, okay. I just want to say peace and happy Mother's Day to all the women. I look at the situation from a different point of view. I look at everything as it pertains to Black people from a strategic point of view. I look at abortion. If abortion was so great, and when they passed that ruling down in the 70s, if it was so great, why was the only group of people and why was it so marketed heavily to the Black community? They pushed abortion communities in the Black community. They made it a badge of feminine power. And they push fertility clinics in white communities. You got to look at stuff from strategic points of view. They're bringing in Mexicans, tons and tons of Mexicans every year. We're the only group of people in America that our population did not grow for the last 20 to 30 years. We don't have a growing population. How does abortion benefit a people who's on a decline? It doesn't. We've been accepting things that is not native to us, that's not in our best interest. We accept homosexuality in our community. That does not benefit any community. How does homosexuality benefit a community if that's a right that's going to help a community grow? It doesn't. So the question would be is, how does abortion help our community when we're the number one community that's using it, but everybody else ain't? Mexicans definitely ain't getting abortions like any other people because of their religion. Like you say, religion purpose. They're definitely, they got the fastest growing population. And with population growth, you do get power. That's why white people have been fighting to keep our population down. And that's my whole point of it right there. Well, I see my little add on as far as the rights and should be legal or not. I really don't, I don't care to legislate shit, but I just will hope that black people will see that certain things ain't in they benefit, especially with what's going on. Now, if you look at black people as a whole, what's going on with us, we losing.
Let brother Unc go in for a minute. He looks like he's sharing the screen. And peace sister Monica.
Hey, peace.
Happy Mother's Day.
Peace and happy Mother's Day. And thank y'all.
Yep, for sure.
Hey,
Monica,
man,
if you want to go in after Unc, go ahead.
No, I really want to let the women speak, man, and I wish I would have heard what Miss Tiffany was talking about. So, yeah, you just get your man with the American flag on top of his head, man. He changed the whole conversation, right? Start making a mockery of the whole process. So, if Monica want to say something, I'll get in after her.
Hey, peace. Thank you, Unc. Peace to CK, Sister Tiffany, and any other sister out in the chat. I just think I always think these conversations in general very interesting on many people's standpoint. A lot of times, when I think about this topic in particularly, I always wonder if those who make such strong opinions about it ever talk to the women who would actually offer that information of why or why not they make that decision in the first place. Because a lot of times, people come off really harsh on a subject that could be kind of really sensitive to some women who get put in situations. I think that to generalize why women of any ethnicity, culture, whatever you want to call it, make those decisions, to generalize why they make those decisions is kind of unfair sometimes, especially when it comes to this. I know a lot of people know I'm in the community, and we mentor young girls or women in general. And some of the situations that women get put in that actually make those decisions, it could go one of two ways. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine, you guys probably seen on the news, a young girl, I think it was last year or the year before, out of LSU, who jumped the bridge. Her backstory, it was a friend of mine's daughter. Her backstory to that was that she got pregnant. I won't like to say it like that. She got pregnant with her and her boyfriend was going to have a child. One of the parents, the mother didn't really agree with it, encouraged her to have an abortion. The child couldn't take it, went into depression, and she jumped off the bridge. Have another young girl that just committed suicide at Southern University. Sometimes y'all might want to consider who's encouraging who. I heard some people say that, or heard CK definitely say that, men encourage women. I've heard that a lot, out the gate. It could be a lot of what Miss Tiffany was asking Brandon the question about. But it's so many different parameters around why one would actually make that decision, or why it would actually be offered in the first place, that I think that men in general, and even those individuals who make these strong opinions about it, y'all have no idea. You could point the finger at the woman for the decision because she is the one that's making it, because she's the one that's carrying the child. But I always ask, wow, I wonder if men and women could carry a child, if they would have these same strong opinions and how you come off. Like, really, kind of consider your conversation. That's all for now.
Hey, Mo, that's man. Appreciate that right there, Mo. Yeah, see, and that's my whole point there, Mo. So let's not just act like a woman on her own makes a decision all the time. You get mothers, we all know it, let's stop the game. You got mothers that have young daughters, they be 15 years old, 14 years old, and they be like, don't have that baby. You know, we had better things for you to go to school. It's pressure across the board. Like we're gonna act like that don't go down in the black community. We're gonna act like it's racism, white supremacy to make a nigga get an abortion. You know what I'm saying? No, it's factors period across the board, yo. I'm saying without all of the fake American guys backstory of complete foolery and all the mixing up and self-defense nonsense to derail the conversation. I'm saying at the crisp of what we're talking about is, man, that's a damn choice for the person that's at a crossroads where they could potentially lose their life or bring in life. That's on them. And if they so choose to ask for advice, right, from their significant other or whatever, then that's their choice. And I'm saying, yo, like get them people their damn choice, man. So at the end of the day, we live in North America. We don't live in China. We sure as hell don't live in Russia. Man, if a person want to get a damn abortion, they're going to get it, whether it's legal or illegal. I'm saying I'd rather have a situation as a man. I'd rather have that situation regulated, because if an abortion does occur, that does not mean that same woman cannot decide to have a child later on. Anybody that's a father know that a woman from time to time goes through miscarriages. And we all know what that shit felt like. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's part of the whole deal. So abortions, miscarriages, that's all part of the deal. No, the black people aren't going to be eradicated off the planet Earth and all that. There's a lot of things that occurs around us. So come on, man. Like, the men at a certain time, man, a man just got to support the fucking situation and don't be a bitch, you know what I'm saying, and try to put their voice over a woman's voice. That's my whole point.
And you know what else too? Let me make another point about these other women that we think is not doing the same thing or have that statistics. Remember this. I'll put this behind your head, especially those who ain't never traveled and been nowhere. Those women. Let's start with some of these I don't want to call names, but anyways, some of these individuals out here is taking certain precautions that you don't get the statistic on. You know what I'm saying. I don't want to be too graphic about it, but a lot of other women who you think is not doing what black women are not doing or doing it. The problem is you're not in their circle. How many of you are in white people's circle, Mexican women's circle, Chinese, and God forbid, some Chinese folk can't even have a certain amount of kids, but you're not even in those women's circles. I challenge you one day just to be a fly on the wall, if they allow you to sit in amongst a diverse women's group, and you'll find out. It ain't, trust me, the statistics that hit the market might say we're the only ones and we at a high number. But how many of these white girls or Mexican girls are getting killed before they even can, when they find out that their sister, their cousin, or whomever is pregnant? How many of them don't even hit the scene because they done got killed before they can even come out? Like, you have no idea what's happening in the street amongst women. You just think because somebody gave a statistic and you think it's all our people. Baby, listen, I used to give Bible study to a group of Filipino women when I was in Iraq. They'll rock your world with the type of stories, what happens to them. But you think just because the United States gave a little statistic on black women and abortions, that it's just us. Man, get your knowledge up, but get real knowledge. Don't get what you should be read in a book. Get on the ground, put boots on the ground amongst women groups, and you'll find out. You'll find out if it's just us. Y'all like to give praise to these other women, but oh my God, let me get up.
I want to chime in. So there's this thing going around that's saying that since 1973, 50 million black babies have been aborted. I don't know how true that is, but let's just say that's true. Now, we all know that, our people who are in poverty suffer. So for people, like, I'm pro-choice completely. So for people who are like against abortion, I'm trying to rationalize, if those 50 million babies were not aborted in our community alone, how are people thinking we're going to be better off because of that? Because I don't think so. I think that one of the things that we suffer from is lack of education. And I think that in terms of people having pregnancy as responsible as possible, education has to be a part of that. That's kind of like a part of the abortion. That's actually, that's in the conversation. But I just think that more education is needed so that there are less unwanted pregnancies to begin with. But to take that off the table completely, I just don't think that's in our best interest. And then, like Ankh said, he said there's many reasons why women have abortions. One thing he didn't bring up, but the sisters know and the brothers know, sometimes it's the brother that'll pressure the woman into having the abortion. I don't never hear men talk about that part. So,
that was a good point, though. I don't want to cut you, but that was a good point in terms of in terms of quality of life and stuff like that. Because it's actually statistics in the reverse saying that family planning actually improves the quality of these communities as opposed to the reverse, right? And not having just and having children where in a way that's uncontrolled. So that was a great point.
Exactly. And my last thing is, do you think that if there was a situation where people were more incentivized, educated people who were more incentivized to have children, that would be a plus? I'm talking about financially, because as our world is going, it's increasingly more expensive, to have children. So a lot of people are opting out because of the expense of it.
Mm-hmm.
So those are my points. But that point about brothers encouraging the women that they get pregnant to have abortion, we already know that happens. So let's not act like that don't happen either.
Yeah. Like I do regret not bringing up some of the things that the rest of the people on the panel brought up, like in regards to the financial situation, because it isn't just white supremacy. I can't remember the article that I read, I want to say last year, probably beginning of last year, that was talking about how the younger generation that they are not having children like that. And a big role in it is, finances. Like the price of everything is going up, but your pay is staying the same. Most people, young folks, we can't even afford to get a house, We in crippling debt, we in crippling student loan debt. Why would you want to bring a kid into this world and have them be poor and in debt right along with you? So some people are choosing to just not have a kid or choosing to just have an abortion. You know what I mean? So it's more than just one thing. It's a lot of different factors. And some people, have mental health issues too, and they know that they don't want.
Let me.
Yeah,
he just cut it on a woman talking because he don't give a fuck about what a woman's saying. See, he one of them bitch ass niggas. That's the point. See, it's the bitch ass niggas all the time. Man, let them women speak, man. It's their fucking body, yo. Simple as that.
A baby is not their body, Unc. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you dumb?
Nigga, so she stopped feeding the baby. What the hell wrong? I'm supposed to just say fuck it.
I dare you to
baby can't walk the fuck up and get no food, nigga.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I'm not taking them one of your dumbass questions. Let me go to my source.
Of course not, because you're a
coward.
Stop
pretending like you care about children, dude.
Let me go to my source.
All you want to do is come in
Man,
nigga,
I can yell if I want, nigga. Now, nigga, I can yell. I'm going to my source. I'm going to my source. Look, listen, nigga. Your mother's a coward, nigga. Your mother's a coward because she gave birth to a goddamn coward. Now, on Mother's Day, nigga, your mother's a coward. Now what? Now, how about that? Now, shut the fuck up. How about that? So, here we go.
Which one of us is the bitch, Which one?
All right, well, I ain't gonna call
brother,
you.
Don't come off mute. If I put you on mute, don't come off mute,
man,
brother.
Fuck off.
Nigga, the source. Yeah, all right, nigga. Just come off mute for a minute. Chill out. Calm down, nigga. It ain't even that heavy. So right here, I've heard. All right, man. I apologize to your mother on Mother's Day. Relax. I can take that on Mother's Day, yo. I can take that on Mother's Day.
Hey.
Yes.
Ready to go?
All right.
He's hot.
So here we go. We got it right here, real quick. We got the position right here. It's right here. It says it. It says it right here that this has been happening since ancient times. I'm just going to show you that. So the first documented evidence. Here you go. The first recorded evidence. The first evidence of induced abortion is from the Egyptian Igbo papyrus. Eber's papyrus in 1550 BCE. So this is not a modern problem or a modern thing, man. Man, human beings been doing this since the beginning of time, And it was a brother that talked about, well, homosexuality, this ain't for the community. In reality is there's always been a certain amount of people that practice homosexuality amongst Homo sapiens sapiens. That's part of being Homo sapiens sapiens, a part of the community going to do that. The same thing with mixing with other quote unquote races. We know it's not a race. A certain amount of population is going to do that. So a certain proportion of the population is going to do what? Abort their children for all types of goddamn reasons. So at the end of the day, right, the situation should be put in the hands of one, the professionals, the scientists, but at the end of the day, the final decision has to be made by the woman because it's her body and she's the one that could be put in a situation to lose her life. And I'm done.
Just to piggyback off of what good brother Unc just said, the same people that try to use the religious argument as to like why you don't think you should quote unquote kill a human being, like they condone abortion in their own book. In the Bible, for example, it talks about like if a man feels like a woman has been unfaithful, they'll have her drink, which I'm assuming is some type of poison, but like just enough to not kill him. It would cause them to basically lose the baby. You know what I mean? Like people will make excuses like why, they think it's okay or not okay or whatever. But like we've been saying this entire time, like, yo, like if the woman wants to do it, fine. If she don't want to do it, fine. You men that do not want to, pay for child support, that sounds like not necessarily a black issue, but a male issue. Y'all should get together, get the activism and go to these politicians and try to get, child support removed so you can be happy.
All right. So we got dead air. Any brother in the suit, you got anything you want to add to, brother? I don't know if I think we've covered just about everything we can on this particular topic, unless we got some additional. I don't know where Chef is. If he's got something to add.
Just be fair. I say just be fair in the information and don't make it solely on, a finger pointing type of deal,
And you know what's interesting about this whole conversation, right? This whole thing came about. I guess there was a leak about the Supreme Court was discussing. Right. I don't know if they were deliberating, but they were discussing, their views, potential opportunities to overturn Roe v. Wade, and I think that's a prime example that all of your rights, all of the things that are on law today, right? You can't take those things for granted, right? Right. Any of this stuff without vigilance, right, can be overturned, changed, right? There's a lot of precedents where societies move forward, but there's also precedents where societies move backwards, in terms of law. So these things, CK just mentioned it. He's like, hey, a lot of these places they're ripe for activism. If the men think they want to actually put forth their argument to say they need some type of legal recourse, and for the women as well, right? It's like you can't take your rights and all these things that are on the books for granted.
Oh yeah, because as soon as it becomes something, it can actually be changed. Yep, depends on who's in power and how much firepower they have behind them, or support they have behind them.
For sure.
Or whatnot. But what? One of the other things too, like people, they'll get real testy about the abortion thing, but then they'll get real testy about, okay, if the lady does have it, let's say it's underprivileged, speaking just in that category, does have the child and they have to get assistance, then they upset because the girl got assistance and she got to get on Section E and she got to get, steps, and they can't move in because she living on assistance. Like, which one you want? You can't have it both ways. If she decided to keep it and she's underprivileged, she's going to have to get help.
Right.
Sister Monica.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot. I wanted to say that I apologize. I did not say peace to you.
Oh, you're fine.
Well, you came in earlier, so I appreciate you coming up on the panel and chilling with us for a little bit. But I just wanted to add on to what you just said there too, as well. That if y'all remember when we were going through COVID, from 2020 all the way into a decent part of 2021. I mean, technically, we still in a fucking pandemic. Yo, do y'all remember the articles that were coming out of regular people complaining as to why they didn't want to go back to work? One of the biggest reasons was childcare. It's like, dude, like we can't afford to pay for, the kid to go to pre-K or afford for the kid to go to this place or that place. They just couldn't afford it.
And remember,
so a lot of people wanted to stay working at home. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. But you can chime in.
And remember the summer's coming up. So you coming off what is this to be the first summer? This is the first summer since the unemployment funding, having all these dollars and things like this. So and most people aren't making what they made last year with what they were bringing in. And I have two younger cousins that I'm gonna have this summer, and I went looking at some camps, and you talking about $180 to $200 a week, and you talk about people making minimum wage, so when they're not in school. And that's why it's important, if you got good programs or good people with good nonprofits trying to do good programs in your community, get behind them so they can get the numbers, so they can get the grant funding, so that you can help each other out. Because yes, okay, you're right, that's super, super important. Like who's gonna help her with the child care. I don't bash no men in reference to child support or anything. I'm just saying we got to make these babies still got to be cared for. And at the end of the day, they making it very different.
I just feel like we wouldn't even be in this. We wouldn't be in this conversation if just people leave people the fuck alone. We wouldn't be in this conversation. Who cares if she gets an abortion? If she wants to get one, fine. If she don't want to get one, fine. The world will still go on. Nothing will change. Nothing is affected, yo. Now, she decides to keep the baby. Okay, if your problem is, the man now got to pay child support because they're not together or whatever. Okay, then y'all need to do your little activism and get these politicians to remove child support. So now the woman has to find a way to take care of that kid without you and without your help.
And the biggest
problem solved.
With the abortion thing, I think the number of individuals who are doing it because they probably can't afford it is I don't know. I don't know the statistics, but it seems to me,
the rich folks, they can afford to get an abortion.
Yes.
They can afford to go to the liberal states or go to Paris or wherever the fuck they want to go to get an abortion. But black people, they can't afford to get no abortion like that.
And then,
you know what I mean?
Woman
it's like, we got kids all over the place. Most black people I know, they got a gang of kids.
Right. And the ones
we do not have a shortage of black people, son.
Right. And the ones who it affects the most is the ones that have to make that medical decision and need that insurance. You know what I'm saying? That person, seems like to me that law overturn or turn, it affects the person who has to has to plead with the insurance or plead for the medical portion of it to make those decisions. I think a lot of the individuals who are just marching for religious purposes and other reasons, that demographic, it doesn't really affect them the way it does the person that's sitting in that hospital room have to make the decision whether it's her or the child, or whatever medical parameters that's around those decisions. I think that, when you're having a conversation, you really got to consider, okay, that might not even be affecting you in your backyard. I mean, I just shared a story on how it affects us in our backyard when you're pressing in one way or the other. Just got to be careful on where the conversation is going and who you're having it with. So especially when you're on a panel, you're on the panel with your sisters, and you probably know how that junk hits home one way or the other. you know. But I think that when it comes to those medical decisions and the insurances and things of that nature, I think that the some demographics of people get uh get passes and certain rights that you don't allow these situations
Yeah,
to
for
be
others.
fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
Like
I when
the decision is between the woman, her
yeah,
doctor, and whatever they decide to do in the doctor's office. And
I
won't
remember
none of us know that shit is going on, and she don't tell nobody.
right. I
Nobody
remember
will know.
the LGBT when the insurance and they allowed them to add them as a partner. So I was like, hey, you know, I should be able to add my boyfriend to my insurance then. You know what I'm saying? If they can add each other, then I should be able to add a boyfriend. They're like, nah, it don't work like that for you. but you could add, but she could add a girl or he could add a boy. But I can't add, oh no, yeah, man. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, that ain't
That's a
right.
good
You
point.
know?
That's a good
You just,
point.
yeah,
Yeah,
it is. You
yeah,
know,
for
it's
sure.
things like that.
I guess that's a matter of just laws being changed and adjusted
Yeah.
to like account for life partners
Mm-hmm.
that are not married in the traditional sense of the term or whatever.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a
Yes.
topic I debated in college, right? It was they didn't necessarily frame it as an LGBT argument. They were saying, yeah, exactly what you were saying, Miss Tiff, is like, hey, you know, if you're not married, right? Like for instance, if you're working for an employer, you're paying a lot of money for those benefits, right?
Yep.
What if me and, you know, my significant other, you know, even if you know she's a woman, he's like, hey, we're not married, but can I take advantage of the benefits that I pay for just because we're not legally married? You know, why? What's the big deal with that? You know.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have a question. American Dreams back on the panel, and this kind of alludes to one of the statements that CK mentioned earlier, right? And we were talking about, and brother, you can come off mute if you want. Yeah, we just chopping up, going back and forth. No big, no big thing. We don't have to be so abrasive, right? My question is a sanctity of life conversation as well, or a sanctity of life question, because CK mentioned it was, she said that the same people that would be so gung ho and pro life, right, may or may not be so against the death penalty, right? So I would ask,
I
where
think we need to
do
change
you?
that to anti-choice, Brendan.
Yeah, yeah.
We need to
I'm
stop
just
saying
using the
pro-life. We need to just start saying
I'm
they
just using the
anti-choice.
language. Yeah, I'm just using the language that's out there. So I just want to. I'm just interested, in terms of the brothers' stance there, and even like you mentioned that which was even a better question, CK, that you asked. What about in like armed conflict, right? Because within the framework of saying that the sanctity of life, you can always say, well, a person that's subject to the death penalty, they've been found guilty of something, right? So their life is no longer covered under the sanctity of life conversation. But what about in armed conflict, right? Is there a moral perspective or a line that you won't cross there as well? I just asked that question.
Well, I think you kind of answered the question in terms of equating someone who's committed some type of crazy atrocity to be on death row, to try to equate that with an unborn child that's just innocent. The fact that we kill someone who's a mass murderer, for example, does not mean that we should also kill an innocent unborn child. I just don't see the connection. And to CK's point, if we're going to call people anti-choice, then we're going to also have to call other people anti-life. So we can have it either way, I guess. I think I answered only one of your two questions, Brendan.
What about the armed conflict piece, right? There's no
I'm not
innocent
sure
or
what you mean by
guilty.
armed conflict. What do you
War.
mean?
War,
A
taking
war?
taking life, right? Is there any moral, I guess you would say, precedents where taking life is acceptable, right? Because we're talking about taking human life, right?
Sure, but again, we're kind of equating in this like everyone who goes to war on some level is making a conscious choice to do so, and they know that they're putting their life at risk whenever they like a police officer. Every day they put on their uniform, they know they're putting their life at risk. The same way when people choose to go to war, And you know, innocent unborn babies are not making a conscious decision to be aborted, or they don't have a say in that at all. So I think it's kind of like an unfair you know, inference to make. I just don't see the connection.
No, and the reason why I ask, there are people
It's
that take those
completely fair.
stances. That's why there are people that take those stances where they say there's absolutely no circumstance where someone would have the right to take a human life, right? The sanctity of life is covered no matter if you're a murderer, whether it's an armed conflict or any of that, right? Correct me if I'm
Right,
wrong,
but that's
CK.
not.
There
But
are
that would be.
those
There
are
may be.
political stances. Yeah.
There may be people who take that position, but that's not the position of the pro-life. That's not the pro-life position. The pro-life position is defending the life of an innocent unborn child, and that innocence is a major part of it. So you know, we can't really equate them, and I just don't see the connection.
Yeah,
So
for
people want to
sure,
make,
for
Of
if
sure.
people
course,
want to make that
that's their way
argument,
to
they
escape,
can, but I just
Brendan.
don't think it's
No,
just not the pro-life argument.
no, I'm not saying that is their argument. I just wanted to get you
Brendan,
on
it's like
record
I
in
said
terms of
earlier,
what
Brendan.
was your stance, right? For sure.
Once the person is born, they do not give a fuck. Once they are born, they do not care. That's why I say they ain't pro-life. You ain't pro-life.
Wait, but once your baby is born, you can't just kill it, CK. What do you mean they don't give up? Like, it's still against the law for you to kill a born baby. Like, what do you mean they don't care? You can't kill a teenage kid. What do you
Dude,
mean
you
they don't
just
care after
excused
that?
away fucking war. You just excused away a gang of
I
people
said if
dying in
people
a
I
war,
said if
son.
people who go into a war are adults that
Oh, that
make a
you can't really
conscious
compare
decision that they're
that.
going to join the
Uh,
military. Yeah, you cannot compare that to an unborn child
what are
that's not
you
making a
talking
conscious
about?
decision to be
Our
aborted.
government drops bombs and drones in other people's countries. And you don't bat an eye. These corporations within our own fucking country are dumping shit in our water, son.
So
Like
you're
there are
saying so
actual court cases where people have gotten cancer and gotten all kind of shit and died, yo.
But did you
Like I said, people
understand?
only
Yep.
care. They just want to control people's bodies, but then boom, once the kid is born, you don't give a fuck. You don't get WIC, you don't get welfare, you don't get no type of assistance.
CK, can I ask you a
Nah, we ain't
question?
trying to help you with no child,
But
no child
American
CK,
care.
can I ask you a
Nah, we
question,
American
don't
CK?
dream,
care.
but in American
Hold
dream,
on,
just in
Brendan.
terms of
Hold on, Brendan. I
but in
really
terms,
want to ask
I
CK a
just want to
question.
frame the
Please
conversation
please
just a
let me just
bit.
ask CK a
I
real quick
will,
question.
but do you kind of understand what we're saying? We're trying to frame it around the sanctity of life conversation at this point, because yeah, so we talked about abortion. Let's talk about the sanctity of life piece a bit.
Correct. I mean, yeah, you know, you're equating an unborn child with two nations at war. I don't see the connection. I just don't. At some point, nations make consciously enter into wars, and nations at war defend themselves. Like, a nation at war and people at war have a right to defend themselves. An unborn child does not have that. It cannot. So how you're equating them, an unborn child is not attacking anyone, and an unborn child is not defending itself. It's just, you're just killing it. And I just don't see the connection you're making, and I don't see any type of connection with the two. And I think that anyone who's making the two is just, it's just really a weak argument, if you ask me. The question I do want to ask, oh man, I wish I would make me ask my question. CK, let me ask you one question, please, because you said it's just men wanting to control your bodies. Outside of abortion, CK, can you tell me one other instance where men control your body?
I would have to think about it. Probably is.
Absolutely. The only time that,
Oh
if
yeah,
men
actually,
were
you know
really,
what?
if
Yes,
men,
I do.
here's
I
my
do.
point.
I got one.
Go ahead.
I got one. Rape.
Go ahead.
There you go.
Rape,
Rape.
but women rape men as well, right? Would you say women who rape men are trying to control their body?
Sure. Sure. Why not? You asked me a specific
Okay,
question. You
so
said, "Hey, are
outside of,
women controlled in other
so
ways?" Women have only had the right to vote since like
right, so
what,
you're saying,
the early mid-ish
when a
1900s.
man rapes a woman,
I have to look up the
you're saying
exact
when a
date.
man rapes a
Like
woman,
we've
he's trying.
only recently started to
So
get some
so
type of control and some type of autonomy in this country, at least. For the majority of fucking history, women have been used as
Right,
just
so you're
straight up
saying
chattel and property, passed around.
right. So
You
you're
got to marry
saying
this
men.
person. You got to
So
have
you're
this
saying
person's
men who
kid.
want.
Oh,
CK, I'm trying to ask you a
um,
question, CK, because I want to keep the conversation moving.
you got to
CK, I'm trying to
it
ask you a
doesn't matter how
question.
young you are. Boom, we're
CK,
giving you this to this
CK,
person as
don't
a
be
gift.
afraid of the question I'm going to ask you, CK. Don't be afraid of questions. They're just questions.
Why would I be
Don't be,
afraid?
because you're talking while
You
I'm
asked me
trying
a
to ask you
specific
a
question.
question
You
and you're
said,
like
hey,
trying to
are
avoid
women
the question
controlled in
I'm
any other
asking you.
way? I said, yeah, women are raped. Oh, are men raped? Yep, men are
Okay,
raped
so
too.
now I'm going to ask
Okay.
you another question. Are you suggesting that a man who opposes a woman having an abortion is somehow it's the same as that man raping her?
What? I don't
Are you
understand the
suggesting
question.
you're saying it's the same control
I hear your question. I just don't understand.
of your bodies? Are you saying that men who are okay? Are you suggesting you're saying that a man, another way that a man tries to control your
Did I say
body is
that
by
though?
rape? Yeah, you said rape. No, you're not trying to be honest, CK.
But like,
Like
why
you
do
got
you
to
do
try and
that?
have
Like, why
honest
do you like
conversation.
insert?
Why do you do it? Why are
No, I'm
you
just saying,
doing
why
it?
do
Like
you
you're
insert
saying.
what people aren't saying and then saying, oh, that's what you're saying? Why do you do
I'm
that?
asking you, CK. I am asking you if this
Why
is
don't you
what you're
just take what I
suggesting.
said and just take it as that?
Okay, then I'm trying to tell you how I'm hearing it. What I'm hearing you say is people who are against abortion, men and women, might as well be rapists. And if that's not
That
ridiculous to
seems like
you,
a
I don't
false
know what is.
equivocation there, sir.
Whatever. That's the equivocation you made. So you tell me,
No, I
and I'm
didn't
trying
make
to
that.
tell you that
You
it's
made
false.
that. I didn't make that.
You did.
That's your
You
false
said, no, I have
equivocation.
another. You said, hold on, no, I have another one. I have another one.
You
Rape.
asked me
They
that
try to
question.
control our bodies through abortion, and they try to control your body by raping you. So you're saying anyone who's
Yes, that's
pro-life
something.
is like a rapist. I mean, if that's how you
What?
connect things, CK, if that's how you connect things, and if that's what you consider to be logical, because you like
That
talking
doesn't
about
make
logic a lot.
sense
If
at
that makes
all, what
logical,
you're saying.
I'm saying what I'm saying doesn't make sense. Okay, CK.
If that's his
But
comparison,
maybe
Yeah,
later
I don't
on
think
after
Straw
the
manning me
three
to
sister's
pointer,
not
death. What the
three
saying
fuck is
that.
pointer
wrong
Sister's
with
not
video.
you?
saying that.
Okay.
she's not saying that.
Then
But
what
you know
does she
what
mean?
happens
So
when
how are
people
they the
make
same control of your body?
here's an issue. Why do we have to make
How
a
are you
comparison?
this stupid? I just don't get it, y'all. I don't get it.
Why do you have to make a comparison of something else? It doesn't fall under the same line. Kind of unfair. Like, why do we do that? Why do we make comparisons?
Because he just wants to be right.
But the
That's all
issue
it
is
is.
it's
You just want to
not
be right.
fair. Just say the only thing you could do at this point really is I'm against abortion. We're not against abortion, and that's facts. But to demonize another person because they're not against it is unfair. I think to have the conversation and just kind of speak points that may help somebody who's probably thinking in that situation is a better conversation than to say you're wrong and you're right. I'm right, you're wrong, I'm right type of deal. It's just unfair and it does no justice. It really doesn't. Because you're not going to get nowhere. Because they all said it best. People going to have abortions, whether it's legal or not, whether you hear about the statistics or you don't. And that's just facts. I mean, people get upset. Y'all are upset in the chat. Y'all up in the uproar. Well, guess what? You probably one of the ones who actually asked the girl to have an abortion. But you won't hear that. Why? Because sometimes people are not going to put out their truth unless somebody tell it.
I'm sorry, I had some internet connection, so I don't know if that was addressed to me. I didn't hear half of it.
It wasn't meant for you to hear. That's a good
Okay.
thing. I'm glad. That's a good thing.
Probably better off you didn't hear that.
Yeah, the Lord works in mysterious ways, I guess.
Yeah, because he wants you to understand. The Lord wants you to understand that it's okay for you to have an opinion. That's what he wanted you to understand.
Yes.
I think that
You can have all the crazy, ignorant, and dumb fucking opinions that you want. White supremacists think that Black people are not fucking human beings. Guess what? That is their fucking opinion. It's a wrong fucking opinion, but they can have that crazy ass fucking opinion. But what you cannot do is create laws that negatively impact people based on your non-factual fucking subjective opinion. I don't give a fuck what you think, American Dream, but you ain't finna put no laws into place telling me that I can't have an abortion. And guess what? We all good. Think what you want, believe what you want, hate women as much as you fucking want, but you ain't finna tell me what the fuck to do.
You turned up.
And we all
I
good.
do think the Supreme Court is about to tell you. I may not be able to, but
If
the
they
Supreme
can tell
Court
us all they
and
want.
certain states,
Yeah, if
and
the
certain
Supreme
states are going to
Court,
tell you as well.
yeah, if the Supreme
And they'll
Court
still
change,
go have an abortion.
but they gonna there's somebody gonna come back around. They're gonna change it back again. So I mean, okay.
I mean, good luck with that. But no, I think what's more likely to happen is that, you know, certain women are going to have to go to a different state to have an abortion. Certain women, like CK said, would rather, instead of doing the travel, they'd rather do something unsafe and put their life at risk as well. But, you know, that's what's going to happen. Abortions aren't going to stop. And again, only certain states are going to ban it. And even in those states, it may happen illegally. Who knows?
The next American Dream. Do you agree? Did you agree with birth control?
Do I agree with birth control?
Yes.
Yeah, I do think that's where women have a choice. I think that's where choice comes into play. I think we have a choice. Let me just finish if I can. I think we have a choice. We have a choice of whether to sleep with someone or not in the first place. Like, we have a choice there, whether or not to lay with someone. And then we have a choice of whether to use birth control, because, you know, you can use birth control. And then, but now if you choose to lay down with someone and then choose not to use birth control, you don't then get to extend your choice into, I get to kill the baby. Like, your choice has to end somewhere. Your choice is like, women want to have non-stop choice.
Okay, what should be the punishment?
Wait,
American Dream.
Before you go there,
I go get an abortion right now. It's banned in my state. What should be my punishment?
No, wait. Yeah. Oh man.
No, that's a really good question. No one ever wants to talk about that. What should be my punishment? American Dream. It's banned in my state. You're not supposed to be allowed to go get an abortion. The law has found out that I had an abortion. What should be my punishment?
Now that's a very good question, CK. Finally, you asked a good question. You know, I think I don't know if I'm ready to answer that question yet. That's something that I'm willing to listen to.
Wow, so much to say about women's bodies, but no consequence. What's the consequence? What should be my consequence, American Dream?
I do think that you are taking a human, again, I do think you are taking a human life. And I do think there should be consequences for that, for you and for the doctor as well. Exactly what
should happen to me?
I would.
I refuse to tell you who the doctor it was that helped me. What should happen to me?
You should get some jail time. You should be
go back
to murder.
How long should I go to jail, American Dream?
You should be charged with murder.
I committed murder.
Know, maybe
what happens to people that commit murder?
Maybe a minimum of 10 years or something like that.
Go back to.
So you only get 10 years in jail for murder, not the death penalty?
No, you don't get the death penalty for every type of murder. But yeah, at least 10 years. Like I said, I'm not, you know, they wouldn't necessarily put writing of laws in my hand because I'm not.
That's a lot of black women in jail.
But I do know.
So you're saying, okay, hold up. I got you. No, so you're saying the women should get 10 years. No, I got you. One more second. And I got you.
At least 10 years.
10 years in jail for the women for getting an abortion. I'm assuming you want 10 years for the doctor. 10 years for the doctor for doing the abortion, correct?
At least.
What about the male that told her to go get it, or the male that brought her to get the abortion, that brought her to the clinic?
You know, I think again, those are things that would have to be discussed with people who know better than me. We can relate.
Wait a minute, he assisted in a murder.
Let me finish.
The male assisted in a murder.
CK, let me finish.
What should his punishment be for assisting in committing a murder, a human being murder?
CK, let me finish the answer. Like, you don't have to repeat the question while I'm answering it. Like the same way, like if I'm the driver in a bank robbery. Like if I'm the driver in a bank robbery and then I just stay in the car and they go in and
you're an accomplice. What should happen to the accomplice?
So yeah, you're gonna get some time as well. If they can prove, like, you know, you're gonna get some time as well if they can.
So you're agreeing that the male that took her wife or girlfriend or daughter to the abortion clinic, that he should get, how many years should he get in jail for being an accomplice?
If he knows that that's what she's going there to do, yes, and he didn't report it, yes.
Of course, like it's a clinic, an abortion clinic. He knows why he's bringing her there. So how
Not
many years should he
necessarily.
get
Like
in jail
there's a
for
lot of
assisting in
different
a
things.
murder?
There's a lot of different things. Again,
How many
so
years should
here's
he
the
get? I
thing.
didn't hear
I would
you.
look at. I would kind of look at it the same way we look at, like, somebody who's
How
a
many
driver in a
years
bank.
should someone
Um,
that's accomplice to
at
murder should
least
get for that?
maybe at least 5. I don't know. At least 5 or something
Oh,
like that.
yeah. So we got to cut it in half for
It's
the
not going to be the
accomplice.
same though. It's not going to be the same. No, it's not going to be the same.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. I have no further questions. Go ahead, Sister Monica.
Okay,
American,
thank you, prosecutor.
yeah, American Dream. Back to the birth control. So you agree with birth control, but you don't agree with abortion. But birth control aborts as well. I mean, So how can you agree with birth control? I don't understand it. It seemed to me that you would
No,
would have
well,
said
I think life begins at conception. So if the type of birth control you're talking about is something that, like, kills the kid after it's conceived, then I'm against all that, because that's abortion. But birth, for me, life begins at conception, and birth control is meant to prevent conception.
right. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So you don't mind the prevention, but you do mind once you conceive that there's nothing.
Yeah, once you conceive, there's a human life, and yeah, once you conceive, there's a human life, and you don't just have a choice just to kill a human life. Your choices were before that. Your choice, like, after a certain point, someone's choices has to run out. Like, it's the same thing with murder. Like, if I want to kill CK, I have a choice to kill her or not. But after I kill her, like, my choices run out. I'm gonna go to jail, and I can't say, I should have a choice. If no, my choices run out after I make a certain decision. You can't just keep having choice after just keep making your life how you want it. Your choices are gonna stop at some point. You have a choice. Women have a choice of whether to sleep with a man or not. That's their choice. You have a choice. You know that if you sleep with
Except in
every
the
time
case
you
of
sleep with
rape,
a man, you can get
molestation.
pregnant.
But
I mean,
I would think that, I mean, if you just love life in general, that prevention, I mean, birth control, or any of those different options out there, it wouldn't be on the table either. I would think that from that position that you would rather push abstinence versus taking something to control the prevention of having a kid in the first place. I would have thought you would have just went raw all the way. Just no go for any type of
No pun
prevention.
intended.
Yeah, yeah,
no, I
no.
thought, to be clear, what I'm saying is I don't find it to be the equivalent. Like, I don't see,
No, I'm not
to
making a
me,
quick.
contracepting, preventing someone getting birth is not the same. Is not the same moral equivalent as killing someone that's already being born. It's as if you're saying, like, I just don't make that equivalent. It's totally different. If you want to, I'm okay with someone. It's responsible for someone if you want to have sex and prevent getting pregnant. Like, that's your business. But after you get pregnant, your choices run out. There's another human life there, and that human life should have some type of rights that kind of exceed your choices of your comfort in life. Like,
You
something got to trump your choices.
you calling that other life the man that should exceed the woman's opinion? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you when you said there's another life that should exceed your choice? Are you saying the man? Are you saying,
No, the unborn
oh, you talking
child.
the child? That the
Yeah, the
child
unborn child.
should
Like,
the,
being as a human, that child has certain rights as a human that should be prevented, and that humans, those human rights that unborn child has, in my view, is going to trump a woman's choice, her choice to kill it, because for whatever reason, like, your right to have a choice to kill a child does not trump that child's right to live. It
what
can't.
about,
I can't see how
so
it does.
do you leave options on the table for a choice to be made when it, let's talk, not just talk about having reckless sex and I don't like you no more, you don't like me, or I didn't intend to get you pregnant in
Like
the
if the
first place.
woman's life is at risk,
Let's talk about
like if the woman's
serious
life is at risk.
risk, or the child's life at risk, or maybe
Sure,
intellectual disability or autism, things of that nature. Do you
sure,
leave war
absolutely.
or rape on the tape, things of that nature? Do you leave any?
Absolutely. Even with regular everyday murder, we have exceptions. Like if it's self-defense, that's not murder. Like we have exceptions to every rule. So yeah, absolutely. But what I'm saying is we can't make it the rule, like we wouldn't make it the rule that anybody can just go murder, right? Because even though we have it simply, we can't say, okay, there are exceptions to murder. If someone is
Stay
defending
on the board.
himself, it's okay for him to kill somebody. We can't say, we're just not going to use that and say now that makes it okay for everybody to go murder. The same way we cannot say simply because some people are going to die through an abortion, we can't say now everybody gets to kill their baby.
Have you read?
It's not
Let
a
me ask.
valid conclusion to make.
Let me ask
I'm
you.
sorry, go ahead.
Have you read the? Because we're talking about Roe versus Wade, and we're talking about a case, and we know that the Supreme Court they make the decision, even though we probably know they got biases, but they make the decision based off of the case or the facts presented to them in that case, so to speak. So that's why I said earlier that even though there's a possibility of overturning based on the facts in that case, doesn't mean that another case can't come forth and that law gets put right back into play because it's only based on
Sure. I mean,
information
absolutely.
presented.
You're absolutely right. Like in another,
Right.
anything can happen with the Supreme Court. There can be a couple of the justices could drop dead tomorrow, and then Biden can install three more, and then somebody will just write like they'll just be a lawsuit, and someone will have their lawsuit go up to the Supreme Court, and then they'll say it's legal again. So can that happen? Sure. What's the likelihood of it happening? I don't know. But you're right. It could happen. But it's just going to depend on who's, the views of the people on the court.
It depends on the facts being presented of
Sure,
why.
absolutely, and whether absolutely, the facts being
Right. Because they
presented. I don't
bring up.
necessarily, but if you watch if you watch it though, there are if you've been paying attention, I don't think there were any new facts being laid out. It's the same old facts. I think what the Supreme what the justices today are saying is that the justices back then made the wrong decision, right? So they're not necessarily hearing a different argument from what was heard way back then, right? They're just saying that they made the wrong decision, right? And they're just saying that what's written in the Constitution doesn't doesn't make abortion okay. And they're just saying, so they may have heard the exact same facts. And all that happened is that somebody just had a new case and brought it back up and said, I want, and made a lawsuit in a particular state, and it went right up. And they just felt like the people back then made the wrong ruling, and they feel that they're going to change that ruling.
Right. So to me, it's going to kind
Guess
of be
what?
the same thing with same-sex marriage, and they're going to push it back down to the states, and people are going to still have access
Yeah, they're
to
gonna
it.
do that with all the
So
Supreme Court cases.
yeah.
Like the Civil Rights Act of 1965. That was the Supreme Court thing, yo. Like that talking point of, oh, we need to let the states decide. Let the states decide. Yo, if we would have did that joint, we would have never got civil rights, yo. What about all the amendments that we have to the Constitution? Yo, we didn't always have the right to vote. We didn't always have citizenship in this country. Like, dude, like where I don't think that's a good argument to say just, oh, let the states decide. No, like things should just be a right, a civil right. Yo, like if somebody wants to do this to their body, let them do it. If they don't want to do this to their body, that's fine. It shouldn't be forced to. End of discussion. No, you don't get a right to discriminate against people because of their race or because of their sex or their gender or their religion. It should be just a right.
I think
We got to
there's a
argue and
saying.
debate about that.
You know what? In this
Well,
particular case is interesting because from a constitution perspective and the Supreme Court, right? Usually the Supreme Court doesn't go around, changing and reversing decisions, right, that were made previously inside of the Supreme Court. There are occasions, right? But there's the thing about constitutional or legal precedents, right? Um, I'm very curious, right? How, I guess you would say, how realistic is the overturning of Roe v. Wade actually is, right? The information that was leaked, is that something that is that's something that can actually happen, or what exactly was the information that was made public?
I think it could be a scare tactic because of the elections coming up.
Of course it is.
Burger,
Both sides are using it.
Whopper. You want a what, ma'am? Isn't it like
Impossible.
Impossible Burger Whopper? I want an
Somebody
Impossible Whopper number
Can I
3.
get some fries on?
Yes. You want the combo?
Yeah.
Hit the mute button, man. Jesus
I got him on me.
So Brendan,
Oh,
to answer your question, I think
Peace, Sosa.
Impossible Burger. Please. Y'all go
to
ahead. Go
answer
ahead.
your question,
Go ahead, Dream.
yeah, I think to answer your question, the question was, shoot, man, my mind ain't like it used to be. The question was,
Legal precedents,
my
right? The whole thing about legal precedents. How realistic is it in terms of the information that was released, right? In terms of there actually being an overturn of it. Yep.
Right. Because what was actually released is the draft from the Chief Justice, and I think it was pretty much, and the question is, does the draft normally precede the ruling? And normally that draft that they have precedes the ruling that comes, the official ruling. So that's why they're like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. It's like writing a draft of an essay, and it's like, what's your paper going to say? It's going to pretty much say what the draft says. So, and he's kind of saying, I think he's saying stuff to kind of quell people's fears, because he's afraid of what could happen, because there could be a lot of riots in the streets. But I don't necessarily see where the justices who made their decision. And again, I think it should be who made the decision against Roe v. Wade. I don't necessarily see them changing their position. So I think whatever the draft said is what's going to stand. But again, they didn't necessarily say whether or not they thought abortion was good or bad. The question was, is it allowed in the Constitution, right? And that's the only question. So, the argument, really and truly, the argument being had on the Supreme Court level is not about the moral position of abortion. It's about whether or not it's constitutional, whether or not the Constitution allows for it, regardless of its moral position. And that's the question being asked. And they're just saying that they're just saying that back in the day when they made that ruling, it was the wrong ruling. They said that abortion was tied into something having to do with privacy, of the Americans' right to privacy. And they were just saying that to make the connection with abortion and privacy is too much. It's too much of a stretch, and they just said it's a bad ruling.
Usually,
so again, it's not speaking to the moral position on abortion.
Right, and usually privacy and commerce are those two catch-all sort of topics within or areas inside the Constitution. If it doesn't fall within any of the other pieces, it's either falls under privacy or commerce, right? So yeah, for sure.
Indeed, and I also think that I think that on a certain level as well, I guess some of the people who are, who do support the Supreme Court's position, support it on the grounds that they agree that that's not what the Constitution says, and it may not necessarily be because of a moral thing. Although for most of them, I would say it is a moral position that they take.
Oh, wow.
And I'm talking about individuals, like American, just individuals.
Well, I haven't really been following the whole issue, right? I didn't even know the Supreme Court had an active case, right, in front of them regarding Roe v. Wade. So this is new stuff to me in the last maybe week or so.
This has been talked about for a while. It's been absolutely coming down the pipe.
So Sosa, drop out and come back in. Now your phone is acting crazy. Hello, Sosa?
Brendan, Share the article.
Can I?
That's why they pumped it up. Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. You don't remember they been doing like, you remember they were. Oh, hold on a second. I'm out of the country. Go ahead. I'm out of the country. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say if you want to, if you may drop out and come back in, maybe your audio will be a bit better. I don't know, but he said he's out in the
Yeah, I
country, in the
said
middle of
I'll
the country.
try, but I'm coming back in town, so I'm like in the country. So
Oh, okay,
just go
okay.
ahead.
I got you.
Go ahead.
Got you.
Yeah, well, it should be the rule that you sharing somebody's medical info when they come in the doctor. You giving statistics. You go, hey, such and such just came in here and had an abortion. Oh, really? Like that's
Yep.
but
HIPAA violations.
straight up HIPAA violation. You know.
Yeah, this is getting
Yeah,
into
that's
people's
pretty much what
private
the
information.
vaccinations. That's what the vaccination pieces fall under, right? It's
Yep.
privacy as well.
Yeah.
So how do you mandate that?
Yeah.
And it's a privacy issue. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Well,
good one.
I think
Yeah.
I think that they only mandated it for like the federal workers, right?
No, I don't think
When,
nobody could. We could
now, when you
because
say
Certain
mandate, that's
businesses
a
did too.
right. There was always
Now,
I
like,
guess you would say medical
I never
an exception, right?
agreed. Yeah, I never agreed that like the whole mandate thing should be like a whole state kind of thing. Like for children, yeah, that shit should be mandated because it's like, damn, the kids already got to get vaccinated against smallpox and everything else. And that becomes a severe problem when you have an outbreak at a school. You know what I mean? Yes, if you're working in a hospital, long-term care facility, nursing home, anything with elderly people, children, or people that are have some kind of genetic or any type of immune compromise issue, genetic issue, behavioral, neurological issues and stuff like that. Like those people usually have compromised immune systems. Yeah, you should be forced to get vaccinated, yo. The federal government, of course, they can do that because they're the federal fucking government if you work in a government job. But just regular businesses, corporations like Walmart, and all this other kind of stuff, nah, they shouldn't have been forced to get vaccinated and all that.
yeah, and I think
It's a public health measure that can kill people, son.
again, I think to try and kind of equate the idea of being forced to do something with your body and saying abortion is the same thing as the vaccine, and whether or not it's the same privacy conversation, when you put a vaccine in your body, you're actually putting something inside your body, and you do have a choice to say I have a choice in what goes inside my body. But the conversation with abortion is not just your body. There's another body in there. There's another human life in there. And this discussion is not about your body. It's about the body inside of your body, which is not your body. And if you think it's your body, you would then have to tell me what other body part you have.
I agree with you, good
after
brother,
9
American
months.
Dream.
Let me just
Can
finish,
we take the
please.
fetus out?
You would have to tell me, let me just finish, please. If you think a fetus is a part of your body, you would have to tell me another body part.
It's a developing human being.
After 9, let me finish, CK, that after 9 months, it comes out and gets a life of its own. What other body part do you have that does that? And if you don't, why are you calling a fetus a part of your body part? Like, it's just ridiculous. It's not your body. And this is why, in my estimation, those justices said it has nothing to do with privacy because it's not your body. It's a whole nother body.
It's my body if it's in there.
Body can't vote. That little body cannot vote. Guess what? If it's that serious like that to you, okay, let's remove the fetus from the body. Let's remove the fetus from the body and see if it can live on its own with a machine or something.
A newborn baby cannot vote, CK. Can you kill a newborn baby too? Because
you get 2 votes.
Hey, if you want to straw man me to death like that, go ahead and insert all the shit that I'm not saying. Do you, my dude?
Yeah, you're right. But it's getting late. I really have to
a
go.
woman making the decision to abort a fetus that is not born
don't run yet.
is not going to change nothing, yo.
Don't yet, because we got to
No, I got to go take my kids out. I got to go.
The world will still move on. You will still have your job and your money. You'll still be able to continue to spout your nonsense on the internet. Nothing will change.
Damn, CK, can you just let somebody talk, girl?
I was being sarcastic. Goodness.
Girl, hey, you know what they meant when they say girl?
Shit, I don't care. This nigga was rude as fuck at the very beginning. I don't give a fuck, yo. You don't get no friendliness from me.
Fuck you, then. Fuck you.
Oh, you was Good. Stop.
I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. I'm out of here. Y'all. I gotta go pay attention to my children.
Well, I'm gonna
Peace,
tell
y'all.
the
And
I'm gonna tell
on
the
Mother's
guy
Day,
that you
on Mother's Day, man, y'all shouldn't be having this long, drawn-out conversation and encouraging women it's okay to kill their babies on Mother's Day, man. Y'all need to stop with that.
And guess what? They'll be okay. Nothing will change.
Yeah,
Nothing,
if you kill your
literally.
newborn baby, you'll be okay too. Ain't nothing gonna change, right? If I kill my 6-year-old,
Yeah, nothing
hey,
will
what's gonna
change.
change?
There are plenty
Nothing.
of people
Yeah.
that have a child. The child
So
is
why don't
born
you
and then
just go
the
kill?
baby
So I
dies a
tell
week or
you,
two later. It
I tell
happens.
you what. You know what else is not gonna change nothing, CK? If you go kill yourself.
Yep, nothing will change. None of
You
y'all would
will?
All
probably
right.
know or
Are you
even
gonna go
care.
kill yourself?
All right, enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that nonsense. So let me get this
Who's
straight.
that? Unc? I'm really out of here now because Unc is a hater.
Oh,
There was regulations for the health of the community is now making a command decision on abortions. I'm
You're not
confused.
just to go
So you
anywhere.
basically care about
Click on
the
somebody's
fetus in the
rejection.
womb,
You're not
but
going to
don't
the
care
mall
about the
like that.
child after it's born.
say it
I
again.
find it to be very interesting and very perplexing at this juncture
I've been saying
in the
that this whole time, good
conversation.
brother.
It's amazing. They forced us to get vaccines, knowing it wasn't. It was just regular. It was just regulated. It wasn't forced vaccines. Never was that. They simply had regulations based around working environments and all that. Simply, but they never forced anybody. So they gave companies the ability to say, "Yo, you got to wear masks, such, right?" And in federal jobs, right, where you have to have vaccine to work for them, but you didn't have to be vaccinated. Could have got another job. But this is the same guy worrying about the damn fetus that a mother's taking care of. Wow. Okay. Twisted.
To the rescue.
I never heard a word y'all said the whole time. Didn't matter. It was all about what he wanted.
As usual. So I go up.
I don't understand. I don't get that. I'm just trying to figure out how do you do we not understand biology? Do we not understand the relationship, the independent, the whole nation, feeding the fetus and all where that come from?
You breaking up.
Got thrown into the matrix.
The internet is not being kind to the pseudo killers today.
Man.
all the brothers getting thrown into the black hole.
I thought that was me. I'm getting close. I'm like,
No, we hear
half an
you
hour
now,
away.
bro. We hear you now, bro. A little bit better.
Well, let's have a quick ad break. I would like to drop. I'm going to drop a video. This is the latest video from the
How
pseudo
long y'all been
killers.
going?
Make sure y'all watch it and check it out.
Oh, CK, you gonna wait as
And let
soon
me
as
know
I
what y'all
just came
think.
in and say a few words, and you gonna cut right in the middle?
3 hours, Sosa. We've been going 3 hours.
All right, God. Okay. Swear to God. Oh, damn. God dang. Yeah. Strictly on abortion, Roe versus Wade.
That's it.
On Mother's Day.
On Mother's Day.
Man, y'all doing too much.
This is, I blame Chef. We blame Chef for this. I'm sorry.
I blame Chef.
Food. I'm having some food, right?
Yeah. I swear. So now all the mothers who done had the boys should either be sad about it or
They ain't gonna be sad. Only gonna be sad is if somebody forced them and they don't, they feel mad that the person acting like they ain't in the wrong. They pointing fingers at them. That's the only time they'll be sad, or if it's a rape situation. They come.
Yeah, I take that necessarily sad, but sometimes you just that little that you never know. You know what I mean? Like, what if? You know, instead of having 4, have 5. But you know what I mean? It's not like sad depression type sad, just
Okay.
curiosity. Because you know, even as a father, sometimes that's was with somebody who had an abortion, and even if you both agree, sometimes you think back like, you know, what would happen if I
The force is strong.
so by now, just that whole aspect of it. Listen, I be feeling like saying it should be strictly a women vote and a women panel. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I truly feel about it. Because they the one that either gotta go through gotta go affect them the most.
Yeah, like I don't.
No, for sure.
I think that like even despite like everything that we talked about today, I don't think we seriously dived into the statistics on, dang, how many women die during pregnancy, how many women, are dying from, the contraceptives that they take, what I mean, how many women, are being raped, how many women, are being molested, and, they end up having a kid or whatever, how many kids are dying, within those first few weeks to a month, because sometimes, people have the baby seems fine and healthy, and they just die out of nowhere. But like they do an autopsy and they don't see anything wrong with the baby during the autopsy. So like stuff like that happens too. And it's like, it's a little bit of everything. It's that, it's the not having no money, not having, a good education, not having a house, and you not wanting to bring your kid up into poverty. Like all of these different things, people having mental health issues that's unaddressed, behavioral issues and other medical issues that they can't afford to address because medical care is apparently extremely expensive in this capitalist country we live in. It's a lot of different factors. So it is what it is.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get a set of whether when is it considered a life? They're still at odds with that. You know what I'm saying? Some people say, consciousness when a person's conscious. Like I think Georgia trying to do like a heartbeat bill. You know what I mean? Like so, there's a lot of things that
Yeah, I think that's
have
one of
come
the
to.
last few organs that are developed in a fetus. The last few organs is the heart, then the heart, I think, is one of the first, and
Yeah,
then the brain
that's
is one
why I
of the
was
last things that develop,
right. That's why the
because the
heartbeat bill
heart
was so
causes all the
controversial.
other stuff.
Yeah, that's why the heartbeat bill was so controversial.
Like after
But
so many weeks, I think that someone that go that far though, has to be something mental or something really strange going on to get that far. Something has to be going on. You got to
that
consider.
far, or
Yeah.
maybe I think the future of it is like when you can actually have babies outside the body, where you just incubate them. And if you want an abortion, you just basically just donating a fetus or a small embryo. You know what I'm saying? That way, somebody that wants a child, you know what I mean? But
I think they actually do
then
that.
again, like who's gonna pay for that though?
I think
Who's gonna
I
pay
think
for that?
I think they
Yeah,
actually do. Un, 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 uh, I think
yeah, they do.
I think some places they actually do it and the person don't know.
Yeah, they can do it, but it's like, okay, now if we set something up like that, then who's gonna pay for it,
Oh
right?
yeah,
And
you
then
know
what
they're gonna say,
happens if we got a whole school full of, you know what I'm saying, babies born in an incubator, and we don't got nobody, you know what I'm
be mad.
saying? You feel me? And you walk around with somebody that's with your DNA that you may not know who has your DNA. Mess around, Mary.
Marry your
See,
own child.
the DNA test when they get married. Everybody has to
Your
do the
kid.
DNA test. Like, be your sister, man. Mama gave away like 7 embryos. Like, I don't know.
It's so many scenarios. It's so many scenarios. You might as well just let it just be a choice.
Yeah, let it be a choice. And
And
guess what? Everything will be okay. If women are just allowed to get an abortion if they want to, or if they don't want to, everything will be okay.
what's interesting though, CK?
There
Why
are
always
other issues that are way more important than this.
Yeah, but see, not really. If you really believe they're killing babies, You see what I'm saying? Like, you gotta understand the mindset. If I really think you
Yeah,
killing
but
babies,
that's the problem, Sosa. They
I'm going
don't
all
really
out.
care about children, yo. They really don't.
No, but
When you
even
start
though they
asking them
may not
questions
care
about
about,
after the baby is born, about this program, this education, this, that, and the third, these funds for this, that, and the third, they really don't give a fuck. When you get to talking to them about the death penalty, our government dropping bombs in these other countries, killing those people's those people over there and their babies, they don't give a fuck. So they're not pro-life. They really
that's
don't care about children.
that's too
They just want
much.
to control people's bodies, yo.
You ain't
Guys,
lying.
because we can compartmentalize. Like I don't necessarily care too much about what's going on in other countries. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm in America. Like I don't tune in to see niggas get shot in Iran. Like, and if I was watching something, I'd be like, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm not there. You know what I mean? Like, but they probably feel like, yo, just don't kill them. Whatever else, you can figure that shit out. Like you figure everything else out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? So there's gonna be some pushback, you know what I mean? Especially if they think they saving souls. You understand me? Like shit. I'm trying to save some souls. Shoot.
It's too many situations.
Yeah, but
All I'm saying, just summons the Most High to let the men have babies too, and then we can not have a choice. And then I want to just see how it won't play out. That's all.
Yeah, I really want to see how that shit turn out, yo.
I would love.
Like, I don't think dudes understand the chemical shit that goes on in a woman's body and the changes that go on in our brain when we
yeah,
go
you
through
don't want to see how that
pregnancy
shit.
and
You
even
don't
after the
want to see
baby
that.
is born. Like,
What you say?
yo, just going through a menstrual cycle every month, like that shit. We don't even talk
We've
about
already
the shit that we
seen
go through in that. Like,
how that
it's more than what y'all think.
that's already been done. No, I know. I'm just saying, like history has seen what it was like when women didn't have abortion. You know what I mean? Like that shit was dark. You know what I'm saying? Like they think
Yeah,
people getting booty shots in the
medical
back
care is
out.
important. You know?
But I'm saying folks dying behind booty shots in the back out. You know what I'm saying? Like shoot.
We are jealous that men don't have babies. I'm jealous that men don't have babies because we would have this. I want to see how you. I mean, just how you. If the conversation will be the same. That's all. Look, I watched this little clip and this lady, or this little
It
clip on
wouldn't.
Instagram with the guy, because she was pregnant. He teased all the time, so she wrapped a watermelon around him and then 2 cantaloupes for breastises, right, and made him do things while having to carry these loads. It was just so funny. He was just so mad and aggravated, like men just be making comments. I be like, y'all just be talking off the top of your head. But if your butt was in that situation, you wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, shit. My
No,
baby mama was in the hospital for at least 5 months out of the 9 months she was pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
wow,
Like
that's
she
a
had
long time.
that shit was crucial.
But the cutest thing is when the man
Yeah,
support
yeah.
that. When the man supports that woman when she's pregnant, and he come and he rub her stomach and he get her what she want and he rubs her feet, and he's acting like he's a part of it, like he's
Right.
doing with it. Now those men, you guys, I'll shake your hand, but the rest of y'all out there,
Yeah.
you girl pregnant, you be like, dang, you
Yo,
hungry?
Monica.
Go,
Dang, you hungry again?
yeah.
I got you some ice cream.
Yo,
You
just
want them?
Monica, just
Go
ask
to
the
McDonald's,
dudes.
motherfucker.
What you
Ask the
say?
dudes if they want to
She like
have
damn
forced
extra.
what you call it,
What
forced
you say?
vasectomies, and see their response, Monica. Forced
Yeah.
forced vasectomies for all males starting at such and such age. Listen, yeah, and all you ones that are grown,
Well,
y'all got to get
that's
one too.
different. That's
Girl, they don't even want to go through
that's
their process.
different. That's
They
different
don't
because
want to go
even if
through
you
that.
because you
I
hold
don't
on,
even
but no,
think it's
that's different. You
painful either, but
talking about temporary like well, I guess you can get it reversed, right? You can get it reversed
mhm,
in a lot of cases. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's different. You talk about cutting off the
that
supply,
controls
like
y'all bodies. I mean, I wouldn't agree to having no men doing that shit, but
Nah,
just to
me.
show that all the seriousness of, like, damn, when someone tries to control your body, like, that shit is like it makes you feel some type of way. Like the fuck, like how the fuck you gonna tell me like I gotta get a vasectomy? What the fuck? Like you ain't touching? Nah, son, I ain't doing that. Just like a woman, like yo, like I'm not having this baby. I'm not going through this 9 months of this and 10, 12 hours of fucking labor. No, I'm not doing all that.
You got 16,
Like, and they don't want to do that. They don't want to do it.
What if a man got 16 kids and he on child support with like 8 baby mamas? You be like, hey, bro,
You want
time
all
to
them?
vasectomy that thing on up.
You want all them people? This is proud of them. We taking care of all. Little step back.
Talking 101 kids.
I used to tell one of my guys, I said, boy, if I come down here one more time, you got and your wife pregnant again, it's gonna be some problems. All over the place. So whatever. But they handle their business though. They handle their business. Some people, my grandma had I used to ask my grandma, like, how you have all them kids? Good Lord. And you know, I was watching what was it? Yeah, I was watching King Richard, and you know how they had the bunk beds in the rooms, and I was asking my cousin, I was like, man, see, you guys don't know this life right here. When I was growing up, shoot, it was like 2 sets of bunk beds in the room. Everybody was sleeping in the same room. Now y'all privileged. Everybody gotta have a room. You know, you gotta have your little 4x3x5. You gotta have your little TV. You gotta have this. You gotta have that. Man, that was that life. We didn't know. Well, I didn't anyways. We had our little bunk beds. Y'all probably had y'all own rooms. I don't know.
I ain't even seen that. How many kids did he have?
It was 5 girls that was in the movie, but he had other kids though.
So Serena and Venus from one mother, and then other sisters from another.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the other mothers are, but I think no, they got the same mama. She had 3 girls, then they came along, then them 2. She has it was 5 in the movie, but he has other kids because at one part of the movie, she when she was mad at him, she said, you know, when he was like as if she wasn't doing anything or being a part. She was like, I've always been a part. I was there when them kids knocked on my door. Oh, daddy. You talking about them kids found their daddy. You know that part, but he has some kids. I was just making reference to how they all was in the same room with the bunk beds, and you know, kids today they gotta have their own room. Each kid gotta have their own room, and I was telling my niece and nephew, y'all don't know that life. You know, 2 bunk beds, 1 bunk bed on this wall, 1 bunk bed on this wall. You know, 1 bathroom. You gotta share. You know, all this extra stuff. Y'all,
bunk bed back then was #1 seller. Everybody, you probably couldn't find a house that ain't had a bunk bed and it had some kids and like I ain't finna get out there give 2 rooms to get out there 2 little children. Y'all better y'all get 1 room.
Yup, and the older is babysitting the younger, you know.
You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta be a certain age to have your own room. You ain't the only child. You know what I'm saying? Like even if you gotta be back then, you had to be like a certain age to have your own room. You know what I'm saying? Like just period. Unless you're the only child.
Or unless you had a girl and you had multiple brothers, that kind of thing. You possibly
yeah. Split the sexes of it. Other than that, nah.
Yeah, but the pressure is real. The pressure is real for people who are out there, and then there's other factors. So, yeah, I wish some of the people in the chat would have jumped on board. They got some opinions.
No, we got the brother Corey just jumped on as well. But I will agree with you, Monique.
Hey, brother Corey and brother Sosa.
Man, the women back then, I tell you what, my grandmother had 12. Now I'll say it like they said it back in the day, 12 heads. Yeah, 12 heads of children, right? So, and she was, you know, up until, you know, she passed away, she was slim as a bone. He's like, in terms of, you know, their ability back in the days, I tell you, well, it's not even back in the days, right? The human body is a lot more durable than we give it credit for. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Or at least the woman body is a lot more durable. I tell you. 12 children, I can imagine. And I look at the size of my grandmother's house. It's like, where'd you put all of them, right?
That's what I said. With 3 bedrooms, my grandma had 14 kids. I told you them bunk beds was
Shit, when my niece and nephew come down, you know, and that give me 4 in the household, and I gotta wake up and cook for all of them. They be wearing me out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I gotta make sure something's done for breakfast. Okay, now it's lunchtime. I gotta make sure. Man, it's like if you got 12 heads,
Yes.
Shit.
Oh,
Well, how much
man.
eggs? How much breakfast, Brandon? How many eggs you cook?
What
One
year?
breakfast.
You know what my aunts used to be the teasing thing. This was like my older aunts. They used to say so my grandfather, right? All he had to do was to put the belt on the headboard, and my grandma was pregnant.
We
Yeah.
one year I went home. Used to have a Pathfinder, and I went home and I had brought back 9 kids, right? And it was like, okay, she bringing all them kids because she don't got no kids, so she gonna see. Let me tell you something. I used to have them lined up in the house, right? It was so crazy. I had no issues. I have them after a while. Everybody was participating in cooking and cleaning, and I rewarded them or whatever. So when I brought them back home, they was like, "How'd she do? Like, how'd she do with all of y'all?" They was like, "Man, Monique don't play. Listen, it's called authority. You the child, and I'm the adult up in this piece, man. I only had to with one kid, one of the young girls or whatnot, and man, I beat her until she stopped acting crazy. It was crazy. It was like, girl, you going to jail. I didn't care. I would have been like, nah, this is. I'd have been like,
Everybody don't got.
what you say?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I say I've been like K Richard in this instance where he said, well, it's better be if you want to lock me up for keeping them from being in the street, then yeah, you can lock me up all day because I'm gonna whip some butt up in here. I had them lined up, push up. Listen, I thought I was on military boat, posted them kids. They was like, she crazy. I told their parents, let them
Back.
so.
Back in the black hole again. Sosa must be in the country visiting family today.
He said he out of country.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the country or out of country?
No, he was riding in the country. Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
So brother Corey, you here? No, you're on mute. I had a question in terms of what was some of his thoughts today on this good Mother's Day. Is it for those whose mothers are still
Peace. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me
peace,
good?
brother. Yeah, for sure. Peace.
Oh, okay. What's up to everybody on the panel? Happy Mother's Day to the women there. Monica, CK, I see y'all on the panel. What's going on? What's the topic today? I've been in and out really. I took my wife to this cheesecake spot.
Nice.
It was awesome, man. I'm still like food. They got more than cheesecake there, but they just famous for their cheesecake or whatever. But I'm still stuffed.
Oh, wow.
And it's a 45-minute drive.
All right. She enjoyed that, I tell you.
She enjoyed it. She definitely did.
I tell you.
She did.
Yeah, for sure. But the topic today, and I don't know if this was one of Chef's topics that he came up with. We're talking about the whole Roe v. Wade thing that's going on inside the Supreme Court today, right? And the reason why it was timely because it's Mother's Day, so it sort of dovetails into a whole conversation about women's rights, women's health, and all that kind of stuff. We had we had American Dream on earlier, and he was saying, hey, this is somewhat of a disrespectful conversation to have on Mother's Day, but I don't think it's necessarily disrespectful, right? Because it's not even just about current mothers. This is a conversation about future mothers as well, right?
Definitely.
This is things that's going to impact future generations as well. So just maybe you have any thoughts on it.
Well, I just think the whole thing kind of it makes the whole notion of having the Supreme Court kind of a joke when you can go back and rewrite law that was already written or what have you, and for 50 years, and then you got like 56% of the United States that's wanting Roe v. Wade to be upheld. So it just kind of makes that whole system a joke. It's like who gets the power? Which group of people get in there and get the power? They don't have a objective way of looking at things in the Supreme Court, I don't think. And it's just kind of becoming obvious. Like this whole democracy thing is very fragile, and now it's kind of becoming plain to see that is how fragile it is. But yeah, I think when we start to trample over women's rights, we start to trample over the rights of humanity. I mean, a woman's right to choose is something that's between a woman, her doctor, and that individual, that man that she may be in whatever situation in. And so I think it should be left at that. I don't think we should be having where states is making abortion illegal, and it's just terrible, because we know what's going to happen anyway. You're going to have these back alley abortions, and you're going to have people having babies that don't want babies, and a lot of times people don't want babies, and then they have them, and then they make the best out of it, which that's what people should do. That's what any responsible adult would do. But if you got the choice to wait, or get into a better situation than what you are, then that'll be better for the child overall. I think it's more than just the woman. It's the child too, that you don't want to be having a stressful time, raising a child. I mean, raising a child is going to be stressful no matter who you are and what situation you're in. But sometimes, it's better to have that choice to wait. You know what I mean? And I heard y'all talking about vasectomies. You know what I mean? Like, what if it was illegal to get a vasectomy? You know what I mean? I mean, how would people feel about that? How would men feel about that? It's that choice being illegal. So
now I would say this as well. I don't want to move the goalpost too far, but you mentioned it in terms of the Supreme Court and how things in the country are sort of being governed moving forward, right? I'm the type of person. I'll put this out here. I don't necessarily agree with the idea of lifetime appointments on the Supreme Court, right? That's something that I've always,
or the secrecy that they have too.
Exactly. This is just Brendan talking, right? There's a way too much power and separate. The power of the Supreme Court it seems to be somewhat separate from the other branches of government to the point where I think it's a bit extreme. That's just me, right? I understand that there should be some separation there, right? In terms of their being able to put out rulings. But I think saying that, okay, well, we're putting people on the Supreme Court with lifetime appointments with no ramifications between any of the things that they rule on, right? And they don't have to be anywhat consistent with, the way that they were, I guess you would say, installed into the Supreme Court. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Can
Yeah,
I
yeah,
add one tidbit
That's
to
just an
what you just
opinion. This
said,
is just an opinion.
Brendan?
yeah.
No, I'm not gonna be long-winded, good brother Corey. One tidbit to
No,
add
go
on
ahead.
to what Brendan is saying, as well, is that I think that there should be a process in place to hold these people accountable when they are appointed, and they said that they are not gonna do some shit, and then they end up doing
And
it
then they do it.
anyways. Because I got a very lovely video, if y'all want, that I can drop in the chat, which I might do anyway. Stop what I'm doing and do it anyways. That shows every single one of them Supreme Court folks that people nominated them in the office, and they said that they would not overturn Roe v. Wade. And here you motherfuckers are actually talking about, like, oh, we actually finna overturn this shit.
Exactly.
Like,
You pointed
dude,
out,
like, you should be removed from office.
That's exactly where I was heading. Exactly.
Do our laws
Yeah,
really mean anything, Corey and Brendan? Do our Constitution, is it really real? When you have a Constitution that says, hey, the 14th Amendment, if you commit insurrection against the government or incite or participate or whatever, that it doesn't even say that you have to be removed from office. If you read it verbatim, it says that a vote may be held to have you removed from office, but it says that you are not allowed to run for office again after that. What kind of shit is that? So
right.
you got people that participated in this insurrection or advocated for it, whether it was before or after, that are still in fucking office. And some of these people, yes, are running for office again. Some of these people that weren't running for office before, or yes, running for office this year in 2024, or planning to rather. Craziness. And no one's pushing back on this. None of these politicians are pushing back on them doing this. But you got an advocacy group in South Carolina that sued South Carolina for that one white dude, whatever his name, Madison Hawthorne or whatever, to have him removed from the ballot. The damn judge struck it down. So our
Yeah, they
Constitution
suing
doesn't mean
the
shit. They
one
don't
in
follow their
Georgia
own
too.
rules. Yeah, they don't
Yeah,
even
this
follow their own rules. Marjorie Taylor Greene, same chick in Georgia. How does this fucking idiot, conspiracy theorist, white supremacist chick can be a fucking congresswoman? Like, how? Like, if it's that easy for someone that dumb to become a politician, shit, I should be able to get whatever fucking job I want in this damn country, yo. Real talk.
Yeah, and I
Okay, I'm
think
done
some
with
of
my
this,
little mini
yeah,
rant.
that's good commentary, because in terms of like the lifetime appointments of the Supreme Court, I just hit on that just a bit more. The whole idea of that was to keep the court from becoming politicized, right? But evidently that has not worked, right? What it's actually locked in a lot of this, I guess you would say, polarization and this the politicization, however you would say that, right? Of the court, right? It's sort of locked those into multiple years and generations, right? So I think that should be something that we need to re-examine as a society.
Yeah, I think we should I like the fact that it's no like re-election. I see what they was trying to do with lifetime appointments. So it's no, they don't need to be bribed or nothing for their position. They're gonna be in their position for a lifetime, so they good. But that just
They can be bribed before they
as
go
we
into
see,
it.
yeah, as we see, that just doesn't work. You know what I mean? So I think it should be like a set amount of time, and they can't be reelected. Once you sit on that Supreme Court, that's it. You do your time, and that's it. You're done. Whether it be 10, 20 years, I don't really care about that, as long as it ain't 40 years. You know what I'm saying? So
Right, it's got to be something better than what we're dealing with today, right?
right, yeah. So yeah, I think 30 years is good. That, you know what I'm saying? That's enough. Time for you to sit on that court, and or even 25 years, and do your job, and that's it. You're done after that. You shouldn't, like
Right, because
the
we don't
one
want to
lady
put
that
them.
just died,
Yeah,
Ruth
we
Bader.
don't want to put them back out into the public arena to go and get a job again. Yeah, we don't want to do that.
No.
Right. So
Yeah.
25. Something more moderate like that. Yeah.
Yeah. and that's good enough. You know, we don't need nobody making decisions that's 95 years old anyway. You know, I think that's kind of crazy. You know, even like Joe Biden, I don't think you should be able to run for president. You know, how old is dude? I mean, he got to be like 85 or some shit like that. Like that's way too old. You know, it shouldn't. You shouldn't even be able to run at that point. I mean, you know, I know, you know, people should have the right, and you know, you don't want to go at old people and make old people, but it still should be a
Remember,
limit.
we
'Cause,
can't
like,
discriminate, Corey.
yeah,
No,
I mean,
we discriminate on the younger
see
end, right?
that's where we get out of hand with the
Okay, yeah, you're right, Brendan. I
with
get
the
your point.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we get out of hand with the non-discrimination, and I mean, it ain't discrimination if it's the truth. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
If
How
you
old do you have to
ain't
be to
if you ain't
become
fit enough
president?
to play for an NFL team, you can't say, oh, you know, you're discriminating against out of shape people.
What's the minimum age to become president? Was it like 30? Was it 35 or is it 30?
35.
35. So
yeah, I think it is 35.
right. So if you
Mhm.
look at the average age of like either you would say you know the president or the prime minister of the major countries around the world, and the age of these people is just crazy. Most of them like 80, 85. Dude, it's like
Yeah.
it's a lot of older people in power these days. It's like, you know, no one stepping down and giving way for the younger, right? I tell you.
And that's why things don't move, you know, like it's supposed to move in Congress legislation, like the infrastructure bills and all of that. It all moves slow because, you know, they already paid for it. All them politicians is paid for. They've been paid for years and years, you know, and that's why they in their power. That's why you can be 85 and, you know, like Nancy Pelosi and be the Speaker of the House. You know what I mean? Like how does she relate to the society, to the majority of the society? Majority of the society is not an 85-year-old white woman. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, hold on. I think Stu is asking for the link. There you go. There's the link, Stu. I think I might have missed you when you tried to join.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, like what could Joe Biden goddamn add to technology right now? The whole, you know what I'm saying?
I
Like
mean, this
everything he
motherfucker
speaks.
walking around half dead. You know what I
I
mean?
know,
Halfway
right?
dead. He
Exactly.
need.
Everything he speak on is written. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, his whole mind frame. You know, his processor is not even, you know, up to date. You know what I mean? The way he process information is not, you know, the right way to process information. You know, and I guess you got advisors and shit like that. But I mean, we didn't elect the advisors to run this country. We elected Joe Biden. You know what I'm saying? So he should be able. You know what I mean? You got to be able.
We need to cap that age limit.
Yeah, we
We
need to
need to
cap
cap
that
that.
age.
We do, bro. I mean, because
I
they've been trying to
mean,
get Bernie in for a minute.
I'm gonna say 60. I'm gonna say 60. Nope, you can't run no more at 60.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's
and
a
look,
risk. It's a risk to the
at a
country,
certain
you know.
age, they start taking your driver's license. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
come on, but we gonna let you just keep being president at 72?
yeah,
You got the nuclear football just sitting right there with your
yeah.
plate of applesauce.
Right. Yeah,
Having dementia
that's
and
not
all.
cool.
Oh man.
What's going on, Concrete Code and Sosa? How y'all doing, man?
Peace. What up, Unc?
Peace.
Yeah, the wild one in
Oh,
the
before
day.
it slipped my mind,
Yeah, the wild
Corey,
one.
did you get a chance to see the stuff that I put together for a potential show for you and Kent in the future?
Man, Kent, no, I didn't get to see
Yeah, I
that,
sent it to
man.
him weeks ago. I
Oh,
said,
yeah,
hey,
okay. He probably
hey,
sent it
send
to
this
me
to
already.
Corey.
I ain't look at it. I'll be so busy lately.
Yeah, I put
But
a whole Google Doc with like sources and stuff in there for y'all to do like a show on the Big Bang.
he'll show it to me then.
Yeah.
I see. He
If
probably
you want, I
already
can
sent it to
drop
me.
it again in the Zoom back chat if you want.
Yeah,
Thanks
do
for cutting
that.
me off, CK. Famous cut me off. You're famous cut off.
Oh,
See,
I
that nigga,
apologize, good brother.
In the middle of me
same thing
fucking
with me.
talking, you just start
Same thing
talking.
with me when
Appreciate
I
that
came
shit,
here.
bro.
As soon as I start talking, he's like, "Hold on, I just want to say this commercial break." Like, I'm like, nigga, goddamn. Go ahead, Go ahead.
Hold up, you were in a black hole sounding like the Matrix
Nah, he
Transformer
said,
shit when you
nah,
came in.
nah. As soon as I got clear, he's like, "Man, you clear now." I said, "Yeah, man. I just want to." He said, "Hold on, quick commercial break," and then you did your whole little spiel real quick, and it just cut straight into what I was
All I
saying.
said is I'm gonna drop a video, and then I stopped talking.
I
Listen,
shit
ass
to the way
motherflower.
after I finished saying what I was saying. Go ahead.
It was a commercial break, nigga. Commercial come right. Yeah.
Can somebody get Chef to drop the link in the chat? It looks like the link that I have doesn't work. I don't know if anybody else has the link.
Sure.
Yeah, I think Stoopy is gonna jump on.
Well, yeah, you out of state. Oh, I must again.
Yeah.
You out of state?
I was out of state. Yeah. You
Right.
know, I got a little bit of land, nigga. You know how we do. Trying to figure out some shit to get some money is always that, yo.
And I
Can't live without money. But you know what? But that abortion conversation. Yeah, that's right. What about the sperm though? So now the sperm is like two, not correct. And the whole shit is crazy. So yeah, don't get no vasectomy, yo. You just killing like, yeah, there's a bunch of nonsense, man. All that shit is bullshit, man.
The Bible
You know
got
why
it
it's
right.
bullshit?
The
Because
Bible
since
got it right.
ancient times. Yeah. Since
You
ancient
drop that
times,
seed on the ground.
human beings.
Drop that seed on the ground. Go ahead.
Come on, man. Since ancient times, though, bro, that decision has been made. Plain and simple. Plain and simple, yo. Like for unstable decisions, stable decisions, period. I'm just not doing it. I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, it's part of the human experience, man. And when things are just like smoking weed and doing drugs is part of the human experience. And whenever things is just downright part of the human experience, yo, no law in the world gonna change that. Humans gonna do it. There's a powerful force, right, that will cause you to make crazy decisions, and that's called the force of having sex. Nobody's getting around that. That's the most powerful force on earth. Why? Because it keeps Homo sapiens sapien regenerating over and over and over again. So even if you make the wrong decision and have sex with a person, that decision to have sex, you're not gonna outdo that. You're just not. Yeah.
It'd be like China when that damn population get on the brink. You don't have to worry about if abortion is legal or not, nigga. Forced abortion, 2 child per household. Shit, that's a wrap. Shit. If it comes down to it.
Didn't they lift that?
Yeah. They lifted it eventually, yeah. But you know, they went to that little stage. They was like, yo, no more than 2. Shit.
Oh, here.
I mean, folks started knocking off. You know, you start seeing female infanticide. You know what I'm saying? They start knocking off the female, the women that was less desirable.
Yeah, because I know they still have a problem over in Japan with the birth rate like that, right? And they don't put any type of restrictions on birth or reproductions there, but like I said, it's like a cultural thing.
Yeah, remember they did it for a while, or they just relaxed back on it. But they did it for a while, like
Yeah, it's not like you can turn a huge ship right on a dime, right? They had those things in place for so long. Now you just can't lift it, right? Yeah.
This controversial in the house as usual. I'm going to change my name from Stupid to Mr. Controversial. It's too controversial to say that a lot of people won't agree with. I need people to look online for this book. It's called Freakonomics. In there's a chapter which shows a direct correlation of the introduction of Roe versus Wade in 1973 to the reduction of crimes in the 90s. It said abortion played a pivotal role in the reduction of crimes. because
Yeah,
children
but
who would have born.
I think they already I think that case has been proven to be erroneous already.
No,
I
no,
think I
no.
know
It
you're going
has
with
never.
that one. I think they
Where,
debunked that though.
where have it been debunked? It was never debunked. People disagree with it, but it has never been
It's
debunked.
about
Because the data
no,
show,
it's about
a
how it's about
correlation.
how yeah, but correlation is always causation. It's about how the study was done. Like if you look at like I'm driving right now, but go ahead, read it though. I'll find one if I get tired of settle down. But I know you're going
I
with it. But
won't
go ahead,
find it.
read it. Go ahead, read it.
Let
Go ahead, read it.
me change it now. In this world, there are four sets of children. Let me change my argument. There are four sets of children born in this world. The most favorable set is planned for and wanted. In the black community, that's a rarity. We have children who are born who are planned for and wanted. Right? Now, unplanned for but wanted. Most of us in the black community fall in that category. Where we were unplanned for, but when we came, we were wanted. Then you have some children who were planned for, but because of situation, birth defects, probably are not wanted. And then you have a set of children who are not planned for and not wanted. Now, what you're going to have when you remove Roe versus Wade is that you have children who were not planned for and not wanted being introduced into the population. What do you believe will be happening to these children? Is it fearful? These children who would have been probably born to somebody else. Right? But what happened now? People develop their belief system or their ethical standards. And they believe like it's something new. They have Kantian ethical standards where when it comes to abortion, that says no child should be aborted. And that is not true. If by miracle we could go back in time, some people were born. If there was a time machine, we have to agree that some people wouldn't have born. And the choice when a child is born, it is upon who carrying the child. I would never ask a woman to say, you have no right to decide whether or not you want a baby. Not because we just had sex and you got pregnant. It's some like sex can determine the life outcome of an individual. Pregnancy. And then somebody argued, when is a child a baby?
Hey, y'all. Hey, excuse me. Hold on, Stupies. Hey, CK, if you still in there, I just posted a book in the chat. I want to know if you could put that in the what that shit we got?
The Discord?
In the Discord.
Discord.
CK, can you put that book in the Discord? Because me and Sosa want to do a show on this book later on this week. But I need that book in the Discord so everybody can get caught up on what we're going to discuss.
You know, we can't copy.
Yeah, let them read that book.
Well, if I was on my computer, yeah, I could copy it from the chat, but I can't do it on my phone because I ain't on my computer. So send it in the Zoom back chat.
I did. It's in the Zoom back chat.
What's the name of the
book? Black liberals, white rednecks.
Oh, okay.
I mean, black rednecks,
black rednecks, white liberals.
What?
Black redneck, white liberal.
Uh-oh.
Black redneck.
What is wrong with y'all?
Troublemaker.
Why are y'all trying to go? This is a pseudo ass book.
So we gonna go into it. We'll go back and forth on it.
I'm not putting that shit in the server. You don't lost your fucking mind.
Really, Chef is the one where he deal with Booker T. Washington and Du Bois. I think that was, you know what I mean. I like that chapter. You know what I mean. But,
you know my views on Booker T. Washington. Booker T. was a buffer for white people. No, not Booker T. Sorry.
You really want me to give?
Right, we ain't getting a Booker T right now. That's just we can. We'll say it for damn black redneck white liberal conversation.
Yeah, don't say that, Stupies. You're gonna channel Raw Born and True Story, and you're gonna channel the Great Powers. Don't do that.
Yeah. No, back to the abortion question on Mother's Day. A lot of women, many women now. I come from a country, and let's be honest, I come from a country where people had, back in the day, 30 years ago, people had 8, 9 children. and they couldn't afford to give all the children equal opportunities. So some children were picked out of a group. The brightest child was given the opportunity. He went to school every day, or she went to school every day. He got the shoes to go to school or the clothes to go to school. And the other other children were expected to go out in the field. And Friday's class used to be empty 40 years ago. Because you have to help your family with market day. And Friday was market day. Children were given less than the best opportunities to survive and to exist. Because the amount of children that people had. Mothers now take the opportunity to realize that, listen, I cannot bring another child into the house when I already have enough. Statistics show that 1 in 4 women have had abortion. 1 in 4 women have sit down and make the serious consideration and the decision to listen. I do not have the resources to carry another child into this world. Here you are speaking about the bunk bed. I had a bunk in my room growing up. You had bunk bed. There was no place to stand up. In that room, you got to sleep. That was a sleeping room. You didn't need, when the nights were chilly, you didn't need a heater. In there was hot like fire from the heat that was emanating off everybody's bodies. We're cousins and brothers and sisters, and everybody shared the same room. People need to be honest with themselves. Somebody else take over before I rant too much.
You know how ridiculous you sound.
Peace, brother Blackwards.
Hey, look, don't harm them. Just make your case, bro.
Right. You gonna kill babies. You gonna kill babies because you ain't got no money.
Of course.
Stupid.
Of course.
I got 6 terms, so when I lost my job,
wars have been fought over resources.
We ain't got no money.
Of course.
That was the case. Black people wouldn't even be here.
Resources. War have been fought over resources. Be realistic. Stop talking garbage about wicked.
What garbage you talking, brother?
We kill people for everything.
You done bought into that. You don't let that hit. You let that hit your head so many times. You done bought into it.
We kill people because them look at we wrong. People have been killed for looking at people wrong. So people have been killed for lack of resources also. So don't come in
there. That ain't got nothing to do with you killing your baby, because you ain't got no money.
Why abortion? And why most abortion?
What's the income rate you supposed to have a baby then?
See, and that goes to the conversation. When is a life a life? Because
where you gonna come from?
We don't see that ended. We don't see that ended. Like that's what I'm saying. The conversation. If abortion is had within the first month, is that killing a baby? Do you see it killing a baby?
Well, in the second month, where is the baby in the second month? Let me just ask you a quick question. Let me ask you a quick question. No, I'm gonna answer your question with a quick question. Where does the baby in the second month come from? A baby in the first month, right? Where does the baby in the third month come from? A baby in the second month.
Okay, all right. So what's your answer to the question, bro?
What's my answer?
Let me answer the question. Hold on. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
My bad.
Let me answer. In the first month of pregnancy, the fetus is less than 1/4 inch in size. In the second month, it is about 1/2 inch. In the third month, it is barely 1 inch. What exists in the woman's belly within the first 3 months could not survive outside of the woman. The woman is a necessary component of the survival of that. What we do call fetus, infant, baby, any name you want to call it to make you feel good. It could not survive outside of the woman for the first 3 months. It's her decision that person survives. If she dies, that dies. And so when we're coming on the channel and we're talking, when is a baby a baby?
Okay, if they got no money, why don't you kill them both then? Why don't you get rid of them both? The woman and the baby.
Prison.
They broke.
We'll do that.
Get rid of them both.
That has been done in this society. It is called prisons, where we get rid of people permanently who don't have any resources. You realize how crack get treated different from fentanyl?
I'm just
Black
asking
people
you.
didn't have any money. So we
I
got
have
rid
a
of them.
question for
When you
y'all.
look
A
in the
broke black
society,
woman who having a baby, won't you just get rid of
I
both
got,
of them?
I got a question for you. I got a question for you, brother. Quick question. How many kids have you adopted?
Step up.
Talking to you, the one that said you
Oh,
don't make no money. How many kids have you? How many children have you adopted?
I can't adopt that. I got 8.
You said you can't?
I got 8.
No. So you adopted 8 children?
I have 8 children.
No, but how many have you adopted?
I haven't adopted any.
Right. So here's a great point. Hold on for a minute. Here's a great point for you to make, right? You keep hollering about killing somebody, right? I hear the conversation, right? Okay. That's a good joke. Well, how many women that throw babies in the trash can? That occurs.
That occurs. I
Right?
know somebody who did it.
Right. See, and you know somebody who did it. Yeah. So wouldn't you rather that happen early on in the womb than that
and
situation
she got a baby
happen
back.
later
She got a
on down
baby
the
right
line?
now. He's grown man.
Okay. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm just making my point though.
Yeah.
That love story doesn't occur all the time.
No, it don't.
That happy Cinderella ending doesn't happen all the time.
It don't.
So my point is that everybody is not like you, right? Some men aren't fit to have children. We can all agree to that as men. Am I correct?
No.
Can we agree to that?
If you was unfit, you wouldn't be able to reproduce.
Listen, all men aren't created equal and all men aren't fit to be fathers. Can we just agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so so how did you force a woman to brunt the burden for 18 years?
No, I said I
she might
disagree with
already know
that.
that you're a piece of shit.
I disagree with that. And I also disagree with.
You disagree with what? Hold on, let's
you talking about some people are unfit to. I don't agree with that.
That's the truth, man. Everybody can't be a parent, bro. Everybody cannot be a parent. All you gotta do is look around you, look at the young people in the street shooting each other. They come from a lot of times it's parents not being in a situation like they need to be, separated up, broken down families. All this play a role in the raising children. It takes a whole damn family to raise a damn kid. That's a hell of a responsibility at the end of the day.
Bro,
So
a goddamn chicken can raise a kid. It don't take no whole family to raise no kid.
Yeah, okay, so that's what's wrong right now. That's why you're getting shot up by the kids, because you think it just takes one crazy person to do it.
We ain't got my kids that got shot up.
My family, what he's saying is like, we don't even got to argue about this, bro. Some fathers are unfit to have kids, bro. We know that because we see them abuse kids.
Somebody might say you the same one. Somebody might say you unfit because you ain't got a PhD or you didn't finish high school or you too short. Who gonna decide who's unfit? Who gonna raise that? Who gonna make that standard?
Can you hear me, bro? Or you just yelling? Can you hear what I'm saying?
I'm saying who gonna make that standard? Who's unfit?
You hear what I'm saying? I'm not talking about that. That's what I'm saying.
You got 8 kids by the same mother. You got 8 kids by the same mother, bro.
That's what I'm talking about.
No.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. I'm talking about the niggas that abuse their kids, the niggas that kill other people's kids. The ones we see on TV. We know that some people are just unfit to have children, bro.
Yeah, but how did you know which one was gonna do that? How did you know which one was gonna do that? You got a statistic. You got you an actuary. Let me get what I gotta ask you real quick. How do you make this statistic? Are you some kind of actuary or something that when you sat down and figured over so many years, so many people, this situation, this condition, blah 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 blah, that this nigga's gonna grow up and kill somebody? Does that have you sat down and figured that? I just want to know.
Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. Well, you badass.
I'm asking you got 8 children. 8 children. Are they by the same mother? Same mother, your 8 children?
No, they're not. No.
How many baby mothers do you have?
I got 3.
I said, how many?
I said 3.
Okay. So see, you part of the problem, though. But see, you part of the problem. See?
Wow.
Get what I'm saying now. But go imagine that.
I never been on I ain't never been on child support. My kids ain't out in the streets. 4 of them grown. Say what? What problem am I part of?
conversation.
I can't hear you, bro. Your shit breaking up, or it's me. It's one of us.
No, that's my phone going in and out. I was on the road. I said, we just love to have a conversation with them, man, wouldn't you? Hey, they side of the story. You jumped on here like Daddy Hero.
I was just
jumped on here like Daddy Hero.
I was just with some of them today for Mother's Day.
Some
So
of
you
them
know what I'm
today.
saying?
Some of them.
Hey, some
ain't
of them
messing with you,
grown.
man.
Some
I'm
of them
not messing
grown.
with you,
They all
man.
living
I'm
somewhere.
not
I got
messing
one
with
in
you.
Hawaii. You know what I mean? I got kids grown.
Man.
I'm in my 50s, brother.
Man.
I ain't no youngster.
Man. Man. So you basically saying, yo, you was able to raise all 80 kids, right? The right way. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be out of somebody's life, yo. We ain't gonna play this game. You're gonna be out of somebody's life.
I ain't say
I'm
I didn't.
ask you the truth.
First of all, they got mama.
8 kids.
Oh, they got
They got a mama.
Motherfuckers in Hawaii. You definitely can't
I didn't do it all by myself.
No, let them talk. Let them talk. Let them talk.
Yeah.
No, let them talk.
Yeah,
Right, because let him hang himself.
Yeah, hang myself. You know, whatever this little, how you say, this little narrative that y'all got, you know, where he done basically made you think you got to follow it, that rule or whatever. You know what I mean? Y'all just sound like some groupies. But anyway,
wow,
I got 8 kids, right? Okay, they got
yo.
mamas. I didn't have them by myself. I don't make babies, so their mamas had a lot to play with. I mean, a big part to play with in their life.
Okay.
I had my first one when I was 15. I got one that's 4. I'm 56.
Okay. All right.
That we hanging before
You can't take no child, so we can exclude that one. Now go to the next one.
So what you want me to hang myself on?
You already doing it.
Okay, what you got?
Dangling.
What you got?
Dangling right now.
What you got? What you got? How you get here? How you got here?
I'm gonna ask you a personal question.
I'm asking you a question. How you got here? How you got
my
here?
mother and father.
How many kids they had? How many kids they had? How many kids? How many brothers and sisters you got?
Man, I got one brother in jail forever.
Okay. How much time you spend out the street? How much time you spend out the street? How much time you spend out the street? Because I know you ain't no youngster. How much time you spend out the street?
None. No time in the street.
Oh, come on now.
No time in the street.
You been out there. You been out there. If you you been out there.
Oh, you mean now? You talking about now? No, when I started having kids, y'all backed out of it, yo. I gave up everything, yo. Yeah, I got up out of it, yo. When I looked my twins in the face, I was like, all right, can't hang with it. I get it.
Okay,
I got it.
At that moment in time, what was your rating? Was you this high ranking Negro? Did you have a good job, a good education? Were you married and all that shit?
Oh, so you just put together a whole piece.
No, because that's what you're talking about, all this part of the problem. What I'm telling you is you pushing the narrative and you playing games with niggas. You pushing the narrative and you playing games with these youngsters. That's what I'm telling you.
No, man, I'm trying
to
say
what
you
I'm
sound like
about,
American.
Don't play with me.
You sound like the American dream, cuz, and you know what I'm talking about. I didn't paint that narrative. To be a good dad doesn't mean you have to make $1 million a year. That's not the point I'm making.
So what's
I'm
the
gonna say it again. To be a good dad, you do not have to make $1 million a year. You just have to be attentive and take care of your kid.
What's the point you making?
My point I'm making is you gonna stop cutting me the fuck off too, so I can make a point. How about that? My point is stop cutting me off.
10 times.
Right, but that's my point. Stop cutting me off. That's
okay, I'm not cutting you off.
That's the only point I want to make.
What's your point?
Stop talking to you because I don't even know you. You know, I go left for no reason. So I want to stop, calm it down myself. I want to take a woo shower moment.
Yeah, that was
okay,
crazy.
I'm back on the grid now. So we got a father who has 3 baby mothers. Not married to none of them at all. Not saying you got to be, but I know, and everybody is the dad and has kids, that when you got 3 baby mothers, you're missing out a lot of your children's life.
No matter what you try to say, all in Hawaii across 15 states. All of a sudden, you're able to be attentive and on board with all them making sure that, no, that's not going to happen. So there's a deficiency running around somewhere, bro. And you're not going to play me with that because I'm a dad and I know the deficiency occurs when you're not around. It's impossible for you to be around. Now, if you had them all in the same household, that's a different experience. But you got 3 baby mothers with 8 kids, and you expect us, if you the hero, to come through and say, they're not allowed to do this, do that? We're not listening to you, bro. That's my point.
All right, Blackwood, you can unmute, but you had to put you on mute just a bit.
That's some stuff you just pulled out of nowhere. Ain't even no logic to that. You don't. First of all, you don't have all kids. I ain't make 8 kids in one damn time. I'm 56. Second of all, I've been married twice. My first wife is gone. Third, it ain't no rocket science to raise kids. People been doing that shit since they've been here. So it ain't like you gotta. Your parents go to work every day. I had 2 working parents when I was growing up. My dad and their mama got 10 kids all together. 2 working parents. One of them worked for the state, one of them worked at the paper mill. Never home. We turned out all right. It ain't that hard. What makes it hard is the fact that people don't have the skills to do it. Or they think they don't have the skills to do it.
You was bad having babies at 15.
How do I know? Hold up. Let me finish my sentence.
Somebody ain't doing a good job with you, bro.
Let me finish my sentence.
Right, go ahead.
How do you know who got the skills to do it? When you was a youngster or you was out there in the street, somebody thought you didn't have the skills to do it. You was might have been a disaster. I don't know how your kids turned out. You know, that's on you. That's your problem. But what I'm saying is, yeah, you know, that's however your kids turn out. They probably thought yours wasn't gonna turn out to be. Thought they was gonna be just like you was. Everybody, and all the damage that you did before, that don't you talking about you changed? You still affected other people. So that really don't mean that I changed something. You know, all of a sudden, and now I'm gonna be I gotta, you know what I mean? Nobody trying to hear that, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like everything you saying it's just a bluff. It's just an open argument that has no
right there. All right, good.
It's just fluff.
Right there. Now we heard you. And I'm trying to tell you, 1, everybody can't be parents. 2, it actually takes parenting skills, and there's no book on raising kids.
Oh, you gotta have
simple as that. So no one is saying what you think I'm saying. So I'm saying all that we wasn't home and all that. Yeah, I can tell. So like you said, your mom and dad had 10 kids, right? Bet. But you said they never was home. Bet. Okay, what that mean? Somebody was attentive. Your aunt. Somebody had to what? So what I'm saying is, I don't even
the
think
older
you
ones
should
took
put your
care of
kids
the
in a
young
situation where they gotta help raise
easy.
themselves.
The older ones took care of the young ones. That's easy.
Is raising kids. Nobody's doing that. That's not fair to the children. You gotta allow the children to be children. And if you allow a child to be a child, right? Then they'll nourish into hopefully productive adults that will have children that will be productive. But to have the babies raise the babies, that's the problem now. That the babies is raising the damn babies and kids is having kids, bro. That's the central problem right there.
That ain't the
Now,
problem.
how the hell can a 13-year-old be adequate enough to raise an infant? Like not she's not even grown herself. That whole thing is crazy what you're saying. Although you made it, bro. I'm not knocking the struggle. I'm just trying to say, and no situation is perfect. But we can't dive on the show and start acting like the kids, our parents don't gotta be on there. That's part of the problem, bro. Look around you. Look in Baltimore. Look in Chicago. That is the problem. What you just mentioned is the problem.
The part of
so
the
you're not gonna never get me to dive out the window.
What I'm telling you is part of the problem is the shit that's going around saying that that's the problem. You can't do it.
What?
You gotta have this. You gotta have this. You gotta have this.
Man,
when people been making kids and babies since we've been here. People was making babies in slavery.
And that's the point.
You saying if you gotta have all this stuff to raise a
that's
kid
biological.
is ridiculous.
Listen, that's biological. That's gonna happen automatically making kids. That's just sexual reproduction.
Exactly.
We're talking about raising valuable offspring that you know what I mean?
What's valuable? What's a valuable
the ones
offspring?
that contribute to society. First off, let me say this. You said you was having babies starting at 15.
And my first one when I was 15.
Right, so something was wrong with that. You gotta realize that. No, there was something wrong with the way you was raised. You gotta admit
so you didn't have sex when you was 15?
I did, but I wasn't having babies.
Something wrong the way you raised too.
No, I wasn't having babies then. People took control of my situation. They wasn't allowing me to have babies. Now, we can get to the point of abortion or anything. I'm saying ain't nobody in my life allow me to be a father at 15 years old. Something is wrong with that. You got to admit that at 15, do you think you were ready to be a father? Answer that question.
Brother, at 15, I don't know what the hell I was ready for. But it happened. That's what happens in life.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. Let me just get this sentence out. Let me finish my sentence. That's life. Things happen. You can't, if you're going to sit out here and try to map out everybody's life, it's just stupid. You got this wrong path. You got to take this path. You got to do this and do that. Things happen. You have sex. Huh? Bro, you yelling so loud. You staticky. Repeat that.
I said, I'm sorry. I said that's parenting. Parents map out their children's lives and try to get them best.
How many parents are planning babies, man?
What?
How many people planning babies, man? Come on with that.
Responsible people.
My child.
Come on with that.
I plan my child.
All the people I know playing babies with my grandparents because they needed people to help them farm on their little crops and stuff in Alabama.
Oh man, this man crazy, man.
But I don't know nobody running around here nowadays planning babies. Unless you watching too much TV. Planning babies.
What's your name, man? What's your name, bro?
My name is Charles.
Huh?
My name is Charles.
That's your name?
That's my name, Charles. C-H-A-R-L-E-S.
Hey, Charles, let me get this straight, Charles. Let me show you what you just did.
Hey!
You done got us stereotyped to death at this point. You called in, right? I'm pretty sure you have a lovely mother and father. You said your mother and father both worked and they had 10 kids together. You said, but they was never home. Then you go on to say that. Then you go ahead and say that y'all raised yourself. The older ones took care of the youngest. I'm saying. You didn't say that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say we raised ourselves.
No, you said, but y'all.
I said
what was the point? I don't want to get you wrong.
That first of all,
backed out of that.
For some reason, like
don't say that. I was just correcting.
Let me just say I'm staying on the same point. For some reason, we were scared to death of my daddy. Let me finish, bro. For some reason, we were scared to death of my daddy. So if he called that house and he want to speak to such and such, you better be there to answer. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't even hardly whoop us. We just scared to death of him. But the older ones will have responsibilities, like when my mama put the food up, get the food out, make sure you blah blah. Make sure your little brother take a bath if she ain't home. If she ain't home. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times she got home late. She worked for the state. So a lot of times she got home late. My dad worked at the paper mill. His shift always changed,
freeze. Hold on, bro. Hold on. So all you did, in a nice way, you explained how your mother and father wasn't home. You just end up at the same space. I'm not knocking it, bro. That's not what I'm saying. Your peoples had to do what they had to do. And your sisters and brothers had to do what they had to do. You think I'm actually knocking it. I'm simply saying, right, that the environment that we're in, we need to take our time to figure out the process. I'm not saying that everybody do it, but there's certainly marginalized communities that don't plan it out.
and it's all over the place. And these situations occur regularly where the older siblings are taking care of the younger siblings. And I'm saying this is not normal behavior. It's been normalized in our community, bro. But let me be the first to tell you, that's not it. To you, it seems normal. I'm saying that it's actually not. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying our way of thinking on the situation is bananas. So I'm saying, like, I'd rather have 2 kids or 1 kid, right? And everybody don't got to work in the household, right? And be there, than have 10 and can't. No knock on you. I'm simply saying the conversation that you came in on, you know what I'm saying, puts a dark light on what I'm trying to tell you. I'm saying, bro, that we can move forward in that process where we don't have to have 10 kids. We maybe just have 5 kids and maybe 1 person work. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, so it's called planning. I'm not saying everything has to be planned. I'm saying like I got 3 kids in college. Bro, that shit just didn't pop up out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's over there. No, I push the environment for that. So I'm not, you think I'm actually knocking you. I'm saying what we think is normal in our community, everybody's looking at us saying, oh man. And then we wonder why the high abortion rates. And then we wonder why a crime in our community. And then we wonder why the hip hop, how could hip hop ever be a dad and a mom? How could hip hop raise our kids?
Yeah, things have a domino effect.
Bro. I'm just saying the whole shit is crazy.
Kit. What you say?
Just call me Bobby Banger. Yo, call me Bobby Banger. Did I get you?
Let's go,
Bobby.
I'm
what you're saying, bro. I'm not.
I don't know them niggas named Bobby. Yeah, Bobby. Hey,
see how you is.
Check this out. That sounds lovely. It sounds lovely, but things happen when you don't plan for it. Let me finish my sentence. I'm gonna let you get back to your dialogue. People lose jobs. People break legs, can't work. People get sick. People get hit by cars. People catch cancer. You can't plan. You can try. It's good. Like Malcolm X. Tomorrow belongs to those who plan for it. That sounds good. But you're going to land up with a woman. Let me finish. You're going to land up with a woman, and she get pregnant, and everything you planned on just changed. You might have thought you probably want to go on the road traveling, you had a good job, you can go to Maine and make $40,000 in about 3 months. Now you got to stay home. Things might change. Or now you ain't getting that job. Things change, bro. You can plan it. You can write it down. You can put it in your will, whatever.
It's all contraceptive,
life is like you just can't see it the next minute.
Bro,
you might be walking here right now, somebody walking through and get shot. You don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, if a woman is not on birth control,
I'm not saying
not on birth control, you planning to have a kid.
This is what I'm saying.
I'm gonna say this again though, yo. If a woman is not on birth control, then you're planning on having a kid.
Bobby, let me
are you getting my point?
I get your point, brother. That's what I'm telling you.
So that's the plan. You know that, right?
Only thing is, if I'm gonna word this real simply. Just because things happen, things change, spur of the moment, that don't mean niggas need to run around killing babies. Things might get better. And like I said, you saying life, somebody was talking about some life begins at all that stuff. Life got to come somewhere. So a baby at 3 months came from a baby at 2 months. A baby at 2 months came from a baby at 1 month. A baby at 1 month came from sperm and an egg.
Life,
you know what I'm saying? So
the moment conception is life. Let me finish my point.
So when will we stop? When the baby's 5 and we feel like we can't take care of it no more, what we got to get away? Like you talking about all the orphans, get away or kill it?
Listen, bro. You said things just happen. I'm letting you know your penis just don't happen to a woman, bro. That ain't things just happen, my nigga. Trust me when I tell you, that's not out of nowhere. No, right? So if a woman is not on birth control, you're planning to have a kid. This is the message that has to be promoted in our community. We stuck on an abortion part. I'm saying there are measures that need to happen prior to that situation. So everybody growing up need to know that you don't just happen to have your penis in a woman or vice versa, bro. That's not a mistake. That's not out of nowhere.
Well, every time you have sex, you're not having a baby, so you shooting crap. That's what I'm saying.
right? If the woman don't have a tube tie, if you don't got
And there's condoms too.
So I'm just trying to show you that they don't just happen. Things just don't happen all over the world. You can't say that things happen. No, it ain't. That's a conscious act.
Your phone is like raggedy.
So we don't do that.
Yeah, you do sound like a robot, Unc. Maybe it's the area that you're in or something. So we didn't get a chance to hear what you were trying to say.
You hear me now? You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
No, you hear me clear? I said, he said things just happen. I'm telling you, penis just don't happen to be in a woman. That's a conscious decision you make. Okay? So if no one's on birth control, man does not have a contraception. If he doesn't have a vasectomy, if a woman doesn't have a tube tied, then every time you have sex with a woman, right, you're planning on having a kid. This is the message that I teach my children. And we fight hard to make sure that kids don't have kids. And a lot of times kids are having kids. Why? Because the parents aren't in the household. Like Black women need a father around on a regular basis. Like that's important to teach, to show that I learned that kids never listen to what you say. They look at what you do. They can give 3 fine fucks about what you say. Okay, I learned that as far as being a parent. All right, so I teach education. They see me talking education. They hear me talk in college. Right, I keep them in school. They hear all that. They see it. So my point is, bro, like, no, you just don't happen to end up having sex with a woman. Yeah, that's something. That's a conscious decision you make. And I'm saying we need to knock it off right there. That's a good place to start. The abortion is the last one. But I'm saying if we do get to that road, then we just need to. I'm just saying, yo, that's the last stage, and that's the last stage, and that decision need to be made by the woman. But you're right, bro. You're right. I ain't saying, yo, you tripping. You act like I'm just saying free willing didn't have an abortion. See, that's the narrative that the American dream puts, which is nonsense. No one is saying that, bro. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, cause look, where does it stop? Where does it end? Yeah, that your tactics, what you speech you're delivering, you're trying to tell the kids or whatever. It's cool. Everybody said want the kids to know that. Even the bad parents. You know what I'm saying? But where does that stop? Once upon a time, they were saying, wait a minute, I'm just saying, once upon a time, somebody was saying that we shouldn't have no babies as a race. So
what?
As a race, we shouldn't be able to reproduce no more. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, who's gonna set the standard of what's the quality parent? What's a parent? What's the
parent themselves?
No, that's
the person themselves that is having a child.
Well, that's not the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm making. We know that. But
that
like
should
I
be
said,
the only point that matters.
If it's the parents themselves, then just because this guy work at probably ain't got no job and the wife work, what if them two parents say they want to have that baby? You gonna say,
yeah, why you gonna have a baby without a job, though, yo?
That's what I'm saying. She just said the parents.
No, I'm saying you should be having sex.
I'm talking about the person that's having
a woman if you don't have a.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you, CK.
I'm saying if you don't have a job, you shouldn't be having unprotected sex. Is what I'm saying. And I know you hear what I'm saying. I'm saying it again.
That's gonna happen.
Remember, they took sex education out of a lot of these schools.
That's gonna happen. And it's gonna keep happening.
I don't care about people having sex, but they need to encourage people to use condoms.
I'm just saying it's gonna happen. It's gonna keep happening, and they like it just like we liked it. That's why we got babies.
No, that's not it. Yo, you sound that's wild how you saying it. I'm gonna say it again, yo. If people who don't have a job need not to have unprotected sex, bro, somebody gotta have on some time. That's what I'm saying. I know you hear what I'm saying, yo.
I know what I'm telling you. It sound good. It sound good, bro.
And it's not even sound good.
That's not. I'm telling you. Everything you tell.
That's not a sound good station. That's not a sound good. That's
everything
like,
that our parents told us growing up sounded good. But when we got out there in that world, we did what we wanted to do. Or situations happened, and you made
Is
a
it
nice looking
possible I can
woman.
add like one tidbit to
Oh,
what
my bad,
I'm saying?
my bad. Go ahead.
Did you have one more thing you wanted to say, Unc? I just wanted to add on what you were saying.
I just want to say, I had my first kid when I was 30. I'm 28 years old. So I followed the rules of the game, though. So whatever. And I was a champion. But go ahead, CK.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think. Yeah, I was gonna say that I don't think that we, talk about the mental stress that the children end up experiencing as well when we, have the unprotected sex or whatever. And let's just say we don't believe in abortion, so we have the kid, but we don't have the means to take care of them. So you work in a shitty paying job or don't have a job, can't get a job, or you had the kid too young, so now you got to drop out of high school or you couldn't finish college or whatever. So now you're raising this kid in poverty. And it's like, and sometimes it does end up happening where people end up, giving the baby up, whether it's to adoption or to orphanage or foster care or whatever, or something happens to where the kid ends up getting taken from the parents because they can't take care of them or because of neglect or abuse. You know what I mean? And it just seems like, damn, we could have just avoided all of that by just, you could have just waited until you were ready to have the kid, You aborting the fetus before it was born, it's not gonna hurt nobody, son. But it will help that child once you make the decision that, hey, I'm old enough, I got this good job, I got money stacked up, I got a house, I got all of this stuff on deck. You know what I mean? Me and my significant other have talked about this. If we've made the decision that, hey, next time we get pregnant, we're gonna keep this one.
Oh, the grandmothers end up raising all these babies, right? That's a lot of times
Exactly.
what happens.
And then the grandma die or get sick or she just can't be there like that, because they old, can't see as well, can't walk as well. And it's like people don't be thinking about the negative effects of having a gang of kids because you don't agree with abortion, having a gang of kids because I don't know. Like, whether you want to say, oh, they should have did this, that, and the third, it doesn't matter. It's too late. They didn't use contraceptive. They didn't use a condom. They don't believe in abortion. It's too late. The kids are here. So now we got to deal with the negative consequences. So these kids that are still kids themselves, having kids, and now like their kids running around the neighborhood doing criminal activity because their parents ain't there for them, or maybe their parents abandoned them. And it's like, we got a problem with the negative things that happen in society because of people having a gang of kids. But the solution, we don't agree with what the solution could have been. We don't agree with that. And it's like,
where you at, Brendan?
That just
fuck out, turn out.
Hold on for a minute, bro. Where you at, Brendan?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Oh, you was making you out.
No, I was just piggybacking off of what CK was mentioning, right? In terms of like people having those children and can't really raise them on their own. It's like, okay, well, you either put them up for adoption, right? You either or have another, relative raise them, right? A lot of times that's what happens in the Black community, right? We end up having grandmothers raising their grandchildren. Right, that's another big problem that we end up seeing. So I was just kind of piggybacking on what CK was saying. Right, whose responsibility does this end up falling on when you have a whole generation of kids that with parents that aren't prepared to raise them, right?
Yeah, especially when we got viable options that can occur prior to abortion. So like
Black, we cannot hear you.
Arrest. The same way in having an abortion is a mental duress. And we're not taking all these considerations. Let me give you a little piece of something out of my life real quick. Let me hit y'all with this. So my sister got pregnant at 14. And what should she do? Okay. I'm glad the choice was made, right? That she actually had my nephew. Y'all seen him come on the show every now and then. Some of his friends will come on the show, right? But at that woman was pregnant, I promised myself, didn't tell nobody, that that kid would be high. And this is for my own kids, right? I made a promise that I would be there because she was so young. Because that's how much I love my sister. That her child would never see me. That was a choice I made. But how many young ladies got brothers that would be was the fathers? And the goddamn father, the fucking father got his brains blown out. I couldn't save him. I tried.
Yeah, you keep
Right?
going in and out.
I tried. Oh, I'm going out. Is it going out now? You
A little bit
hear me
better.
now, CK?
Yeah, I believe we can hear you now, sir.
Okay, so the father of her child, of this 14-year-old, got his brains blown out.
As soon as he started with
it went out again.
Nah, you good. Go
yeah,
ahead, bro.
maybe
Yeah, I
said
think
the
your
father
phone. I think Sosa's phone's going in and out too. So
So listen, so I'm saying that the 14-year-old, which is my sister, right? I vowed to never be high. That kid would never see me high again. All right. But the father of that child lost his life. He got his brains blown out. I tried to save him. I tried to bring him underneath my wing because I was in that life. Right. I could have saved him, but he wouldn't listen to me. I don't want to that's definitely my story. But at this point, man, I'm saying you know what I mean? I'm glad for my sister. But that's not happening for everybody. But you know what I'm saying? He could have just ended up being a child out there. Wow. Killer. His father lost his life. And we see these things just passed on through generations. So I'm saying a simple decision to make sure that the woman is on, has a contraception or the man has a rubber on. That's not a groundbreaking decision no more. They got all kind of things they use right now. So I'm saying we as a community have to teach that the last resort is an abortion. And I'm saying at that point, it should be the woman's choice. So should nobody community show acting like is cheerleading for abortions? Or the serial killers is cheerleading for abortions? That's that bullshit ass American dream. I know what the hell I was saying. I know that there are measures that can be put in place, right? That can stop that. Because you just don't happen to end up with your penis in a woman. I'm done with
it. That was beautiful, brother. But like I said, people are gonna have babies, and people are gonna have unprotected sex, and every girl is not gonna. You can't force kids to take abortion. You know what I mean? That's just gonna be it sounds like some kind of government. I don't know. I mean, what would be the long term? Wait a minute, let me finish. I ain't saying nothing when you talk.
Yeah, I never said that though.
I ain't say you did. I ain't say you did, brother. I'm just making a statement. I ain't accusing you of nothing. And let me back up just a little bit. When you said, let me back up just a little bit. Like when you were saying, somebody was saying, the lady was saying about like if that a lot of that stuff could have been aborted, or with abortion and then all that kind of stuff. Like you don't. That just sounds so. Something you read out of a book. Like where you get the statistics to say that talking about some positive. When you get the numbers to say, okay, this is going to be the positive effects. If it's not happening, you know what I'm saying? If it's not even happening, that's just a theory that's supposed to have a good end result. It's not happening. So, and even women having abortions, that ain't saying that they're going around living some good lives, or women who's on contraceptives. None of that says anything. It's just saying that you see that as a measure of Black people not to have babies. Whatever the certain age they're supposed to be, whatever the income bracket they're supposed to be, or whatever, you know what I mean, whatever standards you got, or you say that's correct, you know what I mean, I think is appropriate, it's supposed to be. And if all else fails, kill the baby. You know what I mean? It's like, that is just crazy. I've been around on the planet for a long time, and I ain't never heard people talk like that.
Who said that though?
Like I've been to
If
other
all
places.
else
Let me
failed,
just finish.
kill a baby.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, because
Good
you
Lord,
I've been
Lord.
all over the world.
Land that plane, bro. Land that plane.
I've been in land. I've been all over the world, and people in other places don't not stop having babies because they living in a damn hut. They keep doing that. What life do? It keep going.
That's why they still in the hut though, yo.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
but I don't know if they do that. That's why, in places like India, poverty, like, know what they're killing their babies. They're throwing their babies in the damn in the ocean in certain cases.
If it wouldn't be overpopulated, if they were doing it that much. I guarantee you that.
No, they are doing it, but they're still overpopulated, but they are doing that.
Well, you have to get overpopulated some kind of. And who says it's overpopulated? It's a lot of land in India, America, and all these other places. Who says it's overpopulated?
Family, you're talking over me. The point is that they're doing it, whether it's overpopulated, unrelated or not. Poor people in India, right, are killing their babies, especially if it's a girl. You know what I'm saying? That's why the law to stop people from doing it, because they're like, yo, we can't do it. So in times of strife, people go harm their child.
People are going to kill babies. People are going to molest babies. People are going to kill their parents.
Of course,
those things are going to happen. It's just going to happen.
Bro, hold on. But that was to your point that it was so absurd that you never heard of people doing it. That's why I said that.
I didn't say that though. You're drawing that conclusion. I didn't say that.
No.
I told you I seen it. I seen her go. I know a girl I went to school with. Threw her baby in the garbage. It was on the news.
Nah.
We didn't even know it was her.
She did it because she was poor?
She did it because she was scared of her mom and parents. That's what she said.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm talking about. So let me ask you. So you're against abortion under any circumstance, or is it circumstantial?
Bro, I don't. Abortion means aborting your children. Yes, I'm against abortion.
So if a father rapes a daughter, right, and she's impregnated, you're still with. No. Even if she doesn't want to have that child, no abortion. You gotta have that baby.
I wouldn't do it.
Huh? No. So you say you wouldn't?
I wouldn't do it.
No, not you. If she wants to, like I said, you're against it if she wants to or not. Like, nah, you. If it was your law,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
that's what I'm
okay.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Because you know what? Ain't none of us wanted to be aborted. We so glad our parents didn't abort our ass. So that child may come here, that child might want to live and live life, just like you got the chance to do that.
Yeah, we don't have to. We're not the one that has to. I'm saying, but the baby locked up in a cabinet somewhere, they're chained to the door. That child might be thinking a little different. She may be thinking, I wish you'd have just aborted me, then put me through this abuse. That's a different scenario. You feel me?
Yeah, but I ain't heard nobody. I don't hear people. Everything you're talking about happens, but I heard too many people running around the street saying, "I wish my dad and mama would have aborted me." You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I
come
said
on
too
now.
many. I ain't said it don't happen. Everything can happen.
Everything can happen. Yeah. It's not
Anything
about.
Can happen.
Yeah. It's not about the.
But you're so glad you're here. Even if your parents was poor, even if your parents was drug addicts, even if you a crack baby, premature, whatever, you're damn sure glad your ass here.
Yeah. I'm not saying I'm not glad I'm here. The whole point is that
give everybody else a chance to have the same thing. Give everybody else a chance to have the same thing, and don't you sit up and try to decide who should, when, where, and why, and how. No. Somebody else should have a baby.
No, but the question is not. No, it's not even about the whole.
You're gonna win the argument. It's 10 against 1. You're gonna win.
No, I'm saying, bro. We just talking, right? Listen, the whole point is that we're not saying do it or don't do it. We're saying the option should be available. You're saying no option, nigga, have that baby. So we're not saying just kill a baby. We're saying she should have the option. You're saying that option should not be available. No, deal with it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
First of all, you didn't create that option. If you want to create that option for yourself, then go ahead. But what I'm saying is, don't put it out as as a blanket for people who want to choose that option now because it's there. Just like we had, like hold on, let me finish in one sentence, bro. Just like some people getting high, smoking that damn Tucci, and it's there, so they choose that option to use it. You know what I'm saying? So when things happen and you have options, my grandmama used to tell me sometimes. She say, you so free, you don't know what to do. Like you got so many changes you can do, you don't even know what to do. So when you start, when you putting down this putting this stuff in these kids' heads, and not just kids, I'm just saying people in general, that you gotta have this, and you shouldn't have this, and you shouldn't have this, and you gotta have it, and if you don't, you don't get no good man, and da 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 da. And now they all of a sudden got all this shit in their head that they didn't even have in their head at first. They were just happy. Oh man, me and Mookie finna have a baby. You know what I'm saying? So now all this other stuff, not things done change. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that, yeah, it's cool. You know what Unc's saying. You know, tell your children about protection, just like they told us. Them rubbers was out when we was coming up too. Birth control was out when we was born too. You know what I'm saying? I don't even. Maybe even my parents was around. I don't know. My parents having children, but they had birth control or whatever. It was all out. It's always gonna be out. You know what I mean? But it's just life, and this is just how it's gonna go. You know what I mean? You can't put it in. You can't list it off no book. Just like you saying people be doing with the Bible. You can't just run it off on something like that. You know, just because it's in a book or it's written out, you just can't run it like that. It don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is people can be wrong. And I think y'all wrong. I might be wrong. You might think I'm wrong. But I think y'all wrong on what you're saying. But actually, the reason I called in was even having to do with the abortion stuff. I just heard Stu P saying that. I was saying that when y'all were talking about the people running the country or whatever is old, I was like, just like y'all talking about children, raising children. I'm like, hell, would you rather your sister run the country or would you rather your grandmama? You know what I mean? So that's all I was calling about on that little bit. But I just heard that somebody talking about some fetuses and certain long and stuff like that. That's how I got in that conversation. So you know what I mean? I ain't mean to just be all on your show trying to take it over and shit. I'm done.
I ain't gonna let you do it. Are you straight?
You know you love the internet.
I'm gonna just get your piece and done. I ain't gonna let you do it. We good. We hear your opinion. Everybody got their opinion.
Well, I'm out. I'm gonna listen to you. Go ahead and run your thing. Peace, y'all.
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think that was an interesting discourse back and forth right there. I'm pretty sure CK and Sosa, we all agree on that. Pretty interesting. But yeah, I just like, here's an interesting question for everybody. Give me a time in history where human beings almost didn't cause abortions.
Listen, that is why we're community poor. That is why we're community poor. This is why we're community poor. We have a lot of unplanned for children. Children having children and then justifying it. Listen, my mother used to tell me something growing up. My mom tell me something. The poor people allow the police to be the family planning methods of the poor. The police is the family planning methods of the poor. When these children born and certain ages, the police plan a family. They either kill them or they send them away for life. When somebody tells you at 15 he was a father, I'm proud of it too. That's the biggest bullshit statement in the world. That's the biggest bullshit statement for somebody to tell you I was a father at 15 with pride. You're an asshole at 15. You're an idiot. You didn't have any sense at 15. There's no 15-year-old in here that tell you that you are responsible at 15 and they saying it with pride. I was a father at 15. Black people are the only people who say it.
Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear me?
You dropped off just a sec. He's back
Yeah.
in.
Nah, he ain't nobody no father at 15. That's just like my sister wasn't a mother at 14. She needed help, right? And that's just real. So, nah, we ain't buying that, right? You ain't got no stable job. I'm just saying, we can do the choices better. It ain't hard. You know what I'm saying? So we can't blame not being responsible on the white man though. And ain't nobody trying to be perfect. We're not saying it's a perfect situation, but man, if you're on that person, you be having a kid together or not, and whether y'all should go out and protect them or not. That's easy. And just because you want to be, you know what I'm saying, out of control, don't mean the rest of the world should have to bear that burden. So here's the question: abortion rate has been going down. Did y'all know that? I'm gonna say this again. Without the help of lawmakers, the abortion rates has been going down. Why? Because maybe more mothers are able to take care of their children. Maybe more fathers are in the home. Right? I don't know the reason, but it's definitely going down. It's not like the fact that thing is offered that all of a sudden everybody will start getting abortions. So I'm saying y'all cannot name a time in written history where Homo sapiens sapiens did not abort children. Y'all can't find that. What's the reason? Because that's part of the human experience. It sounds crazy, it sounds dry, it sounds all that, but that's the reality. There's always going to be a certain amount of babies to be aborted. Something, no way around it. There's going to be a certain amount of babies that miscarriage. No way around it. There's going to be a certain amount of children that ain't raised right. No way around it. We live in a place called Earth.
And there's always going to be a certain amount that is left on the sidewalk.
I can't hear you. Say it again. What would you say?
There's always a certain amount that are abandoned, that are left in the wilderness, that are left on the sidewalk, that are dumped in garbage bin. It's all about resources.
Yep. Mental health. It's about mental health too. So man, this is no easy fix. What we can't do is we can't keep pointing the finger and telling women what they can and cannot do. Man, come on, man. Like that's crazy. Like I told y'all, like a woman can actually get raped, and the rapist parents can actually sue the mother. How ridiculous is that? Why don't they fix that first? They don't even seem right. They don't even seem real. Crazy.
So you say that again. So the rapists can sue.
No, he can't. But his mother them can.
Wow. So the person, if the person that got raped, got pregnant, if they chose to abort the baby, then the rapist's parents can sue the person.
Something stupid. Yep.
Wow.
Drive like I put
Also, let's not forget in Tennessee, they just passed a law, making child marriage, legal. These people are ban abortion, but pedophilia, that's okay. It's all good. We protect the kids, but we don't protect the kids.
What do you mean by child marriage, CJ? Explain that.
I had to pull it up. I'll see if I can pull it up. Talk amongst
Where did
yourself.
you get what you read though? So you read it, and what did it say?
I'm gonna pull it up.
Imagine this. Imagine a scenario where a mentally handicapped or both physically and mentally handicapped person in a home. I've seen those persons is raped and a child is produced. Who's going to look after that child? The state? People not thinking about this thing in the fullness. People not thinking about this thing in the fullness. But as he said, nobody asked to be aborted. Nobody asked to be on death row. Nobody asked to spend 30 years in prison, 40 years in prison. But they were born into situations that didn't give them much options. A lot of people were born into situations that didn't give them much options.
Yeah, we had this conversation before, Stu Peas, and it was a really interesting one, right? Because we were talking about poverty, right? And the dilemma for society is what do you do with people who aren't productive members or parts of the society, right? People who are in all other situations would be able-bodied, right? But they don't have the education or they don't have the skills or anything, or the wealth to contribute to that society, right? And you mentioned it's the criminal justice system is the answer.
We'll put them into prison.
So
That
yeah.
would what we do with the unwanted children, we'll put them into prison. That's what we do with them. Millions of them in prison, especially in America, which America has one of the largest prison population in the world. That's what they do with them.
What you doing? You make your ass work.
That too. But
Yeah,
but you know those ones, some just won't do that, right? So
yeah.
No.
Yeah, they won't do it. And I tell you what's interesting. And nobody called in. Watch this. Out of all the people that called in, right? And it was all go ahead and had the babies, don't do it. No one offered up a solution. Right? Well, if these babies are born, we need to have this type of program where the such can occur. No, none of that happened. Think about that. That didn't happen. No one said that. I find that to be very, very interesting.
I didn't ask the brother, but I should have. I regretted it when he jumped off. I should have asked him. It's like, where does his religious leanings actually where does he fall there? Right? Because in my estimation, this is all religious anyways, right? That's the main reason why they don't want it. It's something in their religion that says that it's immoral to have the abortion, to terminate a life, right? When those moral, I guess you would say, inclinations, those aren't in place when it comes to the death penalty or if it comes to terminating life in any other situation. It only applies to abortion. Right? Any of this other stuff is just fine.
Amazing, right? Why is that?
And like I say, we were having a conversation with American Dream. It's like I always hear this life is sacred, sanctity of life, right? But okay, well, let's engage in a full scale war, preemptive war, and do these other things. It's like, no, either life is sacred or it's not. You don't have it either or. You can't have it both ways.
Blowing up the babies in the village.
I would like to amend what I previously said. Because of the outcry of the damn bill, they decided to amend the wording. So I take it back.
Take what back?
But the bill was originally supposed to target same-sex marriage, but the way that they had it worded was that they were going to honor the marriages of people under 18 if they were the same sex, but not the opposite sex.
What?
But they're going to amend. Yeah. I mean, my mistake. Did I say the same sex? They were going to honor the marriage for people under the age of 18 that were of the opposite sex, but not of the same sex. They were originally trying to target gay folks, but in the process was making child marriage legal. So because of the outcry and people talking shit about them about this very questionable bill, they're going to be amending it.
You got to keep an eye on these.
They're in the process of amending it.
You got to keep an eye on these people, CK. Oh my God.
But ain't that crazy? Oh, we care about the kids, you know what I mean? But no, we don't care about
we care about them so much.
We want to be pedophiles, you know what I mean?
Right. We really care about the kids, right? Yeah.
So I just think a better solution would be to help young women, teenagers, sex education, Like there has to be programs in place. Like in our community, you can't just dive out and say no abortion, right? And you don't have the choice of that because there's no one yet has called them and showed us where in history where that has ever happened. Now we can find a history where they've made shit illegal, right? And we can also say I done heard them make abortion illegal, alcohol illegal, and they start killing everybody. Remember the alcohol went illegal? Remember that? Remember what happened with that? Yeah, the roaring 20s, gunfire, broke out, erupted. You know what I'm saying? Look, marijuana illegal. Thousands and thousands upon thousands of people arrested. Illegal. They never stopped the situation. My thing is making stuff illegal don't necessarily make
You
stop
create
something.
underground economies, right?
Yeah, all day. Yeah, that's real. There's real. There's just a certain amount of people that's going to do it regardless. And I'm just saying, I'd rather have things regulated, and I'd rather have programs in place that would actually help young ladies and young men, because you got to include young men in this education process, that would, actually educate them on, the do's and the don'ts, on how to do it, what not to do. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a simple one. I know we had sex education, and when I was growing up, I think they stopped a lot of that. Some holy rollers came through. No, you shouldn't do it. No, you shouldn't pass out condoms. All kind of nonsense. Like, they want to have it both ways, right? They want the divine God of the universe. You know what I'm saying? They want that to, but yeah, God will never step in to raise the damn kids. See, that's what's crazy to me. You want to use the divine essence or divine God, the cosmic order, you know what I'm saying? And it's wrong, you're going to go to hell if you have an abortion, but yet that God never pops up and help raise the daggone baby. So, or punish the person who might have raped the lady that got her pregnant. That doesn't happen. Yeah, so we just not listening to none of that. None of that makes sense. At least not to me. Makes no sense at all. So we just have a problem here, man. And I think that problem, the fixing that problem doesn't start with taking the choice away. All right. From an already marginalized community, Black women. No, that's not it. It didn't make no sense because it's still gonna happen. If y'all could show to me that this would absolutely stop abortions, if they made it illegal, then let's have that conversation. But before that point, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not going, it's not happening. Nope.
But I will say this: if they do,
They
right,
want to criminalize it.
if this Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, I can guarantee you there's going to be some public outcry to change the structure of the Supreme Court in this country. I can guarantee you. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Right? Should they have some limits on the terms? Right? I guarantee you there's going to be some outcries to make some changes there.
So what? I mean, how did they get? What happened? Did they just pick up the box and say,
Or,
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, or I was looking at
No,
the
I was asking
Constitution and
I was saying,
what would you say, brother?
I said, what happened? Like, why did we get here? Why out of nowhere?
I'm telling you, these Republicans, you can challenge stuff and bring it to the Supreme Court, and they like kind of can pick and choose, when they kind of want to address shit. So the Republicans, they never stopped bringing the issue about, overturning Roe v. Wade. They never stopped. But these mother flowers, they've been trying to get either Republican or more centrist liberals in the Supreme Court. You know what I mean? Because they've been wanting to overturn Roe v. Wade for the longest, yo. They've been promising that to their followers all these years, but never been able to deliver. So now they got this opportunity. You know what I mean? But when you look at the Constitution, yo, there is no limit on how many Supreme Court judges we can have, yo. Because originally, when they first made the Supreme Court, originally it was 5. And then boom, people added more people. They bumped it up to like 6 and then it went to 9, which is what it is now. The president can add more Supreme Court justices, yo. But You know, they, like I said, like that's why after I voted for Obama, I said, yo, I can tell these Democrats, like y'all are working with these Republicans, yo. Y'all just want to stay in power. The Republicans just want to do the shit that they want to do, and y'all just want to make y'all money and just make it seem like y'all are doing stuff for people. But every once in a while, you'll do something good that benefits everybody. Like, it, they have an opportunity to improve the lives of everybody in this country, but they just choose not to.
Yeah, and just to your question, Unc, in terms of like how do we get here with Roe v. Wade and all this, and this is something that American Dream spoke on earlier, and he seems to follow this stuff pretty closely. But I'll give you the spiel he gave us, right? Um, his claim, or I
You
guess
mean
the
he
argument,
watches Fox News
yeah,
very closely?
exactly. The argument is that abortion really shouldn't be covered under the Constitution, or shouldn't be something that should be ruled on at the Supreme Court level because it's not a constitutional question or a constitutional issue, right? Roe v. Wade, their argument, I guess the case that's in front of the Supreme Court now, their claim against Roe v. Wade, they're saying that the privacy clause that governs Roe v. Wade doesn't really actually apply to abortion, right? What they're saying that abortion or the Roe v. Wade, that shouldn't even be governed at the Supreme Court level. And by de facto, right, that pushes it down to the state level, right? So each state is responsible for saying yes or no in terms of the legality of abortion, right?
But look at it. Once they do it with
Right.
that, they're gonna do it with everything else. Oh, all these little Supreme Court cases that were done in regards to civil rights, all these little Supreme Court cases that were done in regards to Black people, or all them Supreme Court cases that were done for forgot, it was something else. I slipped my damn mind. They could just overturn all that stuff because, oh, this isn't in the Constitution. Okay, we need to rewrite our fucking Constitution. Y'all already had to amend the shit when you started to make the Black people free. You already had to amend the shit back then. Y'all should have just like, yo, we need an updated version, son. We need an updated version that includes a little bit more rights for people. Because when you defer to the state, we have to rely on these people that have very biased views to make decisions for all of us. When it's like, yo, like this shit shouldn't be up to you.
Yeah, I just did all that explaining, and then Uncle fell off the panel.
Yeah, but that's what the amendment's for, though. The amendment's all for update. That's why the amendment is there.
Yeah.
But there's always going to be things you need to, you know what I mean? Like, people in the present may not address certain things that become common understanding in the future. So that's what the amendments are for. But, you know, but they
Congress,
are
they
the way
not
they
doing
are
their
for a
job,
reason.
yo.
But like I said, they are the way they are for a reason. Like it's hard. It is hard to get an amendment. The only thing harder than getting an amendment is getting an amendment overturned. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So the shit ain't there. It's not like just let's go amend that shit. Nah, that shit is extremely difficult to get a bill amended. And once the shit is in law,
That's
that
why
much
I'm very
difficult to get it out.
curious. That's a good point. So, because that's what I was saying. I was like, well, it's already there's legal precedents already in the Constitution that Roe v. Wade is there, right? How likely is that for it to be overturned, right? You know, we've seen things in the past. What was it? Brown versus Board. That got overturned, right? So when did that happen? That was what, back in the,
I forgot what year that was. Like I said, it can't happen. But normally like how they did the 14th Amendment, they'll attack it on a different angle. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll say, like with the 14th Amendment, they just roll with it, but they say, you know what, this applies to this can't apply to a person's personal property, right?
Right.
So this is when you start seeing separate but equal. They say, okay, well, since everybody is guaranteed equal right treatment, then we'll have separate but equal. Like we're not denying you from riding the bus, but you got to ride on the back of the bus. You know what I'm saying? So I think they'll try to attack it in that, in that manner before they try to get an outright overturn. Like I said, it's extremely hard. Like you need a large amount of votes in your favor. Large amount in your favor.
Right. Yeah, they generally, I guess steer for good reason, right? Once something is basically codified in federal law at the constitutional level, it's very difficult to change that, right?
Otherwise every year
for good reason, right?
every year be up there like, oh shit again.
Exactly, right.
Abortion is illegal this year.
Right. You gotta have some level of stability, right, for law.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So we're gonna, I guess, extend the show a bit more, and we got people falling off the panel. I don't know who's the host.
Yeah, I just pulled up, so I mean, like I said, it ain't no. Y'all can go wrap it up if y'all want. But like y'all all Chef the host, y'all the co-host, but I think y'all can end it when y'all ready.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm in and out.
Let me say something before. Yeah.
In the Matrix. Go ahead. It was in the Matrix a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me say something, please. Versus education on with Roe versus Wade. One versus the board stated that separate but equal is not the law of the land. That school cannot discriminate based upon race. But what we're finding happening now is that these white people are tricky. And how they're overturning.
Is it me or the microphone coming in bad? Is it me or kind of choppy?
Yeah, I think it's something with the thing today, man. Everybody's been kind of choppy. Yeah.
Can you hear me clear now? Yeah. Is that what's happening now is that these white people are sneaky and finding other ways to overturn board versus board in terms of stream of religion for schools. We have to be careful of this Supreme Court with this 6-3 majority. Is that what we think were rights that were given to us is being taken away systematically. They're going to start with Roe versus Wade, then afterwards they're going against Brown versus Board. And then afterwards they might go after the one that said a certain amount of black people that should be hired in certain workplace. So what's the name of that legislation? Right? We have to be careful. We have to look at the Supreme Court. It's important now more than ever. And we might not like one party. It's important that our people go out and vote. Because voting matters. And this is showing that voting matters. And if you don't vote, the choices can be taken away. Right? It's important now, after we get people out to vote, we need to vet who we're voting for and put the best possible candidates out there that is there for us. And not only for the billionaires. But this is just a start. And this is something that we have seen coming for years. Nobody has said that they have not seen this coming for years. We've seen this coming.
Yeah, they've been fighting. They've been trying to fight it. They've been fighting abortion they've been trying to fight this for a long time.
Right.
Like since the beginning, since it got approved. Like this a long fight, just finally coming to fruition. If it does. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you allow these people, they would overturn they would reinstate the Dred Scott ruling. Not say that black people have no rights. People don't understand that the Supreme Court ruled out to them that black people didn't have any rights in the United States. And that Dred Scott ruling was part of the reason why the Civil War existed. People need to understand how powerful the Supreme Court is.
Yeah, that's the thing with law. If they can argue illegally, they feel like it's fair game. You know what I'm saying? If I can win it legally, then you know what I mean? What can you say? But like I said, I think it's about them. It's about them Supreme Court justices that we just be taking lightly, kind of. You know what I mean? That gets that the president like we see Like Trump put one in. You know what I'm saying? So you know that lifetime appointment.
Trump puts 2 or 3 in.
Yeah.
Trump, not 2, not 1.
Yeah,
right?
That's crazy.
And they're Republicans, and they keep the political affiliation forever. They keep the political affiliation forever. They don't stop being Republican or conservative, as they call it. They don't change their mind. They rule that way.
You know, the governor here that was pushing the heartbeat bill. You know, there's election coming up, and I'm hoping that Stacey Abrams, the black female governor that ran for governor last year, she lost by like a slim margin. You know what I'm saying? But she was the one that was part of the movement again, so much more people to vote that helped turn Georgia blue. So I'm hoping this time when she runs, she's able to defeat him. You know what I mean?
No, your job is to go out there and get everybody that you know register to vote. But Stacey can't do it by herself.
Yeah, but but I'm saying she had instigated a program.
Yeah.
It's like registration march. Yeah, of course. We gotta go on vote. Yeah, we gotta go on vote.
Your job is to help her to say, listen, I know 2 people who are not voting. Let me go and talk to them. That's all my job.
Yeah, I was hoping that with the numbers she did, everybody turns out. Everybody turns out like they're supposed to.
And then we should really put her over the edge with the other people who we'll go and talk to. We'll go and talk to the people who tell them they're not voting. So listen, you have to vote. You have to vote.
Yeah, but you know, and then
we need more
and you know what they do?
officers.
And you know what the Republicans will do? They'll say, because you know they pass a law now, like if you give like if somebody's standing in line and you give a bottle of water, that's like a criminal charge. You know what I'm saying?
I heard about that.
You know, you
can't be bribing those people for votes, right? Giving them hydration.
No, that's but somebody else in the line can give somebody else a bottle of water. There's no legislation against that. If when you go to vote, if you have 5 bottles of water, put them in the igloo. The person's in line. Right. Because that's what we have to do. We have to find a way to go around the system.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you got to work with it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to understand, like, they're going to fight back, and you got to be willing to work around whatever obstacles they're putting your way. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna make it easy for you. I mean, so you can't be discouraged when you see some obstacles in front of you, because it's gonna be obstacles.
No, but what is easy for Martin Luther King? What is easy for people in Birmingham? But people who fought for the vote, was it easy for them? Was it easy for the 4 little girls who died in the church bombing? People think that this thing is easy. It never was. It never was.
Oh man, like you familiar with Slocum, Texas?
No, never heard of that one.
Oh man, you know Slocum, Texas. They had like a black community there, right? It's like early 1900s, and you know this just fresh off the bat, you know, the Emancipation Proclamation. So you know, they were trying to, you know, the black people, they ready, you know, the dude was like, yo, you got a chance to vote now. You know what I'm saying? So everybody like, yeah, we gonna vote. You know what I'm saying? And the party that was running against them at that time, they didn't want the black people to vote. Shoot, man, they slaughtered folks, bro. Like hundreds of votes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? All because they was gonna turn out to vote. You know what I mean? They end up a lot of end up leaving Texas. Like I'm talking about just leaving their property. And the people came and just took over their property, man. Look that up. Slocum, the Slocum, Texas massacre. Let's look up the Slocum, Texas massacre.
That's what that lynching caused. Lynching caused great migration from black people from the south and other cities like Chicago. Right?
Yeah. This is a little before. I think the Great Migration about 1960. But these are some of the catalysts that's happening that's making people flee. Because you got Slocum, you got Ocoee in Florida, Ocoee in Florida, that massacre. You know what I'm saying? So all these different events piled up and started to make black people flee towards the north. Plus all the jobs.
That's all the job. But after that, later.
All right. Yeah. So y'all go ahead and end it though, man. So we'll build on that with black rednecks and white liberals, man. It should be good conversation. Chef, end the show.